Chapter 80. When Han Shuo landed on the ground and steadied himself again, he took a look around and discovered that he was in an enormous laboratory. All sorts of containers and enormous bones were placed everywhere. On the walls to the side, a few ghostly green lanterns lit up the interior so that it was no longer completely dark. There were also a few rooms in the surroundings. When Han Shuo entered the rooms one by one, he discovered that 2 of the rooms were filled with all sorts of books on necromancy magic, including some on dark magic. The books here all appeared to be very ancient and were covered with a lot of dust. The collection of books here was even more voluminous than the library of the Academy of Magic and Force. Many of the books were ones that Han Shuo had never heard of before. The other 4 rooms were filled with all sorts of magical materials. All the containers were sealed and filled with colorful liquids, as well as some peculiar bones and the shining teeth of vicious magical beasts. Just as Han Shuo was taking in his surroundings, the green ball in his hand suddenly blossomed with a dazzling green light. The light enveloped the entire laboratory and a dark, ghostly shadow suddenly appeared in a circular magical symbol in the middle of the laboratory. My child, welcome. When you see this mirror image, I will have already returned to the earth. If you want to understand everything about the cemetery of death, you must pay attention to every word I say. The dark shadow was thick and thick. Whether it was the lanterns or the light of the green ball, neither allowed Han Shuo to see its original appearance. It spat out one word after another with some difficulty in a hoarse voice. Han Shuo was shocked and immediately understood that this was a way for mages to leave behind information, mirror images. According to the meaning of the words, Han Shuo quickly concentrated and started to listen to every word it said. First of all, you must know that the cemetery of death was the holy land of necromancers in our era. It symbolized the pinnacle of necromancy magic. The cemetery of death can be moved. As long as you can control everything here in the end, you will discover that you possess a terrifying city. The faint voice continued to narrate. Han Shuo focused his attention and listened to the voice's slow narration. When the voice said, "You can still see me on the next level," the dark shadow suddenly disappeared without a trace. Apart from the large-scale magical matrix on the top floor, the laboratory and library on this floor, there were 2 floors below the cemetery of death. If one wanted to completely grasp all the secrets of the cemetery of death, they had to reach the 2 floors below together. From the dark shadow's words, Han Shuo understood that the cemetery of death was actually a moving castle, and a castle with boundless power. This greatly shocked Han Shuo. The green ball was the key to the cemetery of death. It contained the necromancer's evil mental brand. Apart from necromancers with necromancy aura of death, ordinary people who obtained this ball would not be able to escape its corrosion and would ultimately turn into a senseless zombie. Although Han Shuo was only a magic apprentice, he still had the aura of a necromancer. Fortunately, he had not been assimilated by the curse. However, because his mental strength was too weak, if it wasn't for the help of his magical yuan, he would likely have been unable to escape death if he had rashly used his mental strength to explore. The miraculous magical yuan was different from any energy in this world. It had actually helped Han Shuo. When Han Shuo's mental strength had invaded his brain, it had unimaginably helped him increase his mental strength. Han Shuo had continuously reaped great rewards amidst the inhuman pain. This was something that even the creator of the round ball would not have imagined. The information that Han Shuo had obtained from the Dark Shadow's narration was limited. It seemed that a more in-depth explanation existed on the 2 floors below. Han Shuo mused silently for a moment and once again entered the room where the magic books were stored. Magic books were the crystallization of necromancy magic, products from the peak of necromancy magic. These were priceless treasures to Han Shuo. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force already had a very large collection of books, but there weren't that many books on necromancy magic. Moreover, many of them were only books on basic and intermediate magic. There were very few books on more advanced necromancy magic. In the 2 rooms, Han Shuo flipped through the magic books that were already covered in a thick layer of dust. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The magic books here were much higher in quality and quantity compared to those in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. 3 of the magic books were called Necromancy Magic. They were divided into upper, middle, and lower volumes and placed in the most conspicuous places. These 3 volumes had obviously been given special treatment and were stored in a magic container. They looked as new as ever and would not be damaged even after tens of thousands of years. Just the first volume of Necromancy Magic was already very thick. After opening it, Han Shuo discovered that the first volume had a detailed explanation from the origin of necromancy magic to the essence of necromancy magic. The knowledge within was very different from what was taught in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Some of the necromancy knowledge and magic recorded in the first volume were mostly things that Han Shuo had never heard of before. Starting from the middle volume, there was a handwritten note on every page, with detailed notes on that page. However, it looked like the 3 volumes were a whole. When Han Shuo read the second volumes, even with the help of the handwritten notes, he still couldn't understand some of the knowledge within. Han Shuo could just barely understand the first half of the first volume. But unfortunately, this volume didn't have the help of the handwritten notes. This still made Han Shuo feel that it was very difficult. Perhaps the person who prepared this set of magic books thought that the visitor didn't need any notes at all to understand the first volume, and thus didn't leave behind any explanations. After thinking for a while, Han Shuo decided to start with the first volume. He planned to use this complete set of necromancy magic as a teaching material and slowly study and practice it. After making up his mind, Han Shuo took the round ball and left this level, returning to the upper level. He wasn't obstructed by the boundary and then completely immersed himself in studying this volume of magic, forgetting to eat and sleep. For a few days, Han Shuo hugged this volume of necromancy magic and tried to understand every word and sentence on it. From this volume of necromancy magic, Han Shuo understood that the magical knowledge he'd studied at the academy, including some of the release spells, was much more superficial than the explanations in the book. There were also many evil spells that Han Shuo hadn't been able to learn from Fanny. Corpse Resurrection was one of the most basic necromancy spells. It could directly turn the dead into zombies and start fighting according to the caster's will. As long as one's mental strength was strong enough, they could resurrect a terrifying zombie army. Canopy of Necromancy was another evil spell. As long as the Canopy of Necromancy was released, the combat strength and agility of dark creatures would be greatly increased under the cover of the Canopy of Necromancy. The enemy would be very uncomfortable under the cover of the Canopy of Necromancy, and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. There were quite a few spells like Corpse Resurrection and Canopy of Necromancy in this volume alone. It was said that these spells had been lost for a long time, and that the necromancers of today had no way of grasping them. However, there were detailed records in this volume of necromancy magic. Han Shuo understood that he had picked up a priceless treasure this time. If this book of necromancy magic were to circulate, perhaps it would immediately change the current situation of necromancy mages, greatly increasing the strength of necromancy mages. The terror of necromancy mages would also reappear on the continent. After studying for almost 10 days, Han Shuo was either meditating or studying this volume of necromancy magic. Corpse Resurrection was a type of elementary spell, but it was a pity that Han Shuo couldn't practice it without a corpse. Canopy of Necromancy was already an advanced spell, and Han Shuo also couldn't practice it because his mental strength wasn't enough. However, Han Shuo did manage to grasp the spell Bone Spear through this period of training. He even seemed to be on the verge of mastering the spell Summon Zombie. It was just that there was a slight obstruction when communicating with the other dimension. Calculating the time, it should be about time that the Demon's Lair Edge was completed. Han Shuo thought for a bit and left the Cemetery of Death first. Together with Little Skull, they carefully avoided some level 3 and above magical beasts, hunted some low-level magical beasts, and carried them with them. They once again walked towards the dwarf village. Halfway through their journey, just as Han Shuo was about to enter the dwarf village, he heard the sound of weapons clashing. Han Shuo was shocked and suddenly increased his speed, shuttling through the bushes with Little Skull, heading straight for the source of the sound. Dozens of ogres and close to 100 goblins were holding weapons and attacking the dwarves from all sides. The dwarves had brand new weapons in their hands. Their weapons were much more advanced and sharper than those used by the ogres and goblins. In particular, the goblins were wielding simple knives, forks and clubs, which broke into many pieces when they clashed with the dwarves' weapons. It was because of their advanced weapons that the dwarves, who were at a complete disadvantage in terms of numbers, had been able to hold out until now. Not far behind them was the dwarf village. There were women and children who had no fighting ability there. Therefore, for the safety of the village, they couldn't even retreat into the village, lest the women and children be exposed and endanger the safety of the women and children. When Han Shuo saw this scene, Han Shuo was instantly enraged. His crossbow was already in hand as he ran. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few crossbow bolts tore through the air as one ogre and 2 goblins were shot to death. Little Skull seemed to have sensed the anger in Han Shuo's heart. The 7-bone spurs on its back shot out in all directions as it dashed forward. Blood spurted out from the ogres' and goblins' bodies after a sharp whistle. "Oh, it's Han, he's here." Bennett raised his iron hammer and was surrounded by 5 or 6 goblins when he suddenly saw Han Shuo appear and cried out in surprise. Like a wolf in a flock of sheep, Han Shuo and Little Skull's arrival immediately brought about a bout of blood. Little Skull was especially valiant as its 7-bone spurs danced in the air within the group of ogres and goblins, causing large numbers of ogres and goblins to die. When Han Shuo arrived, he first summoned a few skeletal warriors. Each of them wielded bone knives as they charged at these villains. Han Shuo himself remained in place and targeted the dead ogres and goblins, starting to cast the spell Corpse Resurrection. After experiencing repeated failures, Han Shuo continued to chant magical incantations under the surprised gazes of the dwarves, attempting to make these corpses that had just lost their lives stand up again. Finally, an ugly goblin with a crossbow bolt in its chest suddenly stood up under Han Shuo's incantations. It wobbled as it held an iron rod and started attacking a living goblin next to it. With the experience of one success, Han Shuo calmly recalled the steps of the spell he just cast and then cast the spell Corpse Resurrection again. Success again. This time it was an ogre. Then, under the release of Han Shuo's Corpse Resurrection spell, another 5 or 6 ogres and goblins stood up and raised their weapons. They started attacking the living ogres and goblins next to them according to Han Shuo's orders. When these ogres and goblins discovered this phenomenon, they immediately fell into a great panic. When these ogres and goblins saw their dead companions stand up blankly and then attack them with weapons, they were frightened out of their wits. The remaining ogres and goblins used their native language to point at Han Shuo and say a few words in panic. All of them fled in all directions as if their lives depended on it. Even the dwarves next to them were a bit fearful. They looked at Han Shuo with very strange gazes, a bit different from usual. Han Shuo started and suddenly reacted. He undid the spell and the dead ogres and goblins fell back down with a loud thud. "Han Shuo, this spell of yours is too evil. We're all a bit scared when we see it." Bennett walked towards Han Shuo and stammered as he spoke. Han Shuo understood and knew that this kind of corpse resurrection spell was indeed very evil. Most people would find it hard to accept. Thinking for a bit, Han Shuo nodded and said, "Bennett, I understand what you mean, but I'm doing this because I want to save you guys." "We know, thank you, Han. However, this kind of magic is indeed too hard to accept. Even the ogres and goblins, these villains, were scared out of their wits by you. Haha, let's go, your weapon is ready. We'll get it for you when we return to the village. Then I'm very grateful to you guys." Han Shuo was very surprised to hear that the Demon Slayer edge was ready. He followed behind Bennett and walked towards the dwarven village. The 7-bone spurs of the Little Skull returned to its spine and didn't follow Han Shuo to the dwarven village. Instead, it followed Han Shuo's orders and skillfully collected the items on the bodies of the dead. Following Calvin, Han Shuo arrived at the dwarven village. With Bennett leading the way, they arrived at the place where the Demon Slayer edge was forged. "Han Shuo, this is the weapon we forged according to your request. See if you're satisfied with it?" Bennett pointed at the weapon beside him with the hammer in his hand and said to Han Shuo. The Demon Slayer edge was 2 feet long and its sharp edge sparkled with a faint cold light. Its entire body was dark brown and its tip was as sharp as a tri-edged military knife. It was very heavy to hold in one's hand. Han Shuo held the Demon Slayer edge and examined it carefully. He then abruptly stabbed it into the whetstone below. With a poof, the entire Demon Slayer edge sank into the whetstone. Nodding, Han Shuo looked satisfactorily at the somewhat apprehensive Calvin, and said with a slight smile, "Elder, thank you for your forging. I like this weapon very much." "Haha, as long as you like it. I'm also very satisfied with this weapon that's a mixture of black iron and black gold, as well as 10 or so rare metals. Calvin heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the Demon Slayer edge. You guys keep an eye out. Perhaps the ogres and goblins will appear again in the near future. I'll leave for a while first. When I come back next time, I'll bring your winter rations. You guys be careful. After repeatedly reminding the dwarves, Han Shuo impatiently returned to the Cemetery of Death and activated the magical yuan in his body. He used his essence blood as a primer to flow into the Demon Slayer edge. According to the memories left behind by Chu Kanglin, he continued to forge the Demon Slayer edge for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, Han Shuo's magical yuan mixed with his essence blood slowly flowed into the Demon Slayer edge. After 3 days, Han Shuo was completely exhausted and felt that his magical yuan was somewhat depleted. However, the originally dark brown Demon Slayer edge had turned completely dark red. For the next few days, Han Shuo waited for his magical yuan to recover before using the Demon Slayer edge to practice the arts of controlling magic, attempting to control the Demon Slayer edge with his mind. During this process, Han Shuo's meridians would often swell painfully. On this day, relying on the enormous impact of the waterfall, Han Shuo gritted his teeth and continuously used his magical yuan to refine all the meridians in his body. Suddenly, his entire person sank into a trance. Without realizing it, Han Shuo slowly woke up and discovered that he had actually fallen into a deep pool at some unknown time. When Han Shuo walked out of the icy pool, he suddenly discovered that the Demon Slayer edge was missing. He was shocked and hurriedly tried to find the Demon Slayer edge. Just at this moment, a dark red light suddenly shot out from the pool and flew straight towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo thought that it was a dangerous attack and was about to dodge when he discovered that an indescribable feeling rose up in his heart. It was as if there was a faint connection between him and the dark red light that shot towards him. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before a thought flashed through his mind. The abruptly awakened Han Shuo's heart moved. The dark red light that had shot towards him suddenly danced in the air according to Han Shuo's will. After that, Han Shuo sensed a swimming fish in the deep pool. A thought surfaced in his mind and the fish was instantly pierced through by the Demon Slayer edge. It looks like I've succeeded. Han Shuo opened his left hand and the Demon Slayer edge shot out from the water and landed in the center of Han Shuo's palm with a whoosh. Under the circulation of the magical yuan, the speed of the mystical glacial spellfire was much faster than usual. Han Shuo was once again shocked and suddenly discovered that threads of cold air were leaking out from the Demon Slayer edge in his left hand under the infusion of the mystical glacial aura. Because the Demon Slayer edge was facing the deep pool, a layer of ice had already formed on the surface of the pool water that was emitting cold air. After the magical yuan had circulated around his body once, Han Shuo discovered to his surprise that the speed of the magical yuan flowing through his body was many times faster than usual. This was the case for all of the meridians in his body. There was no longer any feeling of stagnation anywhere. This made Han Shuo wildly excited. This was because he knew that this was the sign of breaking through to the channel opening stage and reaching the molded spirit stage. Han Shuo was gratified to know that after experiencing several life and death battles, as well as the sleepless days of magical training, he had finally broken through again. Now that Han Shuo's demonic arts had improved again and he'd obtained the demonic treasure, the Demon Slayer edge, Han Shuo felt that it was time to leave the Cemetery of Death and thoroughly eradicate the threat of Grover. Walking out from the cemetery in the back of the mountain, Han Shuo didn't immediately go find Phoebe. Instead, he thought of Fanny. Han Shuo admired Fanny from the bottom of his heart. After their last meeting, he had originally planned to ask her for guidance on magical knowledge. Unfortunately, because he had obtained the black gold ore from Phoebe, he couldn't wait to return to the Cemetery of Death. There was a lot of knowledge in the first volume of necromancy magic that even Han Shuo wasn't clear on. This volume didn't have any notes yet. As an adept mage in the necromancy major, Phoebe should have a higher level of understanding. Therefore, Han Shuo had long since noted down the questions that he didn't understand and planned on taking the opportunity to ask Phoebe again. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had a lofty position in the empire. Although Grover hated Han Shuo to the bone, he didn't dare openly make a move against Han Shuo within the academy. The strength of the teachers of each major was very strong. Apart from the necromancy major, The other majors had even stronger principles holding down the fort. Even if a shadow ghost assassin came, it was basically impossible for him to leave alive if he was discovered. It was now evening and the students were relaxing and eating after a day of study. Han Shuo didn't directly go to the laboratory to find Fanny, afraid that he would attract the attention of others. Instead, he waited for a while until the sky was completely dark before he took advantage of the fact that no one was aware, and walked towards the small building that Fanny lived in. Han Shuo had stayed in the necromancy major for so long, and because he especially admired Fanny, he had naturally long since found out where Fanny lived. Taking advantage of the dead of night, Han Shuo easily identified the direction and walked directly towards the teacher's dormitory that Fanny lived in. Chapter 81. Fanny's room was next to a few dark major female teachers, but there was still a bit of distance between them. His sensitive senses allowed Han Shuo to clearly hear the low sounds of conversation coming from the teachers' dormitories. It looked like none of them had fallen asleep yet. Every teacher of the Babylon Academy was an expert with extraordinary strength. Han Shuo purposefully concealed his presence as he approached, and even his heartbeat slowed considerably. Just as Han Shuo stood in front of Fanny's room and was about to extend a hand to knock on the door suddenly opened. Fanny was wearing a silk nightgown, revealing a patch of snow-white skin on her chest. She wore the ruby necklace that Han Shuo had given her, making her appear even more radiant and beautiful. "Brian, what are you sneaking over here for?" Fanny looked at Han Shuo with a bit of displeasure. Looking left and right, Han Shuo asked in surprise, How did you discover me?" "I felt like I've been followed recently, so I've been on guard. I released life detection in front of the door, so I discovered you as soon as you came over." Fanny rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and said unhappily when she saw Han Shuo look around furtively, Teacher Fanny, can I go in?" It wasn't convenient to stand at the door and talk. Add to that the fact that the teachers in the surrounding rooms weren't asleep yet. It wouldn't be good if they saw them. Who would have thought that Fanny's dainty cheeks would flush slightly red when Han Shuo said this? Fanny hesitated for a moment and also stuck her head out to look around. Only then did she drag Han Shuo in with a red face and hastily shut the door. Upon entering Fanny's room, Han Shuo discovered that the room was filled with a feminine aura. The pink bed curtains, clean and tidy tables, chairs, and carpets, as well as some elegant furnishings all indicated that the owner of the room was female. A thought suddenly struck Han Shuo as he remembered that in his original world, young girls wouldn't easily allow unfamiliar men into their rooms. Every girl's room was the window to her soul. If one didn't receive her approval, they absolutely wouldn't be able to enter. Han Shuo's heart rippled as he looked at Fanny with a fiery gaze. "What are you looking at? Where have you been these days? There will be a test in half a month. You must come and participate, otherwise the school has the right to expel you." Fanny glared fiercely when she saw Han Shuo's fiery gaze. She then thought of something and turned her back on Han Shuo, removing the ruby necklace from her pure white neck. "I understand. I've come to find you this time because I want to ask you for some magical knowledge. And why did you take off the necklace? I feel that you look quite beautiful with this necklace on." "None of your business. It's already night time. Of course I'm going to rest after taking off the necklace. If you want to ask for magical knowledge, come find me in the lab tomorrow during the day. It's already night time, it wouldn't be good if someone discovered you were here." Fanny looked unhappily at Han Shuo. Footsteps rang out from outside the door at this moment. After a while, the footsteps had arrived in front of Fanny's door. There were 2 knocks on the door and a girl's voice sounded, "Master Fanny, you're not asleep yet. Can I come in?" Fanny and Han Shuo glanced at each other and both of their faces froze. Fanny then glared fiercely at Han Shuo and made a shushing gesture with her hand. She raised her voice, "Master Camilla, wait a moment, I'll open the door for you right away." Fanny suddenly began to walk around the room after speaking, her eyes continuously scanning the surroundings. It looked like she wanted to help Han Shuo find a place to hide. Fanny's room wasn't too large, and there didn't seem to be a place where Han Shuo's entire body could be hidden. In her anxiety, Fanny suddenly saw her bed and her face lit up with joy. She pointed at the bed to Han Shuo. Han Shuo saw that Fanny was so anxious and shrugged his shoulders. He followed Fanny's instructions and stood up from the side of the table, walking towards her bed with pink curtains. He climbed onto Fanny's bed with a whoosh, an expression of great enjoyment appearing on his face. Fanny had already walked to the door, and was about to open it when she turned her head and was greatly startled. She mouthed soundlessly and pointed anxiously under the bed with her right hand. It looked like she wanted Han Shuo to hide under the bed, but who would have thought that Han Shuo would misunderstand and had already climbed onto the bed that no man had ever touched before. "Master Fanny, hurry up and open the door." Camilla stood in front of the door and saw that Fanny was at the door through the light. She opened her mouth to urge Fanny to open the door. Han Shuo was lying on his side on the bed, surrounded by the delicate fragrance of the bed. He ignored Fanny's anxious hints and smiled as he opened the curtains, covering himself with Fanny's fragrant thin blankets. Fanny ground her teeth in anger at Han Shuo's current actions, but Camilla kept urging her to open the door. Fanny had no choice but to open the door and pretend to be calm as she responded with a smile, "Master Camilla, why have you come to find me so late at night?" Camilla was an adept mage of the Dark Major. She was already middle-aged and her looks could only be considered ordinary. When she walked into Fanny's room, she walked over to the table and sat down. She opened her mouth and said, "Your necromancy major actually suppressed the light major in the last Dark Forest trial. This gave us a lot of face. Our major will also be going out to train soon. I've come to ask you for some secrets." "What secrets?" It was pure luck that our necromancy major was able to hunt those magical creatures this time. "Master Camilla, you've been in the Dark Major for many years and have led students to train many times. You should have quite a bit of experience. I think you're asking the wrong person." Fanny kept feeling uneasy when she saw Camilla in the room. She was deathly afraid that she'd discover Han Shuo. The more worried she was, the more Fanny's gaze kept wandering around the edge of the bed, paying attention to the movements on her bed at all times. She was deathly afraid that Han Shuo would make some noise and attract Camilla's attention. "Master Fanny's bed curtains are very beautiful. Where did you buy them?" Camilla suddenly stood up and walked towards Fanny's bed unexpectedly. She kept her eyes on Fanny's bed curtains and an expression of great interest appeared on her face. Her heart trembling, Fanny suddenly and quickly approached and walked towards the bed before Camilla did. She even sat down and blocked Camilla's line of sight with her body. She straightened her spine and hastily said, "I bought them from Mill Clothing Shop. If Master Camilla likes them, then go buy one as well. 1 gold coin is enough." Fanny's bed wasn't that big to begin with. Han Shuo was already tightly pressed against the wall as he lay on his side. Fanny was so anxious that she suddenly sat down on the bed and actually sat on the back of Han Shuo's left hand. Fanny explained to Camilla in the end. A soft was enough to indicate that Fanny also felt that something was amiss. "So you bought them from Mill Clothing Shop. No wonder they're so beautiful. It's a pity that I'm already of age and not as beautiful as Master Fanny. If I bought a curtain like this, I'd certainly be cursed at behind my back." Fanny's full bottom sat on the back of Han Shuo's hand. Han Shuo felt the wonderful sensation and his heart was like a monkey's gallop, not knowing what to do. Han Shuo was in the middle of enjoying the wonderful sensation, when he suddenly felt that the wonderful sensation on the back of his left hand was gone. Disappointment rose in Han Shuo's heart, and he looked carefully to see that Fanny's body was still in a sitting position. It was just that her waist and abdomen had lifted her beautiful bottom slightly. The place where Fanny sat just so happened to block Camilla's line of sight. If Fanny moved, then Han Shuo behind her might be exposed. Fanny clearly felt that she was sitting where she shouldn't be. She couldn't move her body and could only lift her bottom to prevent Han Shuo from taking advantage of her. Han Shuo, who was watching from behind, could see the red flush on Fanny's neck, her fragrant shoulders and beautiful back, as well as Fanny's full bottom that revealed her curves due to her tensed body. All of this fell into Han Shuo's eyes. Han Shuo didn't know what Fanny and Camilla talked about after that. His burning gaze roamed greedily over Fanny's body. As a mage, Fanny maintained the difficult horse stance. Her body trembled slightly after a while. She didn't know if it was because she couldn't bear it anymore, or if she felt that Han Shuo had already withdrawn his hand from that area. Fanny's body relaxed and her bottom sank as she sat down again. A soft came from Fanny's mouth again. Han Shuo, who had flipped his hand over to face his palm, had his palm pressed down by Fanny's bottom this time. He bent his fingers slightly and scratched an extremely sensitive area of Fanny's buttocks, immediately causing Fanny to cry out unbearably. Master Fanny, what's wrong? Your face is so red and your body is boiling hot. Are you sick? Let me take a look for you. No, it's nothing. Master Camilla, if there's nothing else, you can leave first. I'm tired and want to rest early. Fanny raised her trembling bottom as she spoke, wanting to stand up from the edge of the bed. Han Shuo had been enjoying the beauty of Fanny's full, smooth bottom. When he saw that he'd lost the sensation, he subconsciously reached out a hand and caressed the area where Fanny had just raised a little Fanny's bottom. Fanny, who had been about to stand up, suddenly trembled. Her body uncontrollably sat down again due to the violent stimulation. Her bottom completely swallowed up Han Shuo's messing around left hand. What is it? What is it? Master Fanny, there's something wrong with your body, Camilla said anxiously and then flipped open the bed drapes, wanting to put down the absent-minded Fanny. She suddenly saw Han Shuo's burning gaze and let out a startled cry. This cry roused the absent-minded Fanny. Suddenly coming to her senses, Fanny hastily stood up and paid no more attention to Han Shuo. She hastily explained, Master Camilla, he's my student and has come to ask me questions. I was afraid that you'd misunderstand, so I told him to hide. Master Fanny, you don't need to explain. This is your private matter. Haha, no wonder you've refused the good intentions of so many young people, even ignoring Jean. So this is what's going on. Your relationship has actually developed to the stage of sleeping together. I'm quite surprised. Master Fanny, I'm sorry that I've disturbed your fun. I'll leave right now. Camilla cried out in surprise and walked straight outside after apologizing in an odd voice. Fanny's heart was extremely flustered and she continuously tugged at Camilla, seeming to want to clarify things. However, no matter how she explained, Camilla's expression remained ambiguous, and she displayed an expression of understanding. She chuckled as she walked out of Fanny's room. When Camilla left Fanny's room, Fanny stood in front of the door and anxiously circled the table. She suddenly thought of something and abruptly charged at Han Shuo, who was still lying on the bed, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She opened her mouth and yelled, "Damned Brian, I won't forgive you today." Fanny had already leapt onto the bed as soon as she'd finished speaking and began punching and kicking at Han Shuo as punishment. Her little fists rained down on Han Shuo's chest. As a mage, Fanny had no way of using her fists and feet to attack and cause any harm to Han Shuo. However, when he saw the agitated Fanny's twin peaks jiggling as she waved her little fists and her long, snow-white thighs that were revealed because her dress had been lifted a bit after she'd gotten onto the bed, Han Shuo was completely intoxicated. He first reached out his hand to stop her. Then Han Shuo couldn't contain his excitement and pushed Fanny down like a fever in his head. He used his strong body to completely press down on Fanny's well-rounded and perfect body, saying repeatedly, "Master Fanny, calm down, calm down." Han Shuo yelled for Fanny to calm down, but pressed Fanny beneath him. His chest felt Fanny's firm twin peaks. His chest pressed tightly against Fanny. As Fanny struggled, the friction between their bodies caused Han Shuo to gradually lose himself. Han Shuo's face was completely red, and his eyes revealed a fiery light that made Fanny feel afraid. When Fanny couldn't move and was completely pressed under Han Shuo's body, Fanny could only see Han Shuo panting heavily. His eyes were red and filled with naked desire as he stared at her, but his mouth kept saying, "Calm down, calm down." Fanny couldn't help but feel angry. He was clearly more impulsive than anyone else, but he actually told her to calm down. Her hand was getting more and more painful, and she couldn't move no matter how she struggled. Fanny watched as Han Shuo gradually approached, and her heart was filled with anxiety. She kept softly saying, "Damn it, hurry and stop or I won't be polite." Chapter 82. With a ghastly howl, Han Shuo clutched his lower body and moved away from Fanny's body. He curled his body with a pained expression, but his mind had completely returned to normal. Fanny sat up, straightened her clothes, and got off the bed as if nothing had happened. She glanced smugly at Han Shuo and snorted lightly. "Well, now you know how strong I am? Master Fanny, there's no need to be so vicious, is there?" Han Shuo grimaced as he clutched his aching lower body. "Damn it, you still dare say that? It was fine last time in the pool, but this time you actually violated me again. This time you actually violated me again." I'm already letting you off easy by not killing you. Fanny was filled with rage when she thought of what had just happened and glared at Han Shuo with a face full of rage. Han Shuo rolled off the bed and sat down next to Fanny with a deadpan expression. He said calmly, "Let bygones be bygones. I'll recite a magic incantation for you." Fanny looked at Han Shuo's serious demeanor and knew that he was purposefully trying to cover up what had just happened. She was about to open her mouth to yell at Han Shuo when she suddenly heard Han Shuo recite an incantation. Fanny didn't pay attention at first, but her face was filled with shock when she heard the last part. Her bright eyes sparkled with an indescribable light of excitement as she focused on Han Shuo. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "This is necromancy magic, I can feel it, but why have I never known of such magic?" This is the incantation for the adept magic canopy of necromancy. It's a necromancy magic that has been lost for many years. I obtained it by accident. Han Shuo slowly explained when he saw Fanny's wild, joyful expression. "Just what is going on? Tell me clearly. Are there any other lost necromancy magic spells? Tell me quickly." Fanny, who had been immersed in necromancy magic, had long since forgotten her previous anger when she heard Han Shuo recite the long-lost ancient incantation from his mouth. She hurriedly asked Han Shuo about it. Heaving a sigh of relief in his heart, Han Shuo thought calmly for a moment before nodding. "There's also an evil corpse resurrection spell that I stumbled upon. Master Fanny, you should understand that this is the lost magic of our necromancy major, so I need you to keep it a secret for now." Fanny was not stupid. When Han Shuo said this, Fanny immediately understood what he meant. She nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice, and kept urging Han Shuo with her eyes. Han Shuo then carefully described the incantations and gestures for corpse resurrection and canopy of necromancy to Fanny. He then took out some of the unsolved knowledge and started asking Fanny one by one. Fanny was overjoyed and had long since forgotten Han Shuo's rudeness towards her. She patiently explained the doubts that Han Shuo had encountered in detail. Han Shuo understood that he would be able to use these necromancy magic spells sooner or later. However, before his strength was sufficient, Han Shuo didn't plan on letting others know that he had obtained these secrets. Fanny was an adept mage of the necromancy major, and the target of Han Shuo's admiration. Add to that the fact that Han Shuo knew that Fanny was a hard-mouthed but kind person, and was very concerned about him. He didn't plan on keeping it a secret. After all, there were some magical knowledge that Han Shuo had to ask Fanny in order to comprehend. Unknowingly, Han Shuo stayed in Fanny's room and chatted until late at night. Fanny, who was previously excited, started to yawn continuously. When she discovered that it was already late at night, Fanny reached out to cover her mouth and yawned. She said lazily to Han Shuo, "It's getting late, I'm going to rest. I've explained all these questions to you, you should go back to the dorms and rest." "Oh, that's right, you haven't stayed in the dorms that I've arranged for you, have you?" Nodding, Han Shuo got up and walked towards the door. Just as Han Shuo was about to push open the door and leave, Fanny suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Brian, don't think that I've forgotten the bad things that you've done to me. However, if you can study hard and graduate from the necromancy major a bit faster, maybe I'll forgive you." Han Shuo was stunned and stopped at the door. He turned around to see Fanny looking at him with anticipation. Fanny's expression was solemn as she said seriously, "Brian, with your talent, this isn't a difficult matter. As long as you're willing to work hard, you'll definitely become a very powerful necromancer and obtain everything that you want." "Does that include Master Fanny?" Han Shuo subconsciously opened his mouth to ask. Fanny's heart suddenly trembled as she looked at Han Shuo looking at her with a dazed expression. Her cheeks suddenly flushed red and she flew into a rage out of humiliation. She yelled out, "Get out! Hurry up and scram, you lecherous bad boy!" His heart filled with joy, Han Shuo felt that Fanny seemed to be a bit interested in him. From their recent conversations, Han Shuo felt that Fanny had high hopes for him. After careful consideration, Han Shuo suddenly realized that it wasn't realistic for him to obtain Fanny's affection with his current strength and status. "Don't worry, I'll work hard. You'll see very soon." Pausing in front of the door, Han Shuo spoke in a low voice and left in the darkness. After leaving Fanny's room, Han Shuo didn't return to the dormitory that Fanny had arranged for him. This was because there were people watching the door to the dormitory, and the rooms inside were close to each other. Han Shuo didn't want to be discovered by others in order to avoid attracting the attention of Shadow Ghost and Grover. Especially when Han Shuo had heard Fanny mention that she felt as if someone was following her. This made Han Shuo even more vigilant, and he didn't dare easily expose himself in front of others. He thought to himself that it looked like he should buy a residence outside of the school, or else he wouldn't even have a place to stay when he returned to the Empire. If he had his own private residence, then he wouldn't have to go to the cemetery behind the academy to activate the magical matrix every time. Just as Han Shuo was silently thinking and walking to the side of the dark major library, he suddenly heard the sound of pages flipping. This made Han Shuo's heart abruptly jump, and he immediately and soundlessly hid himself in the shadows of a corner around the library. With a slight movement of his neck, the 3 original demons flew out soundlessly and snuck into the library in the middle of the night. 2 figures held a weak light in their hands, and Han Shuo saw 2 familiar faces under the dim light. Old Mage Duke and Senior Swordsman Eric. Han Shuo had obtained the green ball to open the Cemetery of Death from these 2 when he had been in the cemetery behind the Necromancy Major. The confident Eric had thought that Han Shuo would die without a doubt if he struck out with a sword filled with fighting aura, which was why he hadn't examined Han Shuo's body. Han Shuo hadn't thought that he would be able to see these 2 again after a few months in the Dark Major's library. Be careful. There are many strong characters in this Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Don't alarm others or we'll be in big trouble. Duke saw that Eric's movements were too large and immediately admonished him softly. I still haven't discovered anything. There aren't any records of the Eye of Darkness in some of the Necromancy Major's books. Eric's movements were a bit more gentle as he complained lowly. The Eye of Darkness is the key to opening the Cemetery of Death. We spent a lot of effort to obtain it, but didn't think that it would suddenly disappear without a trace. When Dylan died last time, the item wasn't on his body anymore. We went back and searched his place but didn't find anything. It's very strange why the item would suddenly disappear. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force has many books in the Necromancy Major. Perhaps we'll be able to find some clues. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the consequences if the higher-ups blame us. Duke glared hatefully at Eric and said lowly. Han Shuo, who was outside, had clearly observed the conversation and expressions of the 2 with the help of the original demons spying. He finally understood that the ball he controlled was called the Eye of Darkness. It looked like the 2 had the same intentions as him when they explored the Dark Major's library at night, and wanted to search for the secrets of the Eye of Darkness in the library. The 2 came up empty-handed after a while and left the library dejectedly. They followed the small path that led to the back of the Babylon Academy and quickly left. From their conversation, Han Shuo knew that these 2 seemed to be from a certain organization. Now that he had obtained the Eye of Darkness, Han Shuo wanted to know more secrets from these 2, and see if they would be a threat to him. With the help of the 3 original demons, Han Shuo followed the 2 from afar and slowly snuck along with them towards the back of the mountain. The 2 didn't pass through the direction of the cemetery in the back of the mountain. They started to change directions as soon as they left the boundaries of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force and quickly walked towards the northern streets. The 2 only walked in when they arrived at a remote courtyard in the northern district. The 3 original demons followed them all the way here. Just as the original demons were about to follow Han Shuo's intentions and burrow in to see what was going on, Han Shuo suddenly felt the original demons bump into something. Suddenly, he felt as if Yuan Mo had bumped into something. Then a voice came from the courtyard. Who is it? Han Shuo was startled and suddenly understood that there must have been some sort of boundary set up around the courtyard. Otherwise, with the original demon's formless state, they wouldn't have been discovered at all. Just as Han Shuo was surprised, the original demon seemed to sense danger and suddenly retreated quickly. Han Shuo, who was far away, hastily used his mind to control the original demons and fled in 3 different directions on the northern street as fast as he could. After a while, the 3 original demons returned to Han Shuo's body from 3 different directions. Only then did Han Shuo heave a sigh of relief. He remembered the courtyard clearly and knew that a strong character was stationed there. He temporarily gave up on continuing to observe. He was just about to leave when he discovered that this was a street in the northern district. This courtyard wasn't too far from Phoebe's residence. At this time, the sky was already beginning to brighten. Han Shuo remembered that he had promised the dwarves food and spent a few silver coins to eat breakfast on the way. He then walked towards Phoebe's residence. When Han Shuo arrived in front of Phoebe's residence, he immediately discovered that Phoebe's residence was now much more heavily guarded. Extremely faint breathing sounds could be heard from behind the door. It looked like there were experts lying in ambush inside. In addition, there was another place in the courtyard where Han Shuo couldn't feel any circulation of air. This made Han Shuo understand that some sort of boundary must have been set up. When he arrived in front of Phoebe's door, Han Shuo knocked lightly. Someone immediately arrived quickly when the knocking sounded. The person didn't immediately open the door, but asked softly from behind the door, "Who is it?" "I'm Brian. I've come to find Miss Phoebe." Han Shuo stood in front of the door and said softly, "Please wait a moment." The person inside responded as another set of footsteps quickly left. 2 sets of footsteps could be heard after a short while. "Is that Brian?" Fabian's voice sounded from the other side of the door. "It's me," Han Shuo responded. Breathing a sigh of relief, Fabian instructed, "Open the door, it is indeed Brian." The door opened and 2 swordsmen wearing silver armor stood on either side of Fabian. The lines on their faces were rough, with traces of being exposed to the elements for many years. They looked like 2 skilled fighters. "Hurry and come in, I haven't seen you for another 10 days. Phoebe always mentions you in front of me. She says that with you by her side, with your extraordinary reflexes, we can save a lot of trouble." Although a smile hung on Fabian's face, he still appeared a bit exhausted. "It looks like you haven't been doing too well lately. The last time I was here, the security wasn't as tight as it is now." Han Shuo swept his gaze over Fabian and opened his mouth to tease him. Sighing lightly, Fabian said, "Don't mention it. Miss Phoebe has already been assassinated 3 times in the 10 days since we returned from the banquet. Each time is more dangerous than the last. These people are from the Battlefire mercenary band and Miss Phoebe spent a great deal of money to invite them over. However, 3 of them have been injured and 2 have died in the past few days. It looks like Grover is starting to get anxious. It's just that we're in more and more danger now." Han Shuo felt 2 mages and 1 warrior in the surrounding corners as he walked towards the hall where the speaker was speaking. Their strength seemed to be quite impressive. With so many experts protecting them and Phoebe's strength as a swordmaster, it looked like Grover and Shadow Ghost were indeed quite frightening with so many casualties. The 3 original demons once again soundlessly flew out from the back of Han Shuo's neck and avoided the boundary set up by the Battlefire mercenary band. They concealed themselves in 3 different directions on the roof and silently observed everything around them. After a while, Phoebe walked in with a tall, beautiful woman with fiery red hair and a ponytail. This woman had bronze skin and a tall, muscular, and beautiful figure. She had a large chest, butt, and body and a broadsword on her back. She looked like a swordsman. "Brian, I finally see you again. How wonderful." Phoebe looked at Han Shuo with pleasant surprise. "Phoebe, this is the amazing Brian that you've been talking about?" The muscular woman with fiery red hair looked at Han Shuo with a face full of suspicion as she spoke. "Yes, Candace. Let me see if he's as amazing as you say." Candace snorted lightly and drew the broadsword on her back, slashing fiercely at Han Shuo. When the broadsword was drawn, red flames spread to the entire broadsword like a fire dragon. It looked like she was a magical swordsman. Chapter 83. Han Shuo never would have thought that this girl would make a move as soon as she said so. She didn't even give him a chance to say another word. Before the broadsword neared his body, the scorching temperature was already making his skin feel a bit uncomfortable. Snorting coldly, the demon slayer edge suddenly appeared in Han Shuo's left hand. Han Shuo imbued it with magical yuan and activated it, using the mystical glacial spellfire method. The dark red demon slayer edge suddenly emitted a faint purple cold air, and the temperature in the room suddenly changed. Candace's side was scorching hot, while Han Shuo's side was eerily cold. The 2 swords in their hands hadn't yet met when the hot and cold auras had already met. Wisps of white smoke rippled out. However, what astonished Phoebe was that Han Shuo's purple cold air was different from any ice magic she'd seen before. It was like a living creature, and could even bend as it advanced. When Han Shuo's and Candace's swords collided, A ferocious force mixed with fighting aura crashed onto Han Shua's demon's lair edge like a hammer. Han Shua's body staggered back a few steps, but when his fighting aura surged into the demon's lair edge, he found it difficult to move an inch. He had no way of breaking through the demon's lair edge's obstruction and harming Han Shua. Candace, on the other hand, suddenly cried out loudly. When the white smoke dissipated, Han Shua looked at Candace again and discovered that the broadsword in her hand had a chip on it. It looked like it had been cut by the demon's lair edge. Candace should have the strength of a senior swordsman, and because she also possessed fire magic, her strength was even more unfathomable. The broadsword in her hand should be an exceedingly high-quality magic sword, and had the effect of amplifying the fusion of fire magic. Who would have thought that such a good sword would be damaged by Han Shua in an instant? Just as Candace looked at the broadsword in her hand with a face full of shock and anger, seemingly planning on continuing to attack Han Shua, Phoebe, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. "All right, Candace, Brian's forte isn't brute force. I've already said that his miraculous abilities come from his extraordinary senses. He destroyed my magic sword." Candace glared at Han Shua before complaining to Phoebe. "Serves you right. You asked for it. If you don't change your reckless temper, you'll suffer a lot in the future." Phoebe flicked a helpless glance at Candace and advised with good intentions. Her beautiful eyes swept over Han Shua and focused on the demon's lair edge in Han Shua's hands. Phoebe revealed an extremely interested expression and exclaimed, "Is this the weapon you want to forge? Can I take a look?" "There's nothing to look at, it's just a bit sharper than ordinary weapons." Han Shua put away the demon's lair edge without batting an eyelid and smiled at Phoebe. "Humph, petty," Phoebe exclaimed softly and then pointed at Candace, introducing her to Han Shua. "This is the vice chief of the Battlefire mercenary band, Candace. She's a friend I knew in the past. Her temper is a bit brash, but she's actually a good person. Don't mind her." Nodding, Han Shua flicked a glance at Candace and said with a smile, "I don't mind, I just hope she doesn't hate me. Heh. It's just a magic sword. Not to mention that it hasn't been completely damaged. I won't be so petty. Phoebe, you guys discuss your private matters. I'll guard the door for you outside. I hope that damned Grover knows his place." Candace glared disdainfully at Han Shua and then looked at the broadsword in her hands with a face full of heartache, walking outside with large strides. As he watched Candace walk out of the room, Han Shua felt that although this girl's temper was a bit brash, she wasn't a petty or hateful person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left so easily. "I've come this time to buy some rations from you, and also to ask you to help me find a secluded place to live. It doesn't have to be a large place, as long as it's guaranteed that no one will discover it." Han Shua didn't mince his words as he looked at Phoebe and went straight to the point. "No problem. How much food do you need?" Phoebe was quite straightforward and didn't put it off at all. She first agreed and then asked about the amount of food. "About 100 people. Enough to support a winter's worth of rations," Han Shua responded. When these words were spoken, Phoebe looked at Han Shua with an odd expression. When Han Shua felt uneasy all over, Phoebe finally said in confusion, "What do you want to do?" "A winter's worth of rations for 100 people. Are you planning on leaving the Empire?" Shaking his head with a rueful smile, Han Shua knew that she would be suspicious. He said, "Don't think too much. I'm helping a friend resolve some difficult problems. I won't be leaving the Empire in the short term if I don't eliminate Grover. There's no problem with the rations, but you'll have to give me a few days to prepare. Also, a secluded place to live. I'd advise you not to live alone outside for the time being because Grover and the people from Shadow Ghost have always viewed you as a thorn in their side. If I help you find a place to live, perhaps Grover will find some clues. If you don't mind, you can live here temporarily. That way we can look out for each other. When Grover's threat has been eliminated, this house can be left to you, and we can return to the Buzzed Merchant Guild. What do you think?" Phoebe thought for a moment and looked directly at Han Shua. Hearing Phoebe's words, Han Shua thought carefully and felt that there was some truth to her words. However, Han Shua was a bit hesitant to take this residence. After all, even if the threat of Grover was eliminated, Shadow Ghost was still an enormous assassin organization. They would always be a threat if they knew where he was hiding. "I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, as long as Grover is eliminated, I have a way to make sure Shadow Ghost doesn't make trouble for us again. I've officially taken charge of the Merchant Guild recently, and am currently collecting evidence of Grover's crimes. Grandpa Andrew is also fully supporting me. Uncle Andrew has even found traces of Old Thing Grover's mistress and has sent people to seize it now. I think Grover is probably even more afraid than we are right now. Phoebe saw Han Shua furrow his brow and couldn't help but speak comfortingly. Nodding, Han Shua said, "All right then, I'll live here for now. I'll leave after Grover is eliminated." "That's great. With you here, those damned assassins won't be able to ambush us at all," Phoebe said joyfully when she saw that Han Shua had agreed. Phoebe then had Fabian arrange a room for Han Shua. Han Shua's room was quite spacious and had all the usual amenities. He was only separated from Phoebe's room by a wall. When night fell, Han Shua sat cross-legged on the bed in the room and began to concentrate, continuing to train his magical yuan as usual. Han Shua's current magical realm had reached the molded spirit stage. This stage was mainly a process of developing the potential of the brain. As long as he could make it through this stage, Han Shua's entire being, whether it was memory, comprehension, or observation skills, would receive a large increase. His brain would be much more intelligent than the average person. However, it was precisely because this stage was a type of development of the brain's potential that it was especially dangerous. One careless mistake could cause one to sink into a stage where the mind would be completely muddled and act based on instinct. In serious cases, even if one recovered, they could still suffer from amnesia or split personality disorder. Han Shua, who was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed, saw that his head was enveloped in a patch of dark light. It was as if a ball of black lightning had wrapped around Han Shua's head, continuously releasing astonishing lightning from within. Han Shua continued in this state for an unknown amount of time. He let out a light breath and also stopped practicing with a bit of trepidation. After knowing the horrors of the molded spirit stage, Han Shua himself was also very careful. Every time he trained, he chose to do it in a very quiet environment, not daring to let anything disturb him. After stopping his magical yuan, Han Shua saw that his mental state was still fine and couldn't help but carefully meditate again, wanting to continue meditating to increase his mental strength. Suddenly, his mind rumbled, and the speed at which his mental strength gathered in accordance with Han Shua's will was many times faster than usual. Han Shua could very clearly feel the presence of the undead that existed everywhere between heaven and earth. Through the use of his mental strength, Han Shua could even gather the presence of the undead bit by bit, and could also feel the method in which the presence of the undead was gathered. This was something that could not be achieved when casting magic normally. This time's meditation seemed to have allowed Han Shua to suddenly enter a wondrous state. Han Shua could clearly feel the growth of his mental strength, and it was much faster than usual. Although the benefits were not as great as when he used the Eye of Darkness to train, the mental strength obtained from this kind of meditation was very clear and natural, and there was no pain at all. When Han Shua woke from his meditation, he suddenly remembered that the first two levels of magical yuan training focused on the training of the body, meridians, and bones, but this level of molded spirit was completely for the training of the brain's potential. The meditation of mages completely relied on the brain to gather mental strength, and would never train other parts of the body. From the looks of it, if the potential of Han Shua's brain was greatly increased, then the speed at which his brain gathered mental strength through meditation would naturally increase as well. This would definitely have immeasurable benefits for Han Shua's future training in magic. As expected, the training of the same evil method in two different worlds can indeed complement each other. It looks like even without the Eye of Darkness in the future, the mental strength I obtain from meditation will still be much faster than that of ordinary mages. Han Shua was delighted as he murmured to himself, "Phoebe, have you fallen for this stinking brat?" Just at this moment, faint voices of conversation drifted over from next door. The soundproofing of this house was not bad, and if it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to hear the conversation in the other room. But Han Shua was naturally no ordinary person. His ears were perversely sensitive, and he clearly heard the whispers of the two girls in the dead of the night. "Candace, what nonsense are you saying? Brian has helped me many times. We're just friends who have fought side by side." Phoebe's voice was extremely low as she defended herself. "No way, if you're just friends who have fought side by side, why do you always protect him and give him such high praise?" I keep feeling that you treat him a bit differently. Has something happened between the two of you? With my intuition as an experienced mercenary, your feelings for him are definitely different from others. Candace's voice was filled with thick distrust as she spoke in a very professional manner. There really hasn't been anything. We've been good friends for so many years, would I lie to you? Oh right, what do you think of Brian? What do you mean? Every aspect. 2 words: odd. Whether it's his skills, the strange sword in his hand, or even his identity and origins, they all seem quite odd. I think he's certainly hiding a secret behind him. You'd best be on your guard against him. I'm not asking you these things. I already know these things and don't need you to remind me. I just want to ask how he is. Phoebe's voice was odd as she opened her mouth again. Humph, and you say you're just a normal friend to him? I don't think you care so much about friends. This person's looks aren't bad, but he's not handsome either. I haven't had any contact with other people, but according to what you've said, he doesn't seem to be much. Being greedy for money and power doesn't seem to have any merits. Han Shua heard every word of their conversation, and was cursing Candace inwardly when the 3 original demons that had been released in the distance suddenly sensed the approach of the assassins. There were 10 assassins in this wave, and the leader was dressed in black. His body floated in midair and looked to be an archmage. Through the vision of the original demons, Han Shua saw that Grover had also appeared in the distance. Grover had a nervous and cautious expression on his face. Ellis and the other experts that had always followed him had all moved out this time. It looked like Grover was staking everything on one throw, and was planning on making it difficult for Phoebe to escape with this wave. The 3 original demons slowly changed their direction according to Han Shua's thoughts, carefully avoiding the coverage of the archmage's mental strength and carefully probing the strength and number of people coming. It was the wee hours of the night, and the guards of the heavily guarded northern part of the city would change shifts at this time. This would take a few minutes, and the northern part of the city would be the most relaxed at this time. It looked like the newcomers had already thoroughly investigated the situation here. Han Shua gauged the strength of the people on this side, and for the first time, a feeling of disaster rose up in his heart. He could no longer continue listening to Phoebe and Candace's conversation at this time. He walked out of the room as fast as he could and kicked open the door to Phoebe's room, disregarding the taboo and directly barging into her room. Chapter 84. What are you doing? Candace's face turned pale with fright as she suddenly stood up. On the other side, Phoebe seemed to have been about to undress and get ready for bed. She also jumped in fright when she saw Han Shua rush over and hastily pulled up her clothes, looking at Han Shua with a face full of panic. Grover's men and Shadow Ghost's men have arrived together. Don't waste words and think of a way to deal with them. Han Shua's face was dark as he growled lowly at the 2 frantic women. Candace still had some doubts when these words left her mouth and was about to express her confusion when Phoebe's face turned grave as she yelled, "Candace, listen to him. Brian wouldn't make a mistake." Candace didn't believe Han Shua, but she did believe Phoebe. When she heard Phoebe's words, she immediately drew the broadsword from her back and nodded at Phoebe. Like a ball of fire, she suddenly rushed out. Candace's low voice of warning immediately sounded from outside the room. Phoebe didn't waste words either as she casually grabbed a robe from the side of the bed and put it on. Her space ring suddenly flashed and a long sword flashing with cold light appeared in Phoebe's hand. Nodding at Phoebe, Han Shua quickly made his way outside the room and saw Candace standing outside, giving instructions in a low voice. Relying on the vision of the original demons, Han Shua closed his eyes and suddenly opened his mouth. 3 people are approaching 100 meters to the left. 2 warriors and a mage. The mage is the wind adept Mage Ellis. There's an archmage leading 4 warriors and an archer in front of them. They're 130 meters away from here, and are moving stealthily from the rooftops. They should be Shadow Ghost's men. There's a few people hiding in an alley 50 meters to the right, and they seem to be setting up a trap. Han Shua closed his eyes and continuously described the positions of the swiftly approaching people in detail, as if he was personally in the midst of the battle. Candace didn't quite believe it at first. She wouldn't believe it even if she were beaten to death that he could so clearly detect human movements from so far away. However, as soon as Phoebe walked out of the room, she immediately followed Han Shua's description and asked Candace to arrange for people to defend. Miss Phoebe, I hope you are prepared to retreat this time. Based on my estimation, I think that even with you as a swordsman, we might not be their match. If the situation is not good, I hope you will not stay here. But no matter how dangerous it is, don't retreat to the right, that's a dead end. Han Shua suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Phoebe as he spoke solemnly. Thank you, Brian. I know what to do. You have to be careful too. Phoebe trusted Han Shua quite a bit. When she saw Han Shua warn her so solemnly, she immediately understood that this time would be extremely dangerous. She immediately nodded solemnly to express her understanding. Taking a deep breath, Han Shua took out the Demon Slayer edge and held it in his hand. He inspected the dagger hidden on his body and the steel needle in his leg. He then held the crossbow in his left hand and leapt onto a large tree nearby. The shadows of the house perfectly concealed Han Shua's body. Han Shua stared at the left side with a solemn and calm expression, not moving an inch. They're here indeed. Everyone spread out carefully. As a swordsman, Phoebe finally heard the footsteps and rejoiced at her trust in Han Shua. She cast a meaningful glance at Candace beside her. It was only now that Candace looked in shock at Han Shua, who was hidden in the darkness. She never would have thought that Han Shua would be so amazing. Not only could he detect people's movements from a distance of 100 meters, but it was as if he had a pair of eyes in the sky and could clearly detect the enemy's movements. Candace was a seasoned mercenary after all. After a brief moment of shock, she glanced at Phoebe and the two leapt up at the same time, hiding on either side of Han Shua and also hiding in the shadows. Boo. Brian, can you slowly inform me of the enemy's movements so that I can tell the people below to be careful? Candace was a meter away from Han Shua and said softly, maintaining this posture. Even his expression didn't change. Han Shua's voice was low as he faintly described the enemy's movements in detail. Candace held a magical tool in her hand and used it to give instructions to the mercenaries lying in ambush in other directions in the yard. The three people on Grover's side, led by Ellis, were the first to arrive. They stopped on a rooftop to the side. Han Shua and the others didn't make a move until the archmage hovering in the air appeared in front of the front door with a few shadow ghosts, experts. Only then did they hold their breaths and prepare to act at a moment's notice. The archmage didn't see how he moved. All that could be seen was that he, completely shrouded in a black robe, used an almost inaudible voice to chant a few incantations. Strong magical pulses suddenly emanated from the surroundings of Phoebe's residence, and then all the rooms began to shake violently as if a great earthquake had occurred. At the same time, the four warriors behind him quickly spread out. An archer retreated to the roof of a nearby building and surveyed the surroundings from above. Ellis saw the earth shake violently like a giant beast awakening, and nodded to the two warriors in front of him. The two of them leapt down and landed in the yard below. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 5 arrows suddenly revealed themselves in the darkness. They were like 5 ruthless poisonous snakes lurking in the depths of a deep pond, quickly biting towards the 2 warriors who had just landed. The 2 had been hiding their tracks all along, but hadn't expected to be attacked so fiercely as soon as they landed. Their hearts jumped in fright and they hastily swung their swords to defend themselves. 3 of the arrows were cut in half and 1 was dodged by the 2. Only the arrow shot by Phoebe nailed into the calf of one of the warriors. When the 2 had landed, they'd already triggered the boundary that had been set up there. 3 bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Under the illumination of the lightning, Han Shua could clearly see that there were iron wires as thin as hair. These iron wires were entangled with each other, and when the 2 landed, their ankles just happened to be entangled by these iron wires. With the help of the iron wire, the electricity spread out in an instant, forming a bright and beautiful silver net of electricity in that area. The 2 of them spasmed, their mouths letting out mournful howls of pain. The uninjured person was shocked by the electricity and nimbly swung his sword to cut through the iron wires. The other warrior, who had been shot in the calf, foamed at the mouth, and his hair was charred as he slowly fell into the electric net. Not good, there's an ambush. Ellis, who'd been planning to follow them down, suddenly shouted loudly when he saw the 2 warriors fall, warning the assassins of Shadow Ghosts, who were attacking from the front. Crack crack. The front door split apart and 4 black-clad warriors rushed in with swords in hand. They patrolled the courtyard in 2 directions. The archmage floated into the courtyard, the staff in his left hand wrapped in a long black sleeve. As he waved it, the surrounding rooms collapsed one after another with a violent earthquake. 2 of the Battlefire mercenary band members who'd been hiding in the surrounding rooms were directly crushed to death by the collapsing houses. The other 3 had no choice but to rush out as well, all of them holding weapons in the courtyard. However, Han Shuo took a look and discovered that there was only a senior swordsman, a lightning journeyman mage, and an archer left. The archmage waved the staff in his hand and an enormous magical pulse appeared once again. 3 earth dragons that looked like icicles suddenly broke out of the ground and stabbed towards the 3 Battlefire mercenary band members that had appeared. The senior swordsman and journeyman mage dodged in time and nimbly dodged to the side before disaster befell them. The archer had raised his bow and focused his attention on the archmage, but didn't have the time to fire before the earth dragon suddenly rose from the soles of his feet and rammed into his chest. The enormous force caused him to die on the spot. Han Shuo, who was calmly controlling his breathing, could clearly feel Phoebe and Candace's breathing grow heavier at the same time. It looked like because of this person's death, the composure they'd been maintaining had completely vanished. Phoebe and Candace shot their crossbow bolts at the same time, flying towards the Earth Archmage who'd released the Earth Dragons. The 2's crossbow bolts had a powerful momentum, but the Archmage waved his left hand and a wall suddenly rose from the ground. The 2's crossbow bolts hit the wall and didn't cause any damage to the killer. In the shadow of the tree, Ellis didn't hide his voice again and suddenly spoke in his original voice. The whistling of wind blades sounded along with his voice. Phoebe and Candace immediately jumped out from Han Shuo's side when they heard the sound of the wind blades. Phoebe wielded a long sword that shone with dazzling light as she charged towards the Archmage with the fastest speed possible. Candace's broadsword rose into the sky with tongues of flame, making Candace look like a fire elf in the darkness as she quickly closed in on Ellis. Han Shuo held his crossbow and didn't move as he hid in the shadow of the tree. He didn't even make a move to block the oncoming wind blades. A few wind blades sliced through tree branches, and 2 of them landed on Han Shuo's waist. However, Han Shuo grit his teeth and held on. He didn't move at all, and even his breathing and heartbeat were maintained at an astonishingly steady level. Phoebe and Candace's flight from the tree had thoroughly ignited the flames of battle. Because the Earth Archmage had caused the entire house to collapse with a large earthquake, many of the traps set up by the Battlefire mercenary band had been rendered ineffective. Phoebe knew very well how frightening an Archmage was, so she set her sights on the Archmage and immediately attacked with all her might. When Phoebe moved, 2 of the senior swordsmen from Shadow Ghost immediately joined up with the Archmage. They faced Phoebe with a combination of 2 fighters and 1 mage. In the distance, an archer from Shadow Ghost, along with 2 other swordsmen and Ellis, started attacking the people from the Battlefire mercenary band. Candace, wielding her broadsword, created a tongue of flame with every swing. The broadsword blossomed with an eye-catching light in the dark night, forcing the wind mage Ellis to continuously retreat. Ellis, borrowing the power of the wind, was nimble. As he rapidly retreated, he sent tornadoes of wind blades towards Candace. When a journeyman swordsman from Shadow Ghost arrived in front of Ellis and joined forces with him to deal with Candace, the originally awe-inspiring Candace suddenly seemed a bit strained. At this moment, whether it was Phoebe's side, Ellis, or the people from Shadow Ghost, they were all exposed in the damaged yard. Han Shuo was the only one present, still hidden in the darkness. He endured the 2 wind blades and waited for the most opportune moment to attack. Similarly, at a disadvantage, Phoebe and Candace saw that Han Shuo had yet to make an appearance, and couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation in their dejected hearts. The 2 girls were both intelligent and had already guessed what Han Shuo was planning by hiding there at the risk of being injured. They both understood tacitly and led their opponents towards the direction of the large tree. After a while, Phoebe and Candace, who were struggling to fight their enemies, gathered under the tree where Han Shuo was hiding. They were blocked off by the Archmage, Ellis, and the others. "Beautiful Miss Phoebe, after a few battles, I greatly admire your strength, but this time you won't have any more chances. I'm very sorry." Ellis laughed softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind howled in the air in front of him, forming a violent tornado. The broken trees and rocks in the surroundings were all blown into the air by the tornado and swept towards Phoebe and Candace. The archmage didn't make a sound and raised his left hand, for tall earthen walls rose from the ground, completely trapping Phoebe and Candace like a cage. The long sword in Phoebe's hand rippled with a ball of piercing milky white light. The light formed the shape of a cross and blasted through a wall of earth, leaping out together with Candace. At this moment, the swordsmen who had been waiting on the side immediately made their moves to deal with Phoebe and Candace. Ellis had a sinister smile on his face as he gathered his mental strength and slowly manipulated the tornado to engulf the two. At this moment, a crossbow bolt pierced through the air and suddenly shot towards the earth archmage, who was completely shrouded in a black robe. The archmage leaned to the side and a swordsman next to him blocked the bolt with a wave of his hand. At this moment, a bone spear appeared out of thin air and also shot towards the archmage with a sharp whistle. The archmage seemed to be a bit impatient as he opened his left hand slightly and earth element magic gathered. A stone slab flew out of the ground and smashed the bone spear flying towards him. The archmage had just breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to search for the enemy hiding in the shadows when a ghastly howl suddenly sounded. Ellis clutched his chest not far away and raised his head to look at the large tree above his head in terror. A sharp weapon drilled out like a poisonous dragon and whistled out of his chest. An arrow of blood uncontrollably spurted out from the bloody hole in Ellis' chest. Ellis' head faced the sky as his knees suddenly gave way and he knelt on the ground. He then paused and his body fell backwards. Chapter 85. Ellis' sudden death caused the concealed Han Shuo to be completely exposed. When the demon's lair edge made an arc and returned to Han Shuo's hand, Han Shuo also leapt down from the tree. At this moment, the Thunder Journeyman mage of the Battlefire mercenary band had an arrow lodged in his left ribs at some point. It looked like he'd been shot by the archer from Shadow Ghost on the distant rooftop. The other senior swordsman was also spitting up fresh blood. His body also seemed to have been slashed by wind blades as drops of fresh blood dripped to the ground from his body. "Get out of here." Han Shuo landed and sized up the situation. He understood that even though Ellis had been ambushed and killed, his side was still at a disadvantage. He immediately made the decision to retreat. From the arrival of the group of killers until the wave of attacks just now, everything had actually happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. The killers from Shadow Ghost still had plenty of time to slowly kill his group before the city guards had finished changing shifts. Especially when the original demons that Han Shuo had set up in the distance detected that the people who had set up the trap earlier were also rushing over. He naturally understood that his side would have even less of a chance of victory when they arrived. Phoebe and Candace's beautiful eyes had already sparkled when they heard Han Shuo's decision to retreat. They seemed to have started considering the route of retreat. Before the two girls could decide, Han Shuo's thoughts raced as he suddenly thought of a place. A mischievous smile appeared on his face and he suddenly opened his mouth. "Follow me." Han Shuo's body abruptly dashed towards the wall of a collapsed house. The demon's lair edge flew out of his hand like a venomous dragon drill, and a large hole suddenly opened up with a violent explosion. Han Shuo caught the demon's lair edge after coming over, and had already dashed out of the hole. Phoebe and Candace were right next to Han Shuo and were the closest to the hole in the back. After Han Shuo's body moved, the two beauties didn't waste any time. They also flew over, and in the blink of an eye, they broke through the big hole and escaped. When the remaining two mercenaries from Warfire saw that Candace and Phoebe had left, they looked at each other and also began to flee in two different directions. "Don't worry about the others. Go after those two women." Only at this moment did the black-robed archmage suddenly speak. His voice was extremely sharp and unpleasant to the ears. Therefore, all the assassins gave up on the two wounded and quickly darted into the hole under the archmage's orders, chasing after Han Shuo's trio. Han Shuo, who had cultivated demonic arts, was extremely fast as he flew. The two beauties, Phoebe and Candace, who were also warriors, didn't lag behind either. They didn't care about anything else and only focused on chasing after Han Shuo. One of the original demons had long since snuck onto Han Shuo's path. With an extra pair of eyes, Han Shuo weaved through the alleys and courtyards, choosing remote places to escape to. With the existence of the original demon, Han Shuo could see everything clearly and wouldn't get lost at all. Slowly, Han Shuo's group of three actually used the terrain to shake off their pursuers. A fork in the road suddenly appeared in front of them. One path led in an even more winding direction, while the other path was much more spacious. There weren't many places to hide in the middle. Phoebe and Candace followed a few steps behind Han Shuo, and were extremely shocked at Han Shuo's familiarity with the terrain. They watched with wide eyes as Han Shuo actually used his familiarity with the terrain to pull away from the assassins behind them. When the fork in the road appeared in front of them, the two naturally thought that Han Shuo would charge into the more winding path and take the opportunity to shake off their pursuers. They didn't think that Han Shuo would suddenly stop and casually take out a black mask to cover his face. He even tossed two to Phoebe and Candace, hurriedly instructing, "Put it on." Candace was hesitating when Phoebe had already put on the mask without another word, completely covering her beautiful face. Seeing that the pursuers had already appeared at the corner of the street, Phoebe's little mouth behind the mask suddenly urged Candace, "Hurry up." Candace didn't hesitate any longer when Phoebe spoke up and hastily put on the mask. She then took out a set of black night clothes from her space ring, and seemed to be planning on putting them on as well. "No need to wear black clothes, let's go." Han Shuo suddenly spoke and looked at the pursuers behind him. His body, which had paused for a few seconds, moved once again and actually missed another quiet and winding path, running towards another wide and unobstructed road instead. Even Phoebe was startled, not understanding what Han Shuo meant by doing this. However, this wasn't the time to ask. Based on her trust in Han Shuo, Phoebe lightly pulled on Candace and decisively ran after Han Shuo. "Don't rush at full speed. We need to let the people behind us see our tracks." Han Shuo lowered his body a bit and was almost shoulder to shoulder with Phoebe and Candace as he spoke in a low voice to the two girls. "What the hell are you doing? If we hadn't stopped and had taken the path just now, I think we would have escaped already. Why did you go to the trouble of covering your face with a mask? They know that our clothes are useless and will only make us look like idiots." Candace complained. "Heh, I didn't cover my face with a mask to hide it from them. I just didn't want the other group to see our faces. When I came yesterday, I discovered another group of sneaky people in a house in front of us. These people are also very strong and their secretive ways of doing things are definitely not good. If the people from Shadow Ghost meet them, I think something will definitely happen. Perhaps we can also take care of the danger of Shadow Ghost in one go." Han Shuo used a sinister voice to explain simply. "You're so despicable." Candace was stunned and immediately spoke up. "Brian, we can't bring danger to innocent people. Are you sure they're not good people?" Phoebe was startled and asked Han Shuo. "Don't worry, I'm sure they're not good people. I even saw them sneaking into our Babylon Academy to steal things yesterday. How could they be good people with that kind of way of doing things?" Han Shuo assured Phoebe and then suddenly said in a low voice, "Pay attention. It's the courtyard in front of us. I'll attack from long range in a moment and then we'll immediately flash to the back of that courtyard. We must not expose our tracks no matter what." Suddenly increasing their speed, Han Shuo, Phoebe, and Candace quickly rushed towards a courtyard in front of them. When they reached the front door, Han Shuo suddenly took out his crossbow and fired an arrow without aiming. He also took out a steel needle and threw it into the courtyard. After doing all this, Han Shuo pulled Phoebe and Candace to a hiding place that the original demons had long since chosen. A square, lidless stone box that was piled with trash behind the house. "Oh, it stinks." Candace immediately covered her nose and exclaimed softly as soon as she entered. Phoebe also covered her nose, her eyes filled with disgust and discomfort. The place was very narrow and there were even a few trash bags piled up. Han Shuo crouched in the middle with Phoebe and Candace crouching on either side of Han Shuo. The three bodies were pressed together, and Candace and Phoebe could smell the stench. Han Shuo naturally couldn't avoid it either, and could only use the mask on his face to block his nose. Han Shuo didn't say anything and used his hand to make a shushing gesture at the two, indicating that they should speak less and pay attention to the surroundings. "There's an enemy." A low cry sounded from within the courtyard and then light footsteps sounded from within, seeming to be searching for traces of the newcomers. At this moment, Han Shuo, Phoebe, and Candace crouched there and saw the Archmage hovering in the air in the distance, hurrying over with a few assassins from Shadow Ghost. "They've gone in, it's this courtyard." A swordsman immediately began reporting to the Archmage when he arrived. The black-robed Archmage nodded and waved the magic staff covered by his left sleeve. A strong magical ripple once again appeared. The earthquake spell that had appeared in Phoebe's house once again appeared in this courtyard. House after house collapsed with the release of the Archmage's earthquake spell. Chaotic curses suddenly sounded from inside. Duke, Eric, and a few other people in the courtyard didn't say a word as their fighting aura surged and their magic shot out, raining down on the black-robed Archmage. Duke was also hovering in the air. He was actually an Archmage as well. Hundreds of wind blades formed into a tornado as he completed his wind magic incantation, sweeping towards the black-robed Archmage and the others. The tornado formed from the wind blades was incredibly powerful and sent sand and rocks flying everywhere it passed. Several small trees in its path fell into it and were immediately broken into splinters. Damn it, why is there an Archmage here? Grover didn't tell us. A sharp cry of surprise came from the black-robed Archmage's mouth. He deployed a wall of earth in front of him and quickly retreated. The swordsman from Grover's group and the archer from Shadow Ghost were caught off guard and were both pulled in by the violent tornado. Following a series of shrill cries, the flesh and blood of the two splattered everywhere. Then they were covered in a bloody mist, and not long after, they lost all signs of life. After them, Duke coldly snorted and led Eric and a few others out of the ruined courtyard. They chased after the shadow ghosts that had already started to escape. Along the way, magic continued to collide, and the sound of explosions rang out continuously. And where did these people come from? They're so strong. Candace murmured with a face full of surprise after they'd left. This courtyard has become ruins again and there's no one inside. We don't need to stay here anymore. Phoebe hastily jumped out from within and distanced herself from the stone box that contained the trash. After Candace and Hanshua walked out, Hanshua said with a light smile, "The city guards should have finished changing in at this time. I wonder if these two groups of people will alarm the city guards." "You're sinister, all right. What should we do next?" Candace had unknowingly taken Hanshua to be her pillar of support at this moment. Seeing that the danger had been averted and that Hanshua had brought enormous trouble to Shadow Ghost and Grover's men, she couldn't help but continue asking Hanshua questions. "Miss Phoebe, I think I might be able to find out where Grover's mistress is?" Hanshua suddenly spoke up at this moment. Wild joy appeared on her face as Phoebe stared at Hanshua with a face full of excitement and asked urgently, "Where is she? Come with me. It looks like we won't be able to rest tonight." Hanshua shrugged his shoulders helplessly and identified the direction. He led the way through the wide road and walked towards a dark and narrow alley. Grover had appeared from the very beginning. After Ellis and Shadow Ghost's men had charged into Phoebe's house, Grover had stayed in a house in the distance and waited for news. One of the three original demons had remained at Grover's place to keep an eye on him. Grover only left on his own when Phoebe's house had collapsed. He didn't return to the Bust Merchant Guild, but instead boarded a carriage that had been arranged beforehand and said to the coachman, "Go to where Carol lives, be careful." Hanshua had heard Phoebe say last time that Grover's mistress was called Carol, so he'd informed Phoebe and Candace. If the three original demons were too far away from Hanshua, it would be very difficult to control. When Grover had left, Duke had just made contact with the people from Shadow Ghost. As Grover's carriage sped along, Hanshua found it more and more difficult to control the original demons. Phoebe and Candace immediately approached Grover with all their might as soon as they agreed. When the sky had just begun to brighten, Hanshua brought Phoebe and Candace to the streets in the west of the city. Compared to the north and south of the city, this place appeared dirty and messy. There was trash everywhere on the road, and a few beggars wore thin clothing in such cold weather. They curled up in the surrounding trash piles, seeming to want to use the trash bags to obtain a trace of warmth. Who would have thought that with Grover's identity, he would come to these slums? He hid his mistress here. No wonder we couldn't find her. Grover isn't an easy person to deal with, all right. Phoebe furrowed her brow as she looked around and said to Hanshua in a low voice, "All right, this should be the place. Come with me, I don't think Grover can escape this time." Hanshua had already seen Grover enter a dirty, dilapidated house through the original demons. He said a few words to Phoebe and Candace, then immediately circled around the trash in front of them and burrowed into an alley filled with flies. Although they were extremely disgusted with this place, Phoebe and Candace still braced themselves and burrowed in with Hanshua. Their 4 hands continuously flapped in an attempt to chase away the flies around them. Chapter 86. Han Shuo, Phoebe, and Candace walked into the dirty and dilapidated house and discovered that the interior was very clean and tidy. Some of the decorations could even be considered extravagant. Who would have thought that the dirty and dilapidated house was only on the outside, and that the interior was very high class? After entering, Candace fiercely shut the door tightly and made an unconcealed ping sound. She raised her broadsword in her hand and blocked the way out. Candace, you don't need to be so careful. My good uncle doesn't know any martial arts or magic. He won't be able to escape this time. Phoebe's mask had long since been taken off her face, revealing her stunning features. She sat down casually and looked coldly at a room with an open door. Han Shuo sized up the surroundings and used the original demons to observe the surroundings. He only minded his own business after discovering that no suspicious characters had appeared and poured himself a cup of warm tea, greedily taking 2 sips. A dejected Grover walked out of the open room and looked at Phoebe with a ghastly smile. Good niece. Who would have thought that you'd been hiding your strength all this time? Has Carol already been captured by you? Phoebe started and then looked at Grover in surprise. She shook her head and said, No, I've only just discovered this place. Let Carol live and I'll give you everything you want, including my life. Grover knew that he couldn't escape death when things had come to this and actually let go of everything. I'm sorry, Carol isn't in my hands. If I'm not wrong, I think Grandpa Andrew has sent people here. I think Grandpa Andrew sent someone here. Your mistress should have been taken away by Grandpa Andrew's people. I have no right to decide whether she lives or dies. Phoebe shook her head and stared coldly at Grover. She opened her mouth again. Did you kill my father? Yes, I poisoned him to death. Since you know everything, I have nothing to hide. What else do you want to know? Grover's face was numb as he nodded stiffly. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo could clearly feel the suppressed anger from Phoebe's body. He saw Phoebe slowly stand up and look at Han Shuo and Candace, saying, I want to be alone with my good uncle. Brian, can you guys wait for me outside? Nodding, Han Shuo put down his teacup and left with Candace, stopping at the mouth of the alley in the distance. Hey, can I ask you a question? After walking out of the room, Candace stood in front of Han Shuo and kept sizing him up. She finally couldn't help but ask after a while. Han Shuo had been thinking about Duke's background with his head lowered when he heard Candace's question. Candace was a bit taller as a woman, and her skin wasn't fair, but rather a bronze color that came from being exposed to the sun for many years. Her figure appeared quite fit and tall, her twin peaks bulging as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. Her pair of strong, beautiful legs were full of explosive power, and she was as difficult to deal with as a hot mare waiting to be tamed. What question? Han Shuo didn't have a good impression of Candace, but he didn't dislike her either. Why are you so clear about the assassin's attacks, as if you've seen every single one of them? Candace's face was full of curiosity as she looked at Han Shuo with interest. There's a magic called Eye of the Sky. You've probably heard of it? The method I use is similar to this magic. Of course there are some differences, but I can't tell you the specifics. Han Shuo flicked a glance at her and said faintly, Even the 2 archmages weren't able to detect your method. It's quite miraculous indeed. Can you teach this method to us? If our mercenary band obtains this method, it will greatly increase the success rate of our missions. We're willing to pay a generous price for it. I've heard that you're also a merchant. You can name a price no matter how high it is, it's negotiable. Other forms of compensation are fine as well, as long as our mercenary band can do it. Candace looked at Han Shuo with sparkling eyes and discussed things with Han Shuo with great sincerity. Shaking his head with certainty, Han Shuo vetoed her. I'm sorry. There are some things that I will never sell. I'm very sorry, Miss Candace. Then can you join our Battlefire mercenary band? As the vice chief of the mercenary band, I can directly recruit you into the band. With your strength, you're sure to achieve great things if you join our mercenary band. Candace seemed to have long since known that Han Shuo would refuse and wasn't discouraged at all. On the contrary, she invited Han Shuo to join them. I'm sorry, I don't have such plans at the moment. Han Shuo politely declined once again. All right, when you have such plans, remember to come to our battle fire. I will very much welcome you to join. Candace promised solemnly. At this moment, Phoebe walked out of the house with a cold expression. Her face softened when she saw Candace and Han Shuo, asking, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing much." "All right, Phoebe, how's that Grover?" Candace curled her lips awkwardly and asked Phoebe. "He committed suicide. I've already gotten what I wanted to know from him. We can leave now." Phoebe's expression was odd as she looked at Candace. "I think that there's nothing else for me to do after this. Can I leave now?" Han Shuo looked at the two conversing and suddenly spoke up. Phoebe's beautiful eyes focused on Han Shuo's body and looked dazedly at Han Shuo a few times. She then said to Candace, "Candace, 2 people from your Battlefire mercenary band have escaped. Go contact them and see if anyone else has survived in our abandoned yard." Candace looked ambiguously at Phoebe and Han Shuo and revealed a knowing smile. She nodded at Phoebe and left with large strides. "Brian, can you take a walk with me?" Phoebe's pretty face flushed red from Candace's meaningful gaze. She only gradually returned to normal after Candace's figure had disappeared without a trace and looked expectantly at Han Shuo. "All right, where are you going now?" Han Shuo thought for a moment and asked. "I'm going to the Southern District. I think the Buzzed Merchant Guild is no longer a threat to me." Han Shuo didn't say anything else and accompanied the beautiful Phoebe as they slowly walked down a dirty street. On the way, some people who were obviously living in dire straits looked at the brightly dressed Phoebe and Han Shuo with envious expressions. In this world, our merchant guilds don't actually have much status. Although merchants earn some gold coins, their status is essentially no different from these commoners. Phoebe's voice was faint as she sighed lightly to Han Shuo beside her. "Miss Phoebe, don't you see that these people's gazes are filled with envy and jealousy when they look at you? To them, the life you're living now is exactly what they've been dreaming of. What are you still dissatisfied with? Haha, we almost died yesterday. This kind of life full of unknown dangers is something they can't even imagine. Perhaps they worry about their livelihood, but we worry about our lives. I really don't know who should be envious of who." Phoebe first sighed lightly in self-deprecation. Her walking figure then suddenly stopped and her gaze focused on Han Shuo's face. "Brian, with your abilities, you're sure to climb very high as long as you're willing to work hard. I'd originally wanted to ask you to help me manage the guild, but I've thought things through now. I think that a small Buzzed Merchant Guild isn't enough for you to develop at all. You should have broader skies. Brian, have you thought about how you'll live in the future?" Han Shuo started and thought of his own identity. Although he'd shed the outer garb of an errand slave, he was still just a student of the academy. If he lived with this identity, even if he quickly graduated from the academy, he still wouldn't have anything to show for it. Of course, this wasn't the life Han Shuo wanted, but Han Shuo didn't have any plans for the time being. Power and an illustrious position are what you should be pursuing. As rich as merchants are, they're just small characters that can be trampled upon by others. Only those with an illustrious reputation and extraordinary status have the right to control everything and decide the life and death of others. You should become this kind of person. Phoebe's beautiful eyes sparkled with a dazzling luster as she stared fixedly at Han Shuo. Her voice was filled with a bewitching power. Han Shuo's heart stirred for no apparent reason. He'd thought of these things before, but it hadn't been as clear as it was now. Since he'd been fortunate enough to be reborn, then he should enjoy everything without scruples. Why wouldn't he work hard if he had the strength to do so? Under Phoebe's bewitchment, Han Shuo's restless heart gradually became fiery and resolute. After a while, Han Shuo took a deep breath and nodded. He said lowly, "I understand what you mean, but it seems that my opportunity hasn't arrived yet." A brilliant smile suddenly blossomed on her face. Phoebe seemed to have been waiting for Han Shuo to say this. Now that she heard Han Shuo say this, she immediately stared at Han Shuo and said, "You're wrong, opportunities have always been there. The fastest way to obtain power and status is to obtain military merits in battle. The empire has never been at peace, and the battles between the borders and neighboring countries have never stopped. I think another great war will erupt in the near future, and I think you should participate in it. As a good friend, I'm willing to help you and do everything in my power to help you. I appreciate your good intentions, but I want to obtain everything I deserve through my own hands." Han Shua looked at Phoebe and said firmly. He paused and then said, Miss Phoebe, I hope you can help me prepare the food I need. I'll go to the Bust Merchant Guild in a few days to pick it up. I think we'll have many opportunities to work together in the future. Alright then, I've said all that needs to be said. I don't need you to keep me company. I believe that with your abilities, you'll quickly make a name for yourself in the Empire. Don't forget your friend when that time comes. Phoebe winked at Han Shua and said wittily, Haha, your words today have inspired me greatly. I'll remember them. Goodbye, Miss Phoebe, don't forget my food. Han Shua said with a smile and suddenly changed directions, heading north of the city. Phoebe finally pouted a bit angrily after Han Shua had gone far away. She huffed and said in a low voice that only she could hear, Damn you, you only care about your food. Chapter 87. After leaving with Phoebe, Han Shua headed straight for the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. However, Han Shua once again avoided the front and planned on entering from a secluded corner in the back of the mountain. When he and Phoebe had tangled together for a while in the forest, Han Shua suddenly became vigilant. An unexplainable feeling of unease rose in his heart. This caused Han Shua to immediately release the 3 original demons in his shock. The original demons flew out from the back of Han Shua's neck and circled the entire forest once, but didn't discover anything. However, the uneasy feeling in his heart didn't disappear just because the original demons didn't discover anything. That extremely uncomfortable feeling grew more and more intense, causing Han Shua to feel quite apprehensive. The demon's lair edge was already in his hand. Han Shua took a deep breath and adjusted his facial features to their optimal state. He attempted to detect the abnormalities in his surroundings through his own eyes and shouted ahead of time, Who's there? Come out. Han Shua only shouted these words carelessly and didn't hold any hope. If it was an enemy of this level would absolutely not appear because of a single word from Han Shua. However, contrary to Han Shua's expectations, a low, sinister laugh suddenly sounded from within the dense forest as soon as he'd finished speaking. Then, a human figure gradually formed in the shadow of a large tree in front of Han Shua. Little fellow, you're quite vigilant. How did you discover my existence? After the human figure in the shadow of the tree gathered, a sinister old man with an exceedingly tall and skinny body walked out. This old man's hair and beard were ash gray and his pupils were leaden. He looked as if he didn't have any life in him. Based on my intuition, who are you? Han Shua gripped the demon's lair edge tightly in his hand and stared unkindly at the gradually approaching old man, looking like he was about to make a move at any moment. I can give you the opportunity that you're lacking. I'm acquainted with Phoebe's master. I don't have any malicious intentions towards you. You don't have to be nervous. From this person, Han Shua could feel a strong sense of danger. This should be the most powerful person Han Shua had encountered since he came to this world. Han Shua even felt that if this old man made a move, he would not be able to escape death. Phoebe, you were sent here by Phoebe. What do you want? Han Shua resisted the urge to run away from this person and asked with a sullen face. Suddenly, the old man stopped and did not continue forward. He only sized up Han Shua, as if he was observing a rare commodity waiting to be sold at a high price. He nodded repeatedly. After a while, a smile blossomed on his face. However, this kind of smile from his sinister face only made people feel more sinister. Phoebe doesn't know of my existence, but I am well aware of some of your recent matters. I heard your conversation with Phoebe just now. I have a path for you to choose. However, once you choose this path, you may obtain everything you desire, but you may also die very quickly. The old man looked at Han Shua and said softly, Just who are you? Han Shua was a bit perplexed. He didn't know what the old man was after and immediately asked again. Brian. Both of my parents died when I was young. I was sold by my uncle to the necromancy major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force as an errand boy. After 6 years of life as an errand boy, you displayed extraordinary abilities during the trials in the Dark Forest. Apart from practicing necromancy magic, you also seem to have another miraculous training method. As the old man spoke of Han Shua's background, Han Shua's heart slowly sank. Apart from the secrets of the little skull and Han Shua's trip to the cemetery of death, Most of the things that Han Shuo had experienced during this period of time were spoken of. This made Han Shuo feel as if a pair of eyes were staring at him from the shadows. A kind of fear involuntarily arose in his heart. Just who are you? Han Shuo opened his mouth to ask about his background for the third time. I'm called Candide and I belong to the Empire's Dark Mantle organization. I take direct orders from His Majesty. Haha, there's a secret organization like this behind every country. I think you should be clear on the need for this kind of organization to exist. People from Shadow Ghost have appeared in the Buzzed Merchant Guild many times. Do you really think that we don't know about such a big commotion between you guys recently? Old man Candide looked at Han Shuo with a smile that wasn't quite a smile as he spoke slowly. Han Shuo was startled when he heard these words. He sighed inwardly and finally understood that he was still a bit too inexperienced. Han Shuo had never heard of the Dark Mantle organization, but he immediately understood after hearing Candide's words. This kind of organization was definitely similar to the Eastern Faction Guards and Western Faction Guards of China's ancient Ming dynasty. It should be a state apparatus that directly answered to His Majesty the Emperor. Alright, what do you want from me? I want to recruit you into our Dark Mantle. I've investigated your background and it looks like there aren't any problems. I've been paying attention to you recently. I think that your style of doing things, in addition to some special abilities, is enough for you to be qualified to work in our Dark Mantle. As long as you join our Dark Mantle and make outstanding contributions to the Empire, you can obtain everything you want. Candide stared at Han Shuo and extended an invitation. Han Shuo's brow furrowed tightly as he began to carefully consider. Candide's invitation didn't seem as simple as it seemed on the surface, but with Han Shuo's status and strength, if an enormous organization like the Dark Mantle wanted to deal with him, only death would await Han Shuo. Right now, a path was laid out in front of him. Although the road ahead was dangerous and filled with many uncertain factors, it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. For the ambitious Han Shuo, this was indeed a strong temptation. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Han Shuo felt that he didn't have much of a choice. After a while, Han Shuo nodded his head resolutely and said lowly, I agree. Very good. Although you'll face even more dangers in the future, as long as you climb high enough, you'll have the opportunity to see some beautiful sceneries that others will find difficult to see in their entire lives. Candide laughed lightly and took out a black iron medallion from his sleeve, handing it to Han Shuo. This is the medallion that represents our identity as a member of the Dark Mantle. Take care of it. From today on, you're directly under my command. Your first mission is to pay attention to Duke's movements. Oh, the wind archmage that flew out of the house after you guys brought Shadow Ghost to last night. The black iron medallion was extremely heavy in his hand. The words Dark Mantle were carved on the front, and the image of a crown was carved on the back. However, the crown was floating above a dark cloud, and the crown was also inky black. What's Duke's background? Where is he right now? How should I pay attention to his movements? Han Shuo's heart jumped. He thought that if Duke discovered him, he'd be very surprised. He might even guess that the Eye of Darkness was in his hands. If he paid attention to this person, then Han Shuo would have to bear even more risks. Hesitating for a moment, Candide explained, Duke isn't someone from our Lancelot Empire. He's from the Kasi Empire and is an emissary from the Kasi Empire's Maya Magic Academy. He's come to your Babylon Academy of Magic and Force for a magical exchange. Of course, these are all excuses they've given themselves. Their true intentions are definitely not like this. However, they've hidden themselves very well, and we still don't know why they've come. That's why we need people to pay attention to them. During this time, he'll frequently come to your Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. As a student there, it'll be convenient for you to keep an eye on him. Oh right, since you've joined our Dark Mantle, Shadow Ghost won't have any more assassins looking for trouble with you. I'll negotiate with them and have them know their place. Nodding, Han Shuo said, so that's how it is. Alright, I'll pay attention to Duke's movements. Then, if I discover anything out of the ordinary, how should I find you? These are our 3 strongholds in the Empire. Destroy them immediately after you've seen them. You can use your identity token to communicate with the people inside. However, your current rank is too low, and there are many things you don't have the authority to ask about. If you can advance to a higher position, You'll be able to use the Dark Mantle's resources and even directly mobilize the Empire's army. Haha, you have to work hard, Candide said to Han Shuo. A thin piece of paper fell into Han Shuo's palm. Han Shuo read it once and silently memorized it. He tore the paper into pieces in front of Candide and said, "All right, my mind is a mess right now. I still need to think. If I discover anything out of the ordinary about Duke, I'll report it to you." "All right, I'll be leaving as well. We of the Dark Mantle actually have a lot of freedom. We won't interfere with your personal matters, and will only find you when there's a mission. Under normal circumstances, it won't affect your life." After saying this, Candide was wrapped up in a cloud of black mist. His body became fainter and fainter as a faint magical fluctuation came from within. A light breeze blew past and he disappeared without a trace in front of Han Shuo, as if he'd never appeared. Not long ago, Han Shuo had clearly understood what he needed under Phoebe's bewitchment. He hadn't thought that he'd be offered an olive branch as soon as he'd left Phoebe. After some persuasion from Candide, he joined the Dark Mantle organization. This made Han Shuo vaguely feel that something wasn't quite right. He couldn't help but suspect if Phoebe knew of Candide's existence. Otherwise, why would it be such a coincidence? However, if Phoebe and Candide knew each other, then with Candide's enormous power, Phoebe wouldn't even be worth mentioning. Phoebe shouldn't have encountered so many troubles in succession. This made Han Shuo a bit puzzled. In this forest, Han Shuo carefully organized his thoughts and went over everything that had happened during this period of time in his mind. Only then did he walk towards the academy with a resolute expression. Chapter 88. Han Shuo had been worried that he would be discovered by Duke, but had completely dispelled this worry within a few minutes of arriving at the Necromancy Major. The reason was that when Han Shuo had come to the Necromancy Major, he had seen Carrie and Borg cleaning the stone statues on the way. Han Shuo had naturally greeted the two, but Carrie and Borg hadn't been able to recognize Han Shuo. Instead, they were at a loss of what to do in fear and trepidation. When Han Shuo had revealed his identity, Borg and Carrie had taken a close look at him before finally recognizing Han Shuo. They then spoke to Han Shuo in an even more fearful manner. By now, Han Shuo was no longer an errand slave of the Necromancy Major, but had instead become a student. His status was naturally a level higher than the other two. Add to that the fact that the Necromancy Major students had purposefully exaggerated Han Shuo's abilities after returning from the Dark Forest. This caused Carrie and Borg, who had previously held grudges against Han Shuo, to be even more afraid of Han Shuo. They were deathly afraid that Han Shuo would find trouble with them again. However, Han Shuo didn't pay attention to the two of them. Instead, he joyfully took out a bronze mirror and looked at himself. Only then did he suddenly discover that his appearance had indeed undergone an earth-shattering transformation compared to a few months ago. His originally small and frail figure had become much taller and more muscular. His delicate face had become much more resolute due to the series of dangerous experiences, and his facial features had also become more angular. He had transformed from the appearance of a half-grown child into a handsome young man. Since even Borg and Carrie, whom he was familiar with, couldn't easily recognize him, Han Shuo was no longer worried about Duke and Eric. Especially after Candide promised to help him take care of the Shadow Ghost, Han Shuo suddenly relaxed. He didn't continue hiding and openly returned to the Necromancy Major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. "Hey, it's Brian. You haven't returned to the academy for a long time. I thought something had happened to you." Amy from the Necromancy Major was on her way to the school building, when she suddenly cried out in surprise when she saw Han Shuo. "Hello, Amy." Han Shuo greeted her with a smile and walked with her to the Dark Major's school building. When Han Shuo arrived at the door of the Necromancy classroom, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a while. 2 months ago, he could only stand outside the window with a broom and listen to Jean's lecture while he was cleaning. Who would have thought that not long after, he would become a Necromancy Major student and have the right to enter this classroom to sit and listen to the lectures with the other students. "Don't just stand there, the second class is about to start. Hurry up and go in." Seeing Han Shuo standing outside the window in a daze, Amy, who was already at the door, suddenly urged him. Han Shuo immediately came to his senses and smiled kindly at Amy. He nodded and walked into the classroom. As soon as Han Shuo walked in, the gazes of the students inside all gathered on Han Shuo with a whoosh. Lisa, in particular, had been lazily squinting her eyes in the back row. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she stood up and waved at Han Shuo. Over here, over here. Buck and Bella, as well as a few other students, all looked at Han Shuo with strange gazes and said something in low voices. Brian's back. Hehe, Amy, do you believe that rumor? Athena suddenly asked Amy in a low voice after she'd invited Amy to sit down. I don't really believe it. Master Fanny and Brian. It doesn't look like anything could have happened between them no matter how I look at it. Camilla, that old witch, loves to stir up trouble. Do you dare believe her words? Amy pouted and shook her head. It wasn't just Amy and Athena. Han Shuo heard all the students discussing him and Fanny as he walked towards Lisa. They spoke with great detail about how Han Shuo had been discovered by Camilla on Fanny's bed that day. It was as if they'd experienced it themselves, and Han Shuo and Fanny had become a couple who'd been caught cheating. Han Shuo was dumbfounded. He hadn't thought that Camilla would be so talkative, and now all the necromancy major students knew about it. This also meant that the teachers, including Fanny herself, had likely received the news even earlier. When Han Shuo sat down next to Lisa with a wry smile, Lisa's originally excited expression turned into a censorious one. She first looked up and down Han Shuo's body in surprise, seeming to sigh at Han Shuo's changes. She then said in a cold voice, Humph, do you think what they're saying is true? Did something really happen between you and Master Fanny? Lisa, they don't believe me, but don't tell me that even you don't believe me. Even if I'm that kind of person, Master Fanny wouldn't be that kind of person. It's too laughable that someone would actually believe such an absurd thing. Han Shuo had a wry expression on his face as he explained softly to Lisa. Lisa exhaled lightly after Han Shuo's words, and her expression eased. However, she still said with some suspicion, there's no smoke without fire. You ran into Master Fanny's room in the middle of the night. This should be the truth, right? Although that old witch Camilla has a foul mouth, she wouldn't go so far as to slander you without any basis? Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said, I only went to ask Master Fanny a few questions. That old witch is using this as a pretext to make a fuss. It's not like I can shut her mouth. She can say whatever she wants, I don't lose anything anyways. But this will have a great impact on Master Fanny's reputation. Everyone will surely think that Master Fanny's private life is indiscreet, especially since you're her student. Perhaps the school will even tell her to be mindful of the consequences. Lisa frowned and reminded Han Shuo. Han Shuo suddenly came to his senses after Lisa's words. He suddenly felt that he really was very selfish. He'd always been thinking of himself and hadn't considered Fanny's behalf at all. Just as Han Shuo was inwardly blaming himself, Jean had already walked into the classroom with a thick magic book in his arms. Jean swept his gaze around the room when he walked in and saw Han Shuo sitting in the back row. His face suddenly grew cold. The lesson had just begun when Jean suddenly paused and looked at Han Shuo with an evil smile. He said, Brian, you've never taken a class since becoming a necromancy major student. Is the knowledge I'm going to talk about a bit too profound for you? Do you understand? After experiencing the trials of the Dark Forest with Jean, Han Shuo understood that Jean wasn't a bad person. He was only purposefully making things difficult for Han Shuo because of Fanny. However, Jean was still a cultured person and didn't go too far in making things difficult for Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo actually didn't have any irreconcilable hatred towards Jean. This time, the vinegar jar Jean must have been jealous again because of some unbearable rumors about him and Fanny. That's why he wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fool of himself here. Master Jean, I've mostly grasped the exact meaning of the knowledge you're talking about through reading the magic book. Therefore, I think I can understand the contents of your lesson. Please don't worry about me. Han Shuo leaned back and smiled at Jean. Oh, if it was possible to learn magic on your own through magic books, then why would our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force still exist? Heh, since this is the case, let me ask you, how many types of magic can be divided according to how it's released? It can be divided into incantations, primers, hand gestures, and magical matrices. Incantations communicate with the magical elements through incantations to achieve the goal of releasing magic. Primers include magic scrolls, Han Shuo maintained his lazy posture and smoothly rattled off a series of definitions, including some of his own insights. Jean was obviously a bit surprised after he'd finished speaking. He first paused slightly, then nodded and said, "Not bad, it looks like you already know the basic knowledge in these books. Then I'll ask you about some other things." Jean then furrowed his brow and asked a series of questions to Han Shuo. From the most basic magical knowledge at the beginning to some key points of magic that only novice mages could grasp, Jean opened his mouth and asked all of them. Han Shuo spoke eloquently and clearly explained all of these questions. During this process, Jean and the other students in the classroom all looked at Han Shuo with a face full of astonishment. It seemed that they hadn't thought that Han Shuo would be able to understand so much profound knowledge in such a short amount of time. There were traces of sweat on Jean's forehead, and he appeared to be a bit impatient. He snorted lightly and asked another question. "I don't know this." Han Shuo started and answered honestly. This question was something that a journeyman mage should be able to grasp, and Han Shuo really didn't know much about it. Jean finally smiled and was about to open his mouth to say a few words to save face when Lisa said impatiently, "Master Jean, if he knew everything, then why would he be here listening to your class?" Jean was a bit embarrassed when Lisa's words stopped him in his tracks. He laughed dryly and slapped the table. "All right, then I won't ask anymore. Let's continue." "How did you suddenly know so much?" Lisa's head shrank back as she asked Han Shuo in a low voice. "Didn't I tell you just now that I learned all of this from Master Fanny? Otherwise, why would that old hag Camilla have spread the rumors?" Han Shuo responded and then really did begin to pay attention in class. Some of the content that Jean was talking about included some intermediate and advanced magic knowledge, and was indeed what Han Shuo needed to grasp right now. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't develop any negative feelings because of Jean's jealousy. Lisa seemed to have something to say to Han Shuo after class, but Han Shuo didn't give her the chance. He immediately headed for Fanny's lab after leaving the classroom. "Fitch, I've already explained this magic many times. I think with your level of understanding, you should have long since understood why you still couldn't successfully cast it." Han Shuo stood in front of the lab door and his sensitive ears allowed him to clearly hear the conversation within. "Master Fanny, I think you already know how I feel about you. Why don't you give me any chances, and are instead willing to be with that lowly errand slave?" "Why?" Fitch's vehement complaints traveled from within. Han Shuo lightly pulled the lab door open and could clearly see the anger on Fitch's face. Fanny wore black-rimmed glasses and a set of standard magic robes. A look of resignation appeared on her face as she sighed. "Fitch, I'm becoming more and more disappointed in you. First of all, Brian is now my student just like you. You shouldn't treat him as an errand slave. In addition, I've noticed that you're not paying attention at all every time you come to me for an answer. You're always absent-minded and I don't know what you're thinking about. Brian is much better than you in this regard." "It's Brian again, that damned errand slave. Just what is better than me in this regard? Why are you willing to be with him but not give me any chances at all? Can it be that which Camilla was telling the truth? That you've shamelessly slept with him already?" The anger on Fitch's face grew stronger and stronger as he lowered his voice and almost roared. "Slap." Fitch was truly enraged by Fanny's slap. She looked coldly at Fitch and said, "I think there's nothing more for us to say. I said I'd wait until you advanced to Adept Mage before discussing matters of the heart in order to encourage you to work hard. But now I can see that something is wrong with you. I can tell you clearly that there is absolutely no possibility between us. I hope you can give up all illusions. If you have any questions about magic in the future, please look for me in the training field or in the classroom. This laboratory no longer welcomes you. Can you please leave this place immediately?" "So you've been lying to me all this time. Haha, good, very good. You told me to wait until I advanced to Adept Mage before discussing matters of the heart, but that Brian is only your errand slave and already has an exception. Hypocritical, shameless woman. I'll never believe your words again." Fitch covered his face and laughed bitterly, walking out of the lab. Han Shuo took a few steps back and hid his body in a corner. He stared coldly at Fitch's disappearing figure as he waited for Fitch to leave. He paused for a moment, then walked into Fanny's lab with a natural expression. When Han Shuo walked in, he saw that Fanny's consciousness was a bit dazed. Her two hands were resting weakly on the round table as she lowered her head and sighed softly. She murmured weakly to herself, Perhaps Fitch was right. I really am a hypocritical, shameless woman. I seem to have broken some rules. Han Shuo could also hear Fanny's low murmurs clearly, but he didn't understand what Fanny meant. He didn't know what she was referring to. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo extended a finger and rapped on the round table in front of him. Get out! Fanny suddenly lifted her head and glared fiercely at Han Shuo. When she saw that the target had become Han Shuo, the expression on her face became quite odd. She was first stunned, then startled. Her eyes seemed to want to hide something, but her expression finally returned to normal. She rolled her eyes unhappily at Han Shuo and said, "What are you doing here?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask some questions." Han Shuo looked oddly at Han Shuo and responded, "What did you hear? Did you see what happened just now?" Fanny's expression changed as she suddenly glared fiercely at Han Shuo. "You must have heard everything, you perverted ear. Don't you know that eavesdropping on others is a very rude behavior?" "I actually didn't want to listen, but they fell into my ears of their own volition. There's nothing I can do?" Han Shuo spread out his hands like a rogue, indicating that he really hadn't done it on purpose. His expression then became serious as he looked at Fanny. "That Camilla is quite repulsive. I don't care, but she slandered you and has affected your reputation. Do you plan on letting her off just like that?" "Forget it, that old witch is just that kind of person. There's nothing between the two of us anyways. What other people say has nothing to do with us. The more we explain, the more they'll think we have a guilty conscience. We might as well just ignore them. We don't have to be afraid of crooked shadows anyways." Fanny let out a low sigh, seeming to be a bit worried as well. However, her words were meant to calm things down. "But I have a guilty conscience," Han Shuo said with a wry face. "Damn it, what are you feeling guilty about?" Suddenly, Fanny's delicate face flushed red. But her expression was one of rage as she looked at Han Shuo and cursed lowly. "It's because of my mistake that others misunderstand you. I feel sorry for you, so of course I have a guilty conscience," Han Shuo explained seriously to Fanny. Fanny's expression froze slightly when she heard Han Shuo's words and then reacted. She said huffily, "So it's this kind of guilty conscience. I thought you meant something else?" "What do you mean?" Han Shuo pursued the issue. "No, nothing," Fanny said hastily as if she wanted to hide something. She then immediately changed the topic and asked Han Shuo, "What problems do you have with me this time?" Han Shuo was just about to open his mouth to respond when he suddenly felt someone approach. He didn't respond and instead looked towards the door. After a short while, Han Shuo saw Wind Archmage Duke walk into Fanny's room with a benevolent smile on his face. "Master Fanny, are you free today? I'd like to ask you a few more questions." Duke greeted Fanny with a smile when he walked in. His brow furrowed, Duke looked at Han Shuo. Han Shuo's heart jumped, but his expression was quite normal. He looked at Duke with surprise and confusion, as if he was seeing Duke for the first time and wanting to know his identity and background. Chapter 89. "Mr. Duke, you're too courteous. If you have any questions, just ask." Fanny handed a chair to Duke and smiled faintly. Duke's gaze swept over Han Shuo's body and naturally looked at Fanny. He didn't seem to care about Han Shuo at all, and didn't take the chair Fanny handed him. He said courteously to Fanny, "I won't be sitting. I just came to ask you a small question. I'll be leaving after I've asked." "Master Fanny, you've always studied necromancy magic. Have you heard of the Eye of Darkness?" Han Shuo silently watched Duke from the side. He discovered that Duke's eyes were tightly glued to Fanny after he'd finished speaking, as if he wanted to glean some clues from Fanny's face. Shaking her head, Fanny had a puzzled expression on her face and asked Duke instead, "What is this Eye of Darkness? Does it have something to do with our necromancy major?" "Haha, it's just a small tool. I'm not too sure about the specifics either, so I couldn't help but ask you. Since you don't know, then forget it. Sorry to disturb you too." Duke wore a smile on his face after he'd said these words, nodded at Fanny and walked towards the door. Duke seemed to think of something again when he reached the door and asked carelessly, "Oh right, Master Fanny, I've heard that your necromancy major's library is together with the dark major's. Many years ago, the necromancy major was even stronger than the dark major. Does your necromancy major not have a library of its own?" Heh, Mr. Duke, you said yourself that the necromancy major was strong many years ago. The necromancy magic that necromancers grasp is limited now, and there aren't that many books to display. Fanny replied with a light smile and then paused, saying unintentionally, "Oh right, I've heard that our academy also has a secret library. The books inside include the forbidden books of all the majors, and are secretly preserved by the academy under the Empire's authorization. However, I've only heard other teachers mention it once and never knew where this secret library is hidden in the academy. So that's how it is. Then I'll be leaving first. I'll be staying at your Babylon Academy of Magic and Force in the near future anyway. If there were any more problems, would I still bother you? It's my pleasure to serve you." From the looks of it, Dooku really didn't recognize him. From the beginning to the end, Dooku only glanced at him when he came in. After Dooku left, Han Shua secretly rejoiced in his heart. "Alright, what questions do you have to ask?" After Duke left, Fanny glanced at Han Shua and said in a bad mood. The space ring glowed faintly. Han Shua took out the questions he had prepared beforehand and sat on the chair that Duke hadn't sat on. Han Shua started with the first question and asked Fanny. As an adept necromancer, Fanny's grasp of theoretical knowledge was indeed very comprehensive. These questions that had been perplexing Han Shua for a long time were easily solved by Fanny's explanations. Summoning zombies is a bit more troublesome than skeletons. Because zombies are larger and heavier, you'll need to expend more mental strength when summoning them. In addition, controlling zombies is more complicated than skeletons, and their bodies are much harder than skeletons. If you want to nimbly control them, you'll need to practice repeatedly. Fanny's voice was gentle and beautiful as she focused on explaining to Han Shua some things to take note of when summoning zombies. Han Shua's brow furrowed deeply when Fanny finished speaking and sank into deep thought. Fanny saw that Han Shua was deep in thought and didn't make a sound to disturb Han Shua. After a while, Han Shua breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "So it's because my mental strength isn't coordinated enough when I summon zombies. I've always been used to summoning skeletal warriors and always used the same strength of mental strength to communicate with the other dimension. It looks like this is the crux of the problem. I think I understand now." After saying these words, Han Shua started chanting the incantation to summon zombies under Fanny's gaze. After the first incantation, the figure of a zombie flashed in the void, and then disappeared in an instant. Han Shua wasn't in a hurry and tried to control the strength of his mental strength. However, he didn't succeed even after 4 or 5 tries. Fanny looked at Han Shua with a cheerful smile on her face. She knew that Han Shua had already understood the meaning behind her words, and was now practicing to find a suitable strength of mental strength. Once Han Shua felt the correct strength, he would be able to summon zombies completely. Forget it, there's no need to practice for now. Your direction is definitely on the right track, you just lack a bit of repetitive practice. I think you'll be able to grasp the zombie summoning magic when your mental strength is well controlled. Brian, it's only been 2 or 3 months and you've already reached the level of a novice mage. I've never heard of such a training speed in all my years of teaching in the necromancy major. Then how do I compare to Fitch? Under Fanny's persuasion, Han Shua temporarily gave up on continuing his practice. He chuckled foolishly and looked at Fanny. Your silly smiling face makes me feel very awkward no matter how I look at it. Don't play dumb in front of me in the future. Oh, I would have forgotten about Fitch if you didn't mention him. I think he's very off right now and I'm worried that he'll hold a grudge and purposefully make trouble for you. You need to be careful in the near future. Fanny first glared at Han Shua with rebuke, and then spoke to Han Shua with a bit of worry. Don't worry, if Fitch really doesn't know what's good for him, I think he'll be the unlucky one in the end. Han Shua shrugged and didn't care about Fitch's revenge at all. To be honest, Fitch, who was now a journeyman mage, was nothing in his eyes. Brian, I knew you'd be here. Come with me. Master Fanny, I have some business with him, hee. Lisa's voice traveled in from outside at this moment. She walked directly in front of Han Shua and grabbed Han Shua's wrist, dragging Han Shua outside. Fanny felt a bit of resentment when she saw Han Shua being forcibly dragged away by Lisa. It was as if someone had snatched away something precious from her, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. How do you know my cousin? Lisa forcefully dragged Han Shua towards a small plaza behind the library. Han Shua freed his shoulder from Lisa's grasp and looked suspiciously at her. Your cousin? Who is he? It's Lawrence. He's currently practicing martial arts in our school of martial arts. He specifically came to find you last time, but you weren't in the faculty. Who would have thought that he'd come looking for you as soon as you've returned? How do you know him? So it's him. This Lawrence is a bit strange. He clearly has the same strong master as Phoebe, but he's still studying at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. And he's only a journeyman knight even now. Han Shuo mused inwardly. When he lowered his head, Han Shuo unintentionally saw Lisa's chest next to him. He saw that Lisa's originally flat chest was now quite shapely, and that bulging appearance clearly indicated that there was something inside. Lisa, are you wearing more clothes today? Why do I have the illusion that you're fully developed? Han Shuo glanced at Lisa's chest and blurted out unconsciously. What do you mean? Lisa was walking when she heard Han Shuo's words and was so surprised that she almost tripped. Her little face blushed as she glared fiercely at Han Shuo. Your chest was flat before and there was nothing at all. But it looks like it's swollen now. Did you stuff something inside? Han Shuo thought to himself and then directly reacted to it with his mouth. He opened his mouth and gave the truest response from his heart. He was extraordinarily angry. Lisa glared fiercely at Han Shuo and reached out with her little hand to firmly pinch Han Shuo's arm. She said through gritted teeth, "How can you say something like this and suspect that I've stuffed something inside? Do you want to die?" Startled, Han Shuo suddenly realized what he'd said. Han Shuo had only thought about what he'd just said. According to Han Shuo's usual behavior, he would have kept it to himself and absolutely wouldn't have said something that would have surely angered the other and invited a rebuff to himself. But who would have thought that the current situation would be so strange? It was clearly a reflection of his heart, but Han Shuo hadn't considered the consequences and had unknowingly blurted it out. This made Han Shuo feel exceedingly strange. At the same time, a gossamer cool feeling suddenly filled Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo's body trembled slightly as he suddenly understood why he'd blurted out these words. It was because after his magical yuan had reached the molded spirit stage, some peculiar phenomena had begun to occur. Smiling wryly as he looked at Lisa who was grinding her teeth, Han Shuo's heart calmed down. He silently reminded himself to be careful and not speak carelessly. He then laughed dryly and said to Lisa, "Sorry Lisa, I was just joking with you. I didn't think that you'd really start developing. I'm truly happy for you. You're so annoying saying such things to me." Lisa immediately blushed when she heard Han Shuo's explanation. She then explained lowly, "Actually, I should be thanking you. I did everything according to what you said. I'm so embarrassing. Anyway, that's how it was." Han Shuo shook his head and laughed involuntarily. He'd actually forgotten about the breast enlargement methods that he'd casually told Lisa before. He hadn't thought that they'd actually be effective. This made Han Shuo not know whether to laugh or cry. "Hi Brian, how are you?" Lawrence, who was in the distant plaza, saw Han Shuo and Lisa walk over at this moment and extended a hand in greeting from afar. Lisa, who'd been blushing just a moment ago, hurriedly took a few deep breaths and surreptitiously sized up Han Shuo. She said in a small voice, "Lawrence's father is the Empire's finance minister and is quite close to His Majesty. It'll be beneficial for you if you interact more with him. I won't disturb you anymore." Lisa seemed to be deathly afraid that Lawrence would see her blushing face after she'd finished speaking and jogged away in the direction of the training fields. The son of the Empire's finance minister. Han Shuo was slightly startled and thought to himself that the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It looked like many future dignitaries were currently training in the various faculties of the academy. "I'm doing very well. I've heard that you've come looking for me twice. Hehe, you can't be planning on spending another 5 gold coins to let me get beaten up by you all day, right?" Han Shuo and Lawrence weren't the only ones in the plaza. There were also a few students of various faculties in the distance, reading books in groups of 2s and 3s or leisurely basking in the sun. "If you're willing, I don't mind spending another 5 gold coins. Hehe, but I think you definitely won't agree right now." Lawrence leaned on a stone railing and seemed quite at ease as he spoke to Han Shuo. "Who says I'm not willing? However, I don't need 5 gold coins. I'll agree to train with you as long as you're willing to let me fight back. I was beaten up quite badly by you last time and I really want to redeem my face." Han Shuo smiled faintly as he walked over and similarly leaned lazily on the railing. He spoke to Lawrence with a face full of interest. Oh, that's no problem. I can train with you when we're done talking business and see if you're really as strong as Phoebe says you are. Lawrence also looked quite interested as he straightened his body and smiled. All right then, I want to hear your business. We don't seem to have any interactions. What business do you have with me? Han Shuo said. Looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to the two of them, Lawrence lowered his voice and stared at Han Shuo with sparkling eyes. I heard from my junior sister that you seem to be able to get your hands on black iron ore. If that's really the case, I'd like to buy some from you. I don't need too much, just a piece the size of a fist will do. I'd originally wanted to have my junior sister buy it from you on my behalf, but I think that since we met last time and I'm quite curious about you, I'd like to make friends with you. That's why I've come to find you alone. Han Shuo looked at the sincere Lawrence and thought that since he was the son of the empire's finance minister, he should be quite wealthy. Chapter 90. I can indeed get my hands on black iron ore, but you also know how rare black iron ore is. It won't be easy for me to get my hands on it. How many gold coins do you plan on spending? Han Shuo pondered and spoke slowly with a calm expression. His spirits rising, Lawrence straightened his back and said with a bit of excitement, It looks like you'll be able to get your hands on it. Haha, I only need a fist-sized piece to forge a weapon. It's currently out of stock on the black market. Name a price. Rubbing his chin, Han Shuo remembered his conversation with Phoebe last time. He hesitated and said faintly, How about this? Give me 5,000 gold coins and I'll think of a way to get you a piece. No problem. Although black gold ore is a bit rarer. A fist-sized piece of black iron ore is indeed worth 5,000 gold coins. If you get your hands on black iron ore, you can come find me at the night school and we'll exchange the goods. Lawrence said happily. Nodding his head, Han Shuo recalled how he'd been beaten up by Lawrence a few months ago at the night academy. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and chuckle. I'll help you get a piece of black iron ore within 10 days. Do you want to practice martial arts with me now? I'll be happy to be your meat shield again. Alright then, why don't we start now? I just so happen to want to see just how special you are that even someone as proud and arrogant as Phoebe would praise you repeatedly in front of me. I'm quite curious about you. Lawrence struck a pose excitedly, planning on immediately making a move against Han Shuo. It was noon at this time and most of the students in the plaza had packed up and left, preparing to eat lunch. Only 2 or 3 students sunbathing in the distance seemed to have fallen asleep and hadn't left yet. Han Shuo swept a glance around and smiled. Let's go to the left. There's no one there and we won't disturb anyone. Han Shuo raised his head provocatively at Lawrence after speaking and walked towards the empty space behind the railing on the left. Lawrence clenched his fists and laughed lightly, following behind Han Shuo and also walking towards the empty space on the left. As soon as he arrived, Han Shuo circulated his magical yuan throughout his body and began to adjust his condition. Lawrence followed a few steps behind Han Shuo and had just walked down the stone steps. Before he could react, Han Shuo had already turned around with lightning speed and smashed his fist towards Lawrence's head. Lawrence hadn't expected Han Shuo to act so quickly. Before he could react, a terrifying punch had already arrived in front of him. Lawrence's expression changed slightly as he suddenly took a step back and returned to the top of the stone steps. He then leaned to the side to dodge Han Shuo's sudden punch. Han Shuo's fist whistled past Lawrence's face. A cold aura emanated from Han Shuo's left fist, causing Lawrence to jump in fright. Without waiting for Lawrence to react, Han Shuo retracted his left arm and suddenly bent it, striking Lawrence's chest with his elbow. Lawrence gave a muffled groan as his body was pressed against the railing by Han Shuo's elbow. His face reddened slightly. Hehe, Lawrence, you're not vigilant enough. Han Shuo didn't follow up with another attack after striking Lawrence's chest with his elbow. Instead, he retreated with an odd smile and mocked Lawrence in a peculiar tone. The two were only exchanging pointers and not fighting to the death. Therefore, Han Shuo hadn't used his full magical yuan in this punch, and the mystical glacial spellfire had only released a small amount of frosty air. As a journeyman knight, Lawrence's fighting aura had automatically protected his body, and he hadn't suffered any injuries. You're the one who suddenly ambushed me. This punch doesn't count. I'll make you pay the price later. Lawrence wasn't angry and only stated the facts with a wry face. He suddenly looked at Han Shuo with a cautious gaze when he walked down the stone steps again. Light green fighting aura abruptly blossomed from Lawrence's two hands as his footsteps abruptly sped up. He approached Han Shuo like lightning, and the fighting aura in his left hand suddenly coalesced into the shape of a sword of light, chopping down at Han Shuo's head. Lawrence had just witnessed Han Shuo's speed and strength and understood that the current Han Shuo couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as last time. This was why he'd used fighting aura. However, he was a bit cautious in his movements and was obviously holding back. A trace of a smile appeared on Han Shuo's lips as he took in Lawrence's movements. He gauged the strength of Lawrence's fighting aura. Han Shuo didn't dodge at all as he circulated the mystical glacial spellfire with his right hand. A thin light red line appeared as Han Shuo's right fist swung out, smashing onto the sword of light formed from Lawrence's fighting aura together with Han Shuo's right fist. A muffled bang rang out as the sword of light formed from Lawrence's fighting aura turned into specks of starlight and dissipated. Lawrence's ferocious charge was forcibly blocked. Han Shuo felt his right fist go numb as his body involuntarily took 2 steps back. "Lawrence, how much of your fighting aura did you use when you formed the sword of light just now?" Han Shuo's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lawrence and asked. 60%. Lawrence responded and then looked at Han Shuo with surprise. "Your speed and aura are noticeably different compared to a few months ago. It looks like you did it on purpose last time, but why would you rather take a beating to earn 5 gold coins?" A few months ago, Han Shuo was just a rookie who hadn't experienced battle before, and his magical yuan was only at the first level of the solid realm. He'd done it for the gold coins, but most importantly for the sake of training his body. He hadn't held back at all. It looked like Lawrence had misunderstood Han Shuo. 60% of fighting aura. Han Shuo thought for a moment and thought about the magical yuan he just poured into his fist. He finally determined that his own strength should be slightly greater than Lawrence's. This was because Han Shuo had only poured 40% of his magical yuan into this punch, but it had created such an effect that it looked like they were evenly matched. Han Shuo didn't continue to clash head-on with Lawrence after testing out his strength with a single punch. Instead, he used his body's flexibility and agility to fight Lawrence in various direct and effective ways. In such an open space, the two of them fought back and forth for a while, and both of them suffered some attacks from the other. The strength of Han Shuo's body was obviously much stronger than Lawrence's. Lawrence grimaced in pain and groaned when his fists of the same strength landed on his body. Han Shuo's body was stronger than Lawrence's. Add to that the fact that training in the early stages of magical yuan was a process of self-torture. He'd endured all kinds of pain. Han Shuo was already used to this kind of pain landing on his body and didn't even groan. After a while, Lawrence, whose eyes had turned blue, voluntarily stopped and said with a wry smile, I'm done. You're such a strange person. I can't feel any fighting aura from your body at all, but why is your strength greater than mine? And is your body made of iron? Why does it feel like I'm hitting a rock when my fists land on it? Don't you feel pain?" Chuckling evilly, Han Shuo said, "You don't have to worry about that. My body is naturally strange. Can't I be strong? Could it be that you have the bloodline of a barbarian, or can go berserk like a berserker?" Phoebe was right, you're a peculiar person indeed. Lawrence first asked in astonishment and then murmured to himself. Han Shuo also understood where he was lacking after the two exchanged blows. His body and magical yuan were indeed miraculous, but Lawrence had obviously gone through martial arts training as his punches and dodges were quite methodical. Han Shuo hadn't learned any martial arts techniques, so his attacks were all in the simplest form. He lacked practical methods of attack compared to Lawrence. Silently noting this flaw in his heart, Han Shuo planned to properly ponder over it when he had the time. He wanted to see if there were any other attacking techniques in the memories that Chu Kanglin had left behind. I don't know. Alright, let's stop here for today. I've finally gotten my revenge from last time. I'll come find you at the Night Academy when I've taken care of the black iron ore. Han Shuo pondered silently in his heart and casually spoke to Lawrence before returning to the necromancy major with furrowed brows. Lawrence had suffered a bit of a loss this time, but he wasn't angry. He smiled and bid farewell to Han Shuo before walking back to the Night Academy. He muttered softly, "What a strange person indeed. The strength of his body can probably compare to some strong orc warriors. Han Shuo thought inwardly as he returned to the necromancy major without stopping. Phoebe needed some time to prepare rations, so Han Shuo didn't plan on returning to the cemetery of death for the time being. Add to that the fact that Duke was still in the academy, and Han Shuo didn't know his exact plans, so he decided to temporarily stay in the necromancy major after thinking for a bit. Han Shuo's dormitory had long since been arranged by Fanny, but Han Shuo hadn't lived in it yet. Since he planned on staying in the academy for the time being, this dormitory could finally be put to use. As the largest academy in the empire, the facilities within the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force were indeed very complete. It was no wonder that every student was charged exorbitant tuition fees. Han Shuo's dormitory was in the corner of the second floor, and was about 50 to 60 square meters. It included a washroom and a bedroom with a bed, chairs, tables, and mirrors. Compared to the warehouse that Han Shuo had stayed in before, it was like heaven and earth. It was already past noon when he arrived at the dormitory. Han Shuo had missed the time to eat, and could only take out a few pieces of dried meat from his space ring to fill his stomach. After eating his fill, Han Shuo didn't leave the dormitory. He shut the door tightly and sat on his bed, taking advantage of the silence to train his magical yuan. The magical yuan circulated and slowly gathered in his mind from all parts of his body. A clear and slightly cool feeling filled his mind, making Han Shuo feel as if his brain was being washed in a cool pool. However, this feeling only lasted for a short while before the comfortable feeling in his mind was replaced by an unforgettable pain. This level of molded spirit training caused his mind to constantly alternate between comfort and pain. One moment he felt incredibly comfortable and lazy. The next moment he was in so much pain that Han Shuo felt as if someone was forcefully churning his brain with a sharp knife. What was most unbearable to Han Shuo was that every time the pain was intense, his mind would become incomparably clear. In this way, it was as if the pain was suddenly magnified by 10 times. The clarity of his mind seemed to specifically allow him to endure even greater pain, causing Han Shuo to want to curse that the creator of this magical yuan was indeed a pervert. After a long time, Han Shuo exhaled lightly and temporarily stopped training his magical yuan. His body was drenched in sweat, giving off steam as if he'd just taken a hot bath. A strong masculine scent wafted out. The training of magical yuan caused Han Shuo to stay up from afternoon to night. The night scene outside the window was enchanting and the cool night breeze blew in. The surroundings were silent and still. Getting up from his cross-legged position, Han Shuo went to the washroom to run some hot water. He then lay contentedly in the bathtub, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation and comfort. He even hummed a little tune in comfort. In the dead of night, it was the perfect time for those with ill intentions to come and go. Han Shuo was leisurely bathing when he suddenly heard 2 soft sounds. One came from the dormitory, and the other from outside the window. 3 original demons flew out soundlessly from the back of Han Shuo's neck. 2 of them passed through the window and arrived outside. One floated in the direction of the sound, while the other stayed at the window, silently observing the surroundings for any abnormalities. The last original demon floated out through the crack in the door, and arrived in the hallway of the dormitory. It continued along the hallway, and also floated in the direction of the sound. After floating for a while, the original demon that had left finally discovered Duke, whose feet weren't touching the ground and whose body was flying along the shadows of the surrounding buildings. Duke didn't wear a black mask this time. He was like a ghost in the dark night, floating weightlessly towards the dark major school building. The original demon in the hallway discovered that one of the dormitory doors had been lightly opened. A dark-faced Fitch quietly left the room and walked towards Han Shuo. Judging from the expression on his face, he didn't seem to have good intentions. He immediately jumped out of the bathtub and quickly wiped off the water on his body. Han Shuo put on his underpants and returned to his bed. He lay down with his back to the door and even breathing sounds emitted from his mouth. Chapter 91. Fitch, who thought he was being cautious, tiptoed to Han Shuo's door like a thief. He looked around furtively and used a low voice to summon a vengeful spirit, which entered Han Shuo's room through the crack in the door. Han Shuo's original demon had been cultivated from a vengeful spirit, and a vengeful spirit could also give the summoner a different perspective. However, as a creature summoned by a necromancer, a vengeful spirit carried a faint aura of necromancy, and was also in a grayish-white form. Anyone who was a bit more vigilant would easily discover the vengeful spirit's tracks. Because Han Shua's original demon had been specially processed by magical yuan, there were no magical pulses on it, and its form was also in a state of nothingness. As long as it didn't touch a magical boundary, it would be very difficult to discover its tracks. Add to that the fact that the original demon was a little demon of a magical practitioner and was connected to the caster's mind. Not only could it be released over a very long distance, but it also had quite the offensive effect. Therefore, the original demon was much more convenient and practical than a vengeful spirit no matter how one looked at it. After Fitch's vengeful spirit entered Han Shua's room, it circled Han Shua's room once and then stopped in front of Han Shua's window, as if it was silently observing Han Shua's movements. Breathing evenly, Han Shua seemed to be in a deep sleep as he lay on his side, completely unaware of everything that was happening around him. Fitch probed around with the help of the vengeful spirit, then pressed his left hand on the doorknob in front of the room's door and exerted a bit of force. A low creak sounded out as Han Shua's door was opened by Fitch. A packet of powder suddenly appeared in his hand. Fitch opened the paper packet and blew on it. The powder drifted through the air, emitting a faint fragrant scent. Sleeping powder. Han Shua had some understanding of poisonous powder by now, and Han Shua had already recognized it when the fragrant scent had just spread a bit. Han Shua didn't hold his breath as he continued to breathe in and out naturally. With his powerful physical body after reaching the 3rd level of magical yuan, this kind of low-level sleeping powder was completely useless against him. With a sinister smile on his face, Fitch's expression was a bit carefree as he walked lightly to Han Shua's bed and stared hatefully at Han Shua, his thoughts unknown. With the aid of the original demon's line of sight, Han Shua took in all of Fitch's expressions with his eyes closed. Although his body remained in a sleeping state, Han Shua had long since made preparations in his heart. He planned to make a move as soon as the situation took a turn for the worse. If Fitch dared to make a move, then Han Shua would dare to kill in this place. However, Fitch didn't appear to be as daring as Han Shua had imagined. He stared at Han Shua for a while and said to himself, "You're just a lowly errand slave, you don't deserve Master Fanny at all. I should have kicked you out of the necromancy major a long time ago, but you've never been in the necromancy major. Let's see where you can run this time. After tomorrow, everyone will think you're a perverted pervert. Even if Master Fanny helps you, the school will still kick you out of the necromancy major. I've spent a lot of effort in order to deal with you, heh." Fitch murmured lowly and fished out a large bag of items from his chest. He bent down and stuffed the bag under Han Shua's bed, and then slowly retreated out of Han Shua's room with a dark smile on his face. He then carefully closed Han Shua's door and walked back to his own room in a relaxed and satisfied manner. Han Shua immediately climbed out of bed after Fitch had left. He bent down to take a look and discovered that Fitch had hung the bag of items on the wooden board under his bed. If he hadn't been paying close attention, he likely wouldn't have noticed it. Removing the bag of items, Han Shua opened it and took a look. He was flabbergasted. What entered his eyes were some thin female undergarments. These undergarments were of a myriad of colors and had lace edges. There was very little fabric and they were either cute or sexy. Some of the undergarments had just been washed, and 2 of them looked like they'd just been taken off and hadn't had time to be washed. There were even traces of the female body on them. Han Shua stared at the female undergarments in the bag and finally sighed at Fitch's superb methods. He began to admire Fitch in his heart. However, what Han Shua admired wasn't Fitch's evil schemes, but rather his methods. He hadn't thought that Fitch would be able to obtain so many female undergarments in the academy without a sound. He just didn't know if any of the teachers were among them. Shaking his head and laughing involuntarily, Han Shua knew that some of the female students in the academy would be in an uproar the next morning when they discovered that their undergarments had been stolen. Fitch definitely had other tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps there would be people searching the male students' rooms one by one tomorrow. If this bag of items was discovered under his bed, then Han Shua would certainly be labeled as a perverted sex fiend. At that time, before the academy could expel him, Han Shuo would likely be too ashamed to face anyone and wouldn't dare appear within the academy again. You're heartless, so I'll be unjust. Fitch, oh Fitch, don't blame me for being vicious. Han Shuo picked up the bag of items and laughed evilly as he got off the bed. He used an original demon to scout the way and similarly walked towards Fitch's room. Using almost the exact same method, Han Shuo borrowed the vision of the original demon and imitated Fitch's methods. He first drugged the items and then soundlessly made his way to Fitch's room. He placed the bag of items under Fitch's bed and finally left without a trace. Han Shuo didn't go to sleep when he returned to his room after completing this task. He continued to observe Duke's movements through the other original demon. Duke flew directly to a classroom on the 4th floor, after arriving at the dark major school building. There was not a soul in the school building at night, and Duke didn't move a muscle in this room, as if he was one with the darkness. Han Shuo stopped in the shadow of a large tree outside the window through the original demon and secretly watched Duke. Except, Duke didn't move a muscle after arriving here and didn't make any further movements. This rather puzzled Han Shuo. He didn't know what Duke was doing in the school building in the middle of the night. After waiting for a while, just as Han Shuo was starting to feel a bit impatient, a ball of black light suddenly appeared in the distance and slowly made its way in the direction of the school building. If one didn't pay attention in the darkness, it would be difficult to discover the existence of this ball of black light. Han Shuo's expression shook and he immediately raised his attention, carefully observing the movements of this ball of light. The black light within was thick like a thick layer of clouds, making it difficult for Han Shuo to see what was going on inside. When this ball of light entered the dark major school building, the originally motionless Duke seemed to have sensed it. He suddenly let out a weak cough. The ball of black light paused for a moment after Duke coughed. Then it quickly passed through the stairs and went directly to the room Duke was in. Finally, Duke and the black figure met through the door. Duke flicked a glance at the black light that had stopped in front of the classroom door, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He said softly, "The people of the Empire's dark nether are indeed everywhere. There are even people of the dark nether lurking in this Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. They seem to recognize you. I think it's time for you to reveal your true face? I've already stayed in this academy for many years. I spent a great deal of effort in order to enter. I absolutely cannot reveal my identity. There are quite a few archmages with the same level of training as you in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. The headmaster is even a grand magus. It'll be no small matter if she's alarmed." Han Shuo's familiar voice sounded from within the black light. The black light then parted layer by layer like thick clothing, revealing the figure of the old Dark Witch Camilla. "It's her." Han Shuo was startled and immediately paid even more attention to everything within, afraid of missing a single word of the two's conversation. The Lancelot Empire had a secret, dark mantle organization, and the Kasi Empire definitely had a similar organization. It looked like this Camilla should be someone from the Kasi Empire, and was actually a member of the Kasi Empire's Dark Nether organization. This was rather interesting. "So it's you. Hehe, I even saw you today. I didn't think you'd be one of us. The Empire's dark mantle is indeed remarkable. It looks like my mission this time will be a little smoother." Duke was also very surprised after Camilla revealed her true appearance. "It's very dangerous for the two of us to meet here. The Lancelot Empire's dark mantle isn't easy to deal with either. I've had a few encounters with them here, and they're like flies surrounding you. If my identity is exposed, not only will I die a horrible death, I'll also fail to live up to the Empire's nurturing." "Cut the crap. Why are you contacting me?" Camilla looked at Duke and impatiently urged him to get down to business. Nodding, Duke said solemnly, "I'm burdened with many responsibilities on this trip to the Lancelot Empire. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't resolve them on my own, I wouldn't dare trouble your dark nether. I asked Master Fanny of the Necromancy Major today, and heard that apart from the libraries of the various majors, there's also a private library in the academy. We need to find some information, so I wanted to ask if you know where this library is and how to enter it." There is indeed a private library, and a few extremely rare and precious books are stored within. Not only have I heard of this library, but I've even had the honor of browsing through it once. However, this library has a magical boundary personally set up by the dean. Outsiders have no way of entering without the dean's permission. The last time I went in, I was preparing to look up questions related to curses of the dark major, so I went in with the dean's company. If you want to barge into this private library, you'll certainly be discovered by the dean. I advise you to think of another way. Camilla had a face of helplessness as she solemnly warned Duke. Duke's face darkened when he heard Camilla's words, and he thought for a while, saying to Camilla, "If that's the case, then I can only trouble you to think of a way to enter. The Empire wants to know all the information related to the Eye of Darkness. Go in and see if there's anything related to this. Before I came, the higher-ups of your dark nether instructed that you can be directly mobilized at critical times. I hope you understand. If the Empire wants to investigate this matter, they can directly issue an order to me through the dark nether. Why trouble you to personally make a trip here?" Camilla looked suspiciously at Duke and didn't immediately agree, instead opening her mouth to ask Duke, "You don't need to concern yourself with this matter. The Empire naturally has other plans for sending us here. All you need to do is enter that private library and help me understand all the information related to the Eye of Darkness." Duke creased his brow and said with some displeasure, "What is that? Why does it sound like something from our dark major? First tell me what this thing looks like and some simple information about it." "It's not something from your dark major. It was created by necromancers during the era when necromancers were at their peak. The secret to opening the Cemetery of Death is hidden within. Legend has it that the Cemetery of Death is the holy land of necromancers. When necromancers ravaged the continent many years ago, the Cemetery of Death was an evil place that no one on the continent wanted to mention. It's possible that terrifying necromancer codices are stored within. The Empire needs the secrets within, so you have to do your best to understand the secrets of the Eye of Darkness." Camilla's expression changed slightly. She thought for a moment and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll think of a way to go in and take a look. However, the headmaster will be next to me every time I go in, so I can only do my best." "All right, after you go in, notify me as soon as possible whether you discover anything or not. I'll be staying at the Babylon Magic Academy's Wind Major for the next period of time, and doing some wind magic exchanges with them. With your status, you can openly find me with other reasons." Duke nodded and said to Camilla. At this point, the two had come to a temporary mutual understanding and didn't continue their conversation. They separated and left the school building one after the other. After Han Shuo withdrew his original demons, he carefully went over the conversation between the two in his mind. He furrowed his brow and thought for a while before finally slowly falling asleep. Chapter 92. Early the next morning, Han Shuo had already heard a ruckus from outside the window before he'd even woken up. The topic of the stolen undergarments was quickly discovered under the influence of people with ulterior motives, and spread to every corner of the necromancy major in the blink of an eye. Jean and Fanny had been extremely busy in the morning, and it was precisely because of this matter that the students were quickly gathered in the training field. The faces of the female students were filled with anger and fear. The male students were also filled with surprise, and some even had looks of schadenfreude on their faces. Han Shuo was also gathered in the training field, and as he listened to the chatter of a group of people, his gaze continuously roamed over Fitch's face. Fitch's expression was normal, but his eyes flickered incessantly as he swept his gaze over Han Shuo's direction from time to time. The repercussions of this matter are exceedingly bad. Nothing major has ever happened to our necromancy major, but now that something like this has suddenly occurred, we must thoroughly investigate this matter. Jean also had a face full of indignation as he loudly expressed his opinion. "Lisa, you guys are too careless. How could you let the thief succeed so easily, and not even notice anything?" Fanny furrowed her brow as she chastised Lisa. "This is the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. We hadn't thought that the thief would be so arrogant. Nothing has ever happened to our necromancy major in such a long time, and the clothes we changed out of weren't anything valuable. Who would have thought that there would be such a perverted sex fiend?" Lisa had a wry expression on her face as she spoke with grievance. Amy, Athena, Bella, and the other girls all had indignant expressions on their faces as they chattered incessantly, yelling that if they found the thief, they would be severely punished. This matter has already caused a very bad influence in our necromancy major. The school authorities have already taken over the investigation. I don't know who would be so shameless and bold as to do something so outrageous." Fanny was a bit vexed, but she was even more enraged as she spoke angrily. There was no end to the discussion within the training grounds. The anger of the female student whose underwear had been stolen could not be quelled. Han Shuo coldly observed everything, silently waiting for the next development. "Who do you think did it?" Lisa unknowingly came to Han Shuo's side and asked Han Shuo. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo smiled and said, "How would I know? But the person who did this should be very familiar with our place, otherwise they wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Although you guys are a little weak, if it was an ordinary person who wasn't familiar with this place doing this, I think you guys should have noticed it. Haha, now none of you have discovered it. I admire this person's methods." "You're still making sarcastic remarks at a time like this? My underwear was also stolen. This person really is a shameless pervert. If I find out who did it, I definitely won't let him off." Lisa clenched her fists and said hatefully, "That'll have to wait until you catch him." Han Shuo chatted carelessly with Lisa, but his gaze constantly roamed over Fitch's face. A middle-aged swordsman walked in amidst the clamor within the training grounds. He was Vita, who was in charge of all the miscellaneous matters within the school. Han Shuo had met him once before. This person had always been known for his severity. If there were students who fought without permission, or if any abnormal situations occurred, he was the one to deal with them. "I'm clear of the gist of what has happened. I've been observing the female dormitory just now. Humph, I've already guessed who did this." Vita's eyes immediately swept over the area where Han Shuo and the others were when he walked in, speaking indifferently. "Uncle Vita, who did this? Hurry up and tell us." Amy stood next to Vita and urged him in a sweet voice. Vita's expression was stiff as he looked in Han Shuo's direction. He should know best who did this. I hope he'll confess to his mistakes. As long as he confesses, I can promise at least that I won't hand him over to the Empire of Justice for investigation. But if he refuses to admit his guilt, then don't blame me for being discourteous. Mr. Weeder, what is the meaning of this? Why are you yelling at our students? Do you think that this was done by them? This is too preposterous," Fanny said with displeasure when she saw Vita's cold expression and his gaze roaming over the faces of the male students. "Master Fanny, this isn't absurd at all. It must be done by one of your good students. I've been observing in the female dormitory just now and discovered a pair of extremely faint footprints leading from the windowsill of the female dormitory to the male dormitory, avoiding the undergrowth. Haha, I've dealt with this kind of thing many times. Don't think you can hide it from me. I think Master Fanny should understand what this means." Vita laughed heartily, believing himself to be infallible, and made his judgment of this matter. It looked like Fitch was quite attentive and had even left footprints to point Vita in the right direction. However, this Vita didn't seem to be all that brilliant. This made Han Shuo feel a bit of contempt and look down on this person. As soon as these words came out, it immediately set off a huge uproar. The boys immediately raised their voices and said that they did not do it, while the group of girls, led by Bella, looked at them angrily. The way they looked at every boy was very unfriendly, as if everyone was suspected of doing such a thing. "Lisa, don't look at me like that. I feel very uncomfortable." Lisa also had an odd expression on her face as she swept her gaze over Han Shuo's face. Although Han Shuo hadn't done anything, he still felt goosebumps rise all over his body when she stared at him like this. It was as if he really had become a shameless, perverted sex fiend. "Haha, I'm just scaring you. I believe that you definitely wouldn't do something like this." Lisa saw that Han Shuo's scalp was a bit numb and laughed daintily at Han Shuo. At this moment, Vita was already a bit impatient and said with a cold face, "I think that one of you can admit to your crimes at this time. As long as you're willing to take the initiative to admit your wrongs, we'll resolve this matter privately within the academy. However, if you're holding on to your wishful thinking and don't repent, then don't blame me for being discourteous." As the thief, Fitch had already properly placed the items in Han Shuo's room. He was quite pleased with himself and naturally wanted Vita to continue investigating. The other students hadn't done anything and naturally wouldn't be afraid of anything. Everyone's expressions were more serious than the last and they had a clear conscience. Fitch even said with a strong sense of righteousness, "We should strictly investigate this matter. This kind of thing cannot be condoned." Bach and the others agreed repeatedly, expressing their attitude that the thief would be severely punished. It was as if the more resolute their attitudes were, the more they could prove their innocence. "Brian, why didn't you say anything?" Amy couldn't help but ask in confusion when she saw Han Shuo standing there with a slight smile on his lips and not saying a word, forming a stark contrast with the other students who were filled with righteous indignation. "He can't be feeling guilty, right? Heh, it's strange. He hasn't been in the necromancy major these days and nothing has happened at all. He seemed to have just moved into the dormitory yesterday, and this kind of thing happened immediately. This seems quite coincidental." Bella, who had some old grudges with Han Shuo, suddenly exclaimed softly as if she had discovered a new continent. Her exclamation and her words did make a bit of sense. Everyone's gazes all landed on Han Shuo, all of them full of suspicion. There were even some people who wore expressions of disgust, as if Han Shuo was that perverted pervert. There's no use expressing one's attitude. I think Mr. Vita will be able to investigate who did it. I'm very much looking forward to it. Han Shuo shrugged his shoulders and said faintly. Seeing that no one was admitting to it, Vita snorted coldly and said, "All right, since this is the case, don't blame me for being rude. Not much time has passed since this incident occurred. I think that the thief will only hide the items on his body or in his room after obtaining them. Fanny, Master Jean, let's search their bodies first. After we've searched their bodies, we'll search their dormitories. I don't think they'll hide the items." Under Vita's request, the group of male students all stripped down to their shorts. Vita and Jean were responsible for searching their bodies. When Han Shuo had also taken off his clothes, Vita revealed an astonished expression. He stared at Han Shuo's naked body with sparkling eyes and suddenly said, "Are you really a mage?" When Vita's words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but pay attention to Han Shuo. They saw that Han Shuo's naked body was well-proportioned and strong, full of masculine tension and strength. It looked like his physique was even stronger and more perfect than the average warrior's. There was a clear difference between this and some of the skinny or fat students. No wonder Vita was so surprised. "When did your body become so good? I remember that you used to be thin and small." Lisa's eyes shone as she stared closely at Han Shuo's naked body, exclaiming in high spirits. When the other female students saw Han Shuo's attractive male body and compared it to the room full of fat and ribs, they immediately felt that Han Shuo's outstanding body could be called perfect. They were also quite astonished. The bashful Amy blushed slightly and said something to Athena in a low voice, causing Athena to also blush shyly. She looked at Han Shuo's body with an odd gaze. Fanny's face was also a bit red, as if she didn't dare look directly at Han Shuo's body. She first turned her head away, and then took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to sneak a few fierce glances at Han Shuo's body. "I was also malnourished before and didn't develop. Now that I've eaten well, of course I've developed like you." Han Shuo stared ambiguously at Lisa's chest and said meaningfully, "You're so annoying." Lisa panicked when she saw Han Shuo stare at her chest and rebuked Han Shuo bashfully. After this little interlude, Vita searched through everyone's clothes and didn't find anything. Vita said, "It looks like they've been hidden in the dorms. Let's start investigating the dorms now. Brian seems to have a space ring." Bella suddenly spoke up just as everyone was about to leave. Vita, who'd been about to leave, stopped when Bella's words left his mouth. He looked in surprise at the space ring on Han Shuo's hand and exclaimed, "So that's a space ring. I almost missed it. However, space rings aren't easy to search. This will be a bit difficult. How about this, give me your space ring first and I'll find the dean. As a space grand magus, the dean will have a way to open your space ring. I hope you'll cooperate with me." First looking coldly at Bella in the distance, Han Shuo said directly to her, "You ugly woman, you're really very annoying." Bella's face was full of anger at first, but then she saw the coldness in Han Shuo's eyes and remembered Han Shuo's crazy behavior in the dark forest. She involuntarily took a step back in fear and opened her mouth, but didn't dare say another word. At this moment, Han Shuo's heart sank and he suddenly felt quite conflicted. There were some things in his space ring that couldn't see the light of day. If the dean discovered them, Han Shuo would be in great trouble. "What, is there something shameful in your space ring?" Vita looked at Han Shuo and asked when he saw that Han Shuo was hesitating and unwilling to cooperate. I believe that he wouldn't do such a thing. I think we should first investigate the dorms and then discuss the matter of his space ring. Fanny thought for a bit when she saw Han Shuo's troubled expression and suddenly spoke up to persuade him. Vita looked at Fanny in surprise and then nodded woodenly. Then you keep an eye on him during this time. Don't let him leave your sight or do anything. You'll bear the responsibility if anything goes wrong. Let's go take a look at the dorms. Jean suggested to smooth things over. The group then left and walked to the male dorms. All of the students stayed below and watched over by Fanny. Jean and Vita entered the dorms and the sound of things being turned over could be heard. Fitch looked at Han Shuo and Fanny standing together with a face full of satisfaction. He thought of the punishment Han Shuo was about to face and felt an unprecedented comfort in his heart. Thank you, Master Fanny. Han Shuo expressed his sincere thanks as he looked at Fanny beside him. Rolling her eyes at Han Shuo, Fanny said in a low, admonishing voice, "What shameful things are there in your space ring? Even the dean wouldn't take them away if he saw them. What are you afraid of?" "The weapons and some medicine I got last time in the town of Droll. I picked up some of the good stuff and kept some. If the dean looked through my space ring, he'd definitely discover this batch of stolen goods. Our department has divided these things up privately and distributed the gold coins. If the dean saw that our entire department was in trouble, don't you think there's something wrong with Bella's head?" Han Shuo said. Fanny suddenly fell into a daze when she heard these words. Her face was full of worry as she furrowed her brow in thought. Suddenly, Jean and Vita walked out from inside and walked towards Fitch as he smiled proudly. Vita said coldly, "Did you think I wouldn't discover it if you hung it under the bed with a hook?" All gazes of disdain and disgust instantly landed on Fitch's proud face. While Fitch was still stunned, he was drowned out by the sharp, angry curses of the female students. Chapter 93. Fitch was completely ruined this time. Fitch, who'd been shouting, "This is a conspiracy, I'm innocent," was mercilessly taken away under everyone's curses and contemptuous gazes. Vita said to Fanny before he left, "This filthy scum will never appear in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force again." Discussions of Fitch's despicableness continued long after Fitch had been taken away. Some of the female students' anger hadn't subsided, and they continued to chatter and curse Fitch. No one sympathized with him. Fanny was a bit taken aback. She hadn't expected Fitch to be this kind of person and even felt a bit suspicious of the truth of the matter. However, the truth was right in front of her and Fanny had nothing to say. She could only shake her head and sigh. Now that the thief had been caught, Han Shuo naturally didn't need to worry about the space ring anymore. He laughed coldly to himself as he watched Fitch fall into his own trap. He brought this upon himself and couldn't be blamed for Han Shuo's ruthlessness. If Han Shuo hadn't discovered this matter beforehand, it was likely that he would be the one facing the ridicule and criticism of the crowd right now. This matter caused the students to discuss it for the entire day. Han Shuo didn't participate and didn't go to class in the morning. Instead, he went to the training fields alone and practiced summoning zombie warriors. Since he was already on the right track, all he needed was time. Han Shuo finally succeeded in summoning a zombie warrior after a morning of repetitive practice. This also meant that Han Shuo had gained another powerful spell. Controlling zombies was much harder than skeletal warriors. If the bulky and cumbersome zombies wanted to fully display their outstanding attack power, the key was the skill and proficiency of the controller. Han Shuo stayed in the training fields for 3 days in a row, practicing even more proficiently in controlling zombie warriors. A zombie that Han Shuo had summoned held a heavy metal club in its hand amidst the various obstacles in the training fields. Under the control of Han Shuo's mental strength, the zombie's body twisted and evaded some of the obstacles. The metal club in its hand fiercely smashed onto the target under Han Shuo's orders. Han Shuo had been carefully monitoring the old witch of the Dark Major, Camilla, through the original demons. The old witch Camilla had entered the headmaster's office once in the past 2 days, but there were strong magical pulses within the headmaster's office. Han Shuo was certain that there was a magical barrier within the headmaster's office. As a space Grand Magus, the principal's magical power was extraordinary. Han Shuo didn't dare risk letting the original demons in to eavesdrop. Therefore, Han Shuo had no way of knowing the conversation between Camilla and the principal. He also didn't know if Camilla had already gone to that secret library. However, judging by the time Camilla had entered the headmaster's office, Han Shuo believed that she hadn't entered yet. This was because Camilla had only walked out a few minutes after entering. You really are in the training field. I knew you would be here. In the morning, while the others were still in class, Han Shuo was practicing controlling zombie warriors alone in the training field. Suddenly, Fanny walked in and said, "What are you doing here? Didn't you have class in the afternoon?" Han Shuo didn't stop practicing even after Fanny walked in. He spoke a few words and continued to control the zombie warrior to nimbly circle around an obstacle. "I came to find you." You've grasped it quite quickly. Haha, with your rapid improvement, I think you'll be able to enter the next stage before long. Fanny smiled and praised Han Shuo when she saw that he could already control zombies with great proficiency. She then paused and furrowed her brows, saying in confusion, "Brian, although your potential is quite good, the speed at which your mental strength is condensed shouldn't have increased so quickly. Mental strength meditation doesn't have much to do with potential, especially when you've just started training. Mental strength will only slowly increase with the accumulation of years and months. How is it that you've already possessed the mental strength of a novice mage in just a few short months? This is incredible. Just how did you do it?" It was natural for Fanny to have such doubts. A large part of the reason why Han Shuo's mental strength had improved so quickly was because of the effects of the Eye of Darkness. Han Shuo had also inexplicably and rapidly improved amidst the head-splitting pain. Now that his magical yuan had entered the molded spirit realm, the potential in his brain had been unlocked. When Han Shuo meditated, the speed at which he gathered his mental strength increased once again. It was impossible for his mental strength not to be fast when training with this kind of superimposed training. Shrugging, Han Shuo said, "How would I know? My body is quite strange to begin with. Not only is it much stronger than the average mage, but the speed at which mental strength meditates is also quite fast. Can it be that you have the legendary body of divine favor?" Fanny was first startled, and then her face abruptly grew wild with joy as she spoke with a bit of excitement. When she said this, Han Shuo was also startled and asked blankly, "What is a body of divine favor?" In this world, there are an extremely small number of people who are born with bodies that are different from others. It's hard to find 1 in 10,000 of these people. Their bodies are a bit different from ordinary people. Some people are naturally suited to training fighting aura, and some are naturally suited to training as mages. If these people can find a suitable field, then their accomplishments are often quite outstanding. Because these people's bodies are different from ordinary people, legend has it that they've received the favor of the gods. Some of the most outstanding figures on the continent now have this type of body of divine favor. Can it be that you're also in this situation? An indescribable light of excitement flashed through Fanny's eyes as she stared at Han Shuo and exclaimed in surprise, "Perhaps." Han Shuo knew that the abnormalities of his body were completely due to the training of magical yuan, and shouldn't have anything to do with the body of divine favor. However, Han Shuo naturally couldn't find any reasonable explanation. Being labeled as having a body of divine favor was a plausible excuse. After Fanny's excitement had subsided, her expression suddenly became grave as she said seriously, "If this matter is true, you absolutely cannot tell anyone before you become strong enough. This body of divine favor may bring you unimaginable glory and wealth, but it may also cause you to be killed by those with ill intentions before you've even matured." Han Shuo understood very well what Fanny was saying. If it was as she said, then such a person would be an invaluable asset to every country. This kind of person would be like a treasure and become the target of competition between countries. There was also the possibility that they would be destroyed at all costs. Therefore, people with this kind of body were actually quite dangerous. Nodding his head to indicate that he understood, Han Shuo avoided this topic and asked Fanny, "You said you came to find me just now. What's the matter? I mentioned to you last time that there's a test to ascertain the true strength of the students and to record their current levels. Our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force has the right to determine the levels from Magic Apprentice to Adept Mage. This level will be recorded in the files of the Magic Association, and will follow you for life. It's also a symbol of your strength and status. Once you've passed the level of Adept Mage, you'll be considered to have graduated from our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. If you want to receive recognition after your strength has increased, you'll have to pass the Magic Association's specialized test. For mages, a proven level is proof of your future development because it's quite useful. Fanny explained with a smile when she saw Han Shuo ask, "So that's how it is. When will the test begin?" "Tomorrow morning. If the students feel that their strength has increased, then they'll take the initiative to participate in the test. You've never taken the test before, so I think it shouldn't be difficult for you to pass the novice mage test. I've already signed you up, and you'll be taking the test in the Dark Mages training fields tomorrow morning. I'll also be there, don't forget," Fanny reminded Han Shuo. "No problem. By the way, Brian, last time you told me about the corpse resurrection and canopy of necromancy. No matter how you got them, don't ever tell anyone. And don't ever use them in front of anyone. Before your strength is strong enough, this kind of magic will very likely bring you great trouble. Do you understand?" Fanny was about to leave when she suddenly warned Han Shuo solemnly. Han Shuo understood without Fanny's reminder. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, Master Fanny, I haven't told anyone apart from you. I know you treat me very well, that's why I told you without holding anything back. Others can forget about obtaining any of my trust. Whoever treats you well will talk nonsense." Fanny's face blushed and she looked a bit happy. She rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and walked outside with a smile. "Of course it's our beautiful, kind and perfect Master Fanny," Han Shuo said flirtatiously as he watched Fanny's departing figure and chuckled. However, Fanny didn't pay any more attention to Han Shuo and only said lowly when she disappeared in front of the door, "The kid is becoming more and more impudent." Han Shuo didn't continue practicing zombie manipulation after Fanny left. He thought for a bit and left the training grounds. He patrolled the surroundings with the original demons and returned to the Cemetery of Death through the hidden corner of the tomb. Since he'd promised Lawrence that he'd help him obtain a piece of black iron ore, Han Shuo wouldn't go back on his word even for the sake of 5,000 gold coins. He brought the little skull to the mine and busied himself for an afternoon. Han Shuo had only managed to dig out a small piece of black iron ore. It looked like it would be enough to satisfy Lawrence's needs. The amount of black iron ore within the mine wasn't limitless. With the recent days of mining, Han Shuo discovered that he had to go deeper and deeper into the mine, and that he would need to dig for a long period of time in order to obtain some black iron ore. Black iron ore was an exceedingly rare metal, and it looked like the amount was indeed quite small. He'd already reached the bottom not too long after digging. Han Shuo suddenly thought of something on his way back to the Cemetery of Death after practicing his magical yuan for a while under the surging waterfall. There was also a type of zombie in the memories that Chu Kanglin had left behind. Han Shuo had indeed heard of the existence of zombies in his original world. After carefully recalling Chu Kanglin's memories, Han Shuo suddenly felt a bit excited. According to Chu Kanglin's memories, zombies were only a type of low-level existence. They were usually formed from people who died in places with dense yin qi, and absorbed some of the yin qi between heaven and earth. There was also a special group of low-level zombies. They just so happened to be buried in places with dense yin qi, and if that place happened to be one of the 5 extreme places, there was a small chance that they'd become an extremely powerful zombie after absorbing yin qi and the strange materials of the 5 extreme places over a long period of time. According to the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 extreme places were: place of extreme metal, place of extreme wood, place of extreme water, place of extreme fire, and place of extreme earth. After absorbing enough yin qi and the power of the 5 elements, the zombies that had a small chance of forming were the metal elite zombie, the wood elite zombie, the water elite zombie, the fire elite zombie, and the earth elite zombie. After these 5 types of zombies took form, their bodies were much stronger than ordinary zombies. The most miraculous thing was that these zombies that had absorbed enough yin qi and the power of the 5 elements could use the power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. If these 5 types of zombies were to gather together and form the great formation of penta-elemental undead, its power would be even more frightening. However, these zombies were very rare to begin with. Add to that the fact that they were never under anyone's control and viewed each other with enmity, and were pursued by cultivators, it was very difficult for all 5 elemental zombies to gather together. In Chu Kanglin's memories, There were all sorts of detailed descriptions of the formation of these 5 elemental zombies. Chu Kanglin even had a secret method to accelerate the birth of these zombies. It seemed that he had once researched this topic. After obtaining all of this, Han Shuo suddenly felt as if he'd obtained a priceless treasure. He instantly had the idea of refining these 5 elemental zombies. With the restriction of necromancy magic, these zombies would unconditionally obey Han Shuo after taking form. He had long since discovered that the location of the Cemetery of Death where Han Shuo resided was a place of extreme earth. He could slowly search for the other 4 extreme places. Now, he only lacked a few materials that Chu Kanglin's secret method to accelerate the formation of these zombies, and then he could refine the Earth Elite zombie. As soon as this idea appeared, Han Shuo immediately made up his mind to see if he could refine these 5 types of zombies to form the great formation of penta-elemental undead. Chapter 94. The next day within the Dark Major's training fields. The Dark Major was one of the majors of the Academy of Magic. The facilities within the training fields were more complete than those of the Necromancy Major, and the area was also more spacious. When Han Shuo arrived at the Dark Major's training fields, he discovered that a few people had already gathered inside. There were students preparing to take their exams, and others who had nothing better to do but come to watch the liveliness. There was constant noise within. As the teacher of the Necromancy Major, Fanny sat with some of the teachers of the Dark Major and was busily registering the information of the students taking their exams. The old witch of the Dark Major, Camilla, was still teaching in the Dark Major's classroom under the supervision of Han Shuo's original demons and hadn't appeared here. Han Shuo looked around when he entered and discovered that Amy and Athena were the only 2 familiar faces in the Necromancy Major. He walked over to the 2 girls. "Hey, you're also here to take your exams?" Amy saw Han Shuo walk over from afar and waved a hand in greeting to Han Shuo. Nodding, Han Shuo said, "Yes, I've never been tested before. What aspects do I need to pay attention to?" "There's nothing to pay attention to in these kinds of tests. It's just a test of mental strength and then release a few spells for them to see." "Oh right, our Necromancy Major also needs to practice controlling summon creatures. There's nothing complicated about it. It's just that advancing to Adept Mage is a bit more complicated. Apart from these basic tests, you also need to understand all kinds of techniques, including some comprehension of magical knowledge, and finally actually complete a mission. You'll officially graduate after passing all of this." Athena flicked a glance at Han Shuo and opened her mouth to explain in detail to Han Shuo. Standing on the outskirts with the 2 girls, Han Shuo observed for a bit. He discovered that some of the Dark Major students were demonstrating magic according to the rules, and then a few teachers would ask them about their current level of understanding of magic. In the end, the teachers would evaluate their grades based on their performance. "Brian, you're preparing to determine the level of a magic apprentice?" Athena opened her mouth to ask when she saw that Han Shuo hadn't responded, and was only silently observing the performance of the students in the training field. "No, I'm here to see if I can advance into a novice mage." Han Shuo looked at Fanny, who was sitting upright on a high platform, and casually replied, "What? Are you joking? If I remember correctly, you were still an errand boy in the Necromancy Major a few months ago. Are you going to advance to a beginner mage so quickly? How is this possible?" Athena raised her voice and stared at Han Shuo in shock. "No way!" Amy exclaimed in astonishment. With a faint smile, Han Shuo nodded affirmatively and explained, "I'm just trying, I might not pass." Even though Han Shuo had said so, Amy and Athena still couldn't believe that Han Shuo was actually here to advance to become a novice mage. The 2 girls chattered nonstop until it was Amy's turn. "Go Amy. I think you'll be able to successfully advance to a novice mage this time." When Athena heard Amy's name called, she couldn't help but encourage Amy. Han Shuo also gave her a word of goodwill. Amy walked out afterwards and first tested her mental strength in front of everyone. She then released the Agony of the Soul, Bone Spear, and zombie summoning spells that a novice necromancy mage should be able to grasp, and manipulated the zombies to attack a few targets in the training field. Finally, Fanny and a few Dark Major teachers asked her a few questions about magic comprehension. After waiting for a while, Fanny said, "Congratulations, Amy. You're a novice mage from today on. Your information in the Magic Association will all be changed today. Athena also walked out of the test amidst Amy's excitement. Athena went through the same steps of the test one by one. She didn't know if it was because she was nervous during this process, but the bone spear spell suddenly exploded in the middle. Athena also made some mistakes when faced with some questions about magic in the end. As expected, Athena was told that she couldn't pass this time's test and returned to Amy's side with a face full of dejection. Fanny had already called out Han Shua's name before Han Shua could say a few words of comfort. Han Shua caused a small uproar as he walked calmly into the testing field. The surrounding dark major students were all very surprised to see that Han Shua, who was originally an errand slave, had actually appeared in the Great Hall. They all started whispering to each other, the majority of them holding a mocking attitude as they observed this matter. Haha, don't be nervous. Just follow the previous steps and go through them. I believe that with your strength, you should be able to successfully advance to a novice mage. Fanny comforted from above and had Han Shua walk through the procedures. First was the test of mental strength. Han Shua gathered his mental strength as he faced a testing stone made of special magical materials. A dark major teacher then held the testing stone to test Han Shua's mental strength. His mental strength gathered very quickly due to the potential of his brain being unearthed. Previously, when some of the other students experienced the Divine Testing Stone's spiritual power test, the Divine Testing Stone would gradually brighten until it reached a certain brightness before stopping. But Han Shua's situation was a bit different. In the 2 breaths of time that Han Shua gathered his mental strength, the dark testing stone didn't go through a gradual process at all. It immediately brightened, and then stopped at a fixed brightness. What's going on? A few dark major teachers in the stands revealed astonished expressions, as if they hadn't expected the testing stone to have such a strange reaction. Mental strength has reached the level of a journeyman mage. Unbelievable. The teacher holding the testing stone was even more astonished, as he looked at the numbers displayed on the testing stone and suddenly cried out in surprise. Han Shua's mental strength dissipated and his heart clenched when he saw everyone's astonishment. Han Shua had been worried that his mental strength wouldn't be enough, which was why he'd used his full strength. In addition, Han Shua hadn't known that the speed at which he could gather his mental strength would be so fast. After hearing Fanny's words yesterday, Han Shua, who had originally planned on keeping a low profile, could only smile ruefully and say, "Perhaps there's a problem with the testing stone. Why don't you try another one?" "Don't speak nonsense, how could there be a problem with the testing stone?" The dark major teacher holding the testing stone glared at Han Shua and said with certainty, "His brain has been affected by the agony of the soul magic of the necromancy major before, and he had a period of delirium afterwards. This may have caused his brain to be a bit strange, but I don't think anyone should pay too much attention to it." On the stage, Fanny first glared fiercely at Han Shua, seeming to blame Han Shua for showing off, and then smiled faintly as she explained to everyone, I seem to have heard of this matter as well. Who would have thought that the agony of the soul magic of the necromancy major could produce such a miraculous effect? Quite interesting." The teacher holding the testing stone said with a strange frown, "Teacher Alex, if you're interested, I can also help you cast it once." "Haha, but I can't guarantee that you won't go crazy." Fanny laughed lightly as she teased, "Forget it, I don't have the guts." "Alright, this test is over, you can proceed to the next segment." Teacher Alex of the Dark Major didn't say anything else and nodded at Han Shua. Athena would only make a mistake if she was nervous. However, Han Shua had also experienced some trials and tribulations, and his willpower was even more extraordinary. He naturally wouldn't show any signs of stage fright. Han Shua deployed the 3 spells that novice mages should have grasped with great proficiency, without the slightest bit of rusty awkwardness. When the zombie appeared afterwards, Han Shua's control was clearly a notch better than Amy's. The zombie's movements didn't even seem clumsy in the eyes of the audience, and actually gave off a feeling of nimbleness. Han Shua had an even easier time dealing with the last questions on magical knowledge. The main questioner was Fanny. Fanny knew the extent of Han Shua's mastery of magical knowledge, and didn't ask much at all. She casually asked a few questions that Han Shua had asked her 2 days ago, and let Han Shua pass easily. Without any mishaps, Han Shua smoothly obtained the qualifications of a novice mage. Fanny smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brian. Your information will be registered with the Magic Association from today onwards. You're a true novice mage in the future." Haha, although there are many novice mages, you'll be able to find a good path in the future. But I think that with your potential, it won't be just that. With Fanny's blessing, Han Shuo confidently left the training grounds and headed straight for the night school. He planned on using the black iron ore to trade with Lawrence for gold coins. Chu Kanglin's method of urging the 5 elemental zombies to take form required a combination of some special materials. Han Shuo had heard of some of these materials and knew that they were expensive even in this world. This made Han Shuo understand that if he wanted to refine the Earth Elite Zombie, he would definitely need a large investment of gold coins. Gold coins had also become a problem that Han Shuo had no choice but to consider. However, when Han Shuo was halfway there, the original demons noticed that Duke, who had been staying in the Wind Major all this time, suddenly left by himself at noon. He was also heading in the direction of the night school. Han Shuo had originally planned on immediately finding Lawrence, but temporarily set aside this thought, and used the original demons to observe Duke's movements. Duke then arrived here alone and met up with Eric, who had disappeared for a few days. Apart from Duke and Eric, there was another person with them. It was the Earth Knight Clark that he'd met in the dark forest. This greatly surprised Han Shuo. Chapter 95. Last time in the dark forest, Clark had displayed obvious affection for Fanny, but had been forced away by Han Shuo in the end. Han Shuo hadn't thought that he'd be able to see him again in the academy a few months later. Duke and Clark were talking in a room within the Night Academy. The senior swordsman stood guard in front of the door, seeming to be deathly afraid that others would disturb the two. Duke had personally set up a wind barrier around the room. When Han Shuo's original demons approached, they could only see the senior swordsman Eric standing guard outside. Because they could feel weak magical pulses, the original demons didn't dare enter without permission, and were unable to detect what the two were talking about. Duke and Camilla had met in the dark major classroom last time. They'd chosen to meet in the middle of the night, thinking that no one would discover them and so hadn't made any unnecessary moves. But it was daytime now, and they were within the Night Academy. It was no wonder that Duke would be so cautious. After a while, Duke and Clark walked out of the house. Duke once again followed his original path and left the Night Academy alone. The original demons followed behind Duke and Clark respectively. They discovered that Duke had once again returned to the Wind Academy, while Clark was in the training grounds of the Night Academy practicing martial arts. This was the time when the night students were practicing their techniques. Han Shuo didn't continue to stay in place to observe, and went directly to one of the training fields to find Lawrence according to the location that Lawrence had mentioned. Apart from a variety of weapons in this training field, there were also a few fierce-looking warhorses covered in heavy armor. The greatest difference between knights and swordsmen was that knights relied heavily on their warhorses in battle. Horsemanship was an important lesson that knights had to master and be proficient in. Knights could make use of the momentum and speed of their warhorses to exhibit even greater strength. Lawrence was clad in bright silver armor and wielded a long spear in his hand. He was flying through the training fields, his warhorse passing over some towering obstacles under his crotch. The long spear in his hand was like a bolt of lightning as it blossomed with the brilliant colors of fighting aura in the air. "Hi, Lawrence." Han Shuo suddenly greeted him with a smile after observing him for a while. With a neigh, Lawrence's warhorse turned around and charged fiercely towards Han Shuo with his spear in hand. Amidst the clattering of the warhorse's hooves, Lawrence's spear pierced towards Han Shuo's chest. Although the attack was incomparably fierce, Han Shuo remained unmoved. Only when Lawrence arrived in front of Han Shuo did he suddenly take out the Demon Slayer edge and infuse it with surging demonic energy, thrusting it towards the spear. Crack! The tip of the spear was pierced into two under the impact of the Demon Slayer edge. It was fortunate that Lawrence had let go of the spear in time. Otherwise, after the Demon Slayer edge tore through the spear, his hand holding the spear would have been cut as well. However, the combined force of the charge and the warhorse was still a bit too much for Han Shuo to handle. The impact that seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn the seas caused Han Shuo's arm, which was holding the Demon Slayer edge, to tremble uncontrollably. Reining in his horse, Lawrence jumped down and took off the heavy armor on his body. He excitedly came in front of Han Shuo and focused his eyes on the demon slayer edge in Han Shuo's hand. He exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of strange weapon is this? It's actually so sharp." Heh, it's a mixture of black iron ore and black gold ore, as well as a few other rare metals. Forged by a dwarf himself, it'd be strange if it wasn't sharp enough. Han Shuo explained to Lawrence after putting away the demon slayer edge. Grabbing a towel and wiping the sweat on his forehead, Lawrence said, "So that's how it is. It looks like this weapon of yours is definitely not ordinary. Oh right, you've come to find me this time because you've already found the black iron ore?" Heh. Nodding, Han Shuo took out the piece of black iron ore that he'd excavated last night from his space ring with a smile. "That's right, this piece of black iron ore should be enough to satisfy your needs. Let's do the transaction." "No problem. Give me your crystal card and I'll transfer 5,000 gold coins to you." Lawrence looked joyfully at the black iron ore in Han Shuo's hand and said impatiently. When Han Shuo and Lawrence completed the transaction, Han Shuo discovered that there was another 5,000 gold coins in his crystal card. He couldn't help but smile. Just as the two were in a good mood, Earth Rider Clark walked in from outside the training fields. Clark had just walked in and was about to open his mouth to speak when he suddenly saw Han Shuo. His expression immediately changed as he exclaimed lightly, "It's you." Turning his head to see that Clark had actually walked in, Han Shuo was also slightly startled. He smiled and nodded at Clark, saying, "Hello Clark, long time no see. Why did you suddenly leave without saying goodbye last time in the dark forest?" I was framed by a despicable person last time, that's why I couldn't leave." After so long, Clark must have understood the truth of what had happened last time. Now that he saw Han Shuo, he immediately insinuated insinuations and cursed Han Shuo. Pausing, Clark looked at Han Shuo and said, "Is Master Fanny doing well? I was just about to go greet Master Fanny and express my apologies." "Master Fanny is doing very well. You don't need to worry about her." Han Shuo immediately responded with a cold face when he heard that Clark still couldn't forget Fanny. Hey, what's the matter with you two? Senior Clark, haven't you already graduated? What are you doing here? And how do you know Brian?" Lawrence hurriedly yelled when he saw that the two's words were filled with the smell of gunpowder. "I've returned to the academy this time to investigate the disappearance of my younger brother Claude. My younger brother Claude seemed to have come into contact with Brian in the town of Droll. If I discover that he has something to do with my younger brother's disappearance, I'll make him pay." Clark's face darkened as he spoke to Lawrence and Han Shuo. Startled, Han Shuo also looked at Clark with some surprise. He hadn't thought that Clark would be Claude's older brother. This meant that this person was also the eldest son of the Griffin Legion's commander. Although Han Shuo had killed Claude last time in the town of Droll, Claude had indeed seen Han Shuo in the tavern. If Clark was truly determined to investigate, then this matter would truly be a bit tricky. "What does this have to do with me? I'm not familiar with Claude, not to mention that his martial arts skills are so superb. What could possibly happen to him?" Han Shuo's face was calm as he spoke as if nothing had happened. After thinking for a bit, Han Shuo said to Lawrence, "All right, I don't have anything else to do. Let's end things here for today." Han Shuo didn't wait for Lawrence to say anything after he'd finished speaking, and immediately left the training field. He then quickly left the academy and hurried out of the academy. The three original demons that had been in charge of surveillance had no choice but to be recalled back into Han Shuo's body due to the distance. Han Shuo felt that this matter was a bit fishy after learning of Clark's identity. As the eldest son of the commander of the Empire's Griffin Legion, Clark was actually staying so sneakily inside with an envoy from the Kasi Empire. Although he didn't know what the two had discussed, Han Shuo felt that it was better to report this matter to the upper echelons of the Dark Mantle as soon as possible and let them fret over it. There was an enormous manor in the northern part of the city. It was only 300 meters away from the collapsed room that Phoebe had stayed in last time. Han Shuo didn't detect anything out of the ordinary from the outside when he arrived with the dark mantle, iron medallion that symbolized his identity. He knocked on the iron door, and only after a long while did a skinny youth open the door. He first looked Han Shuo up and down, then asked in an unfriendly tone, "Who are you looking for?" Han Shuo didn't say much and only took out the iron medallion and handed it to the youth. The youth took the iron medallion and glanced at it, then moved to the side to let Han Shuo pass. The youth handed the iron medallion back to Han Shuo after Han Shuo entered. His expression also relaxed as he said faintly, "You've just joined, right? I've never seen you before. Your iron medallion is also given to a newcomer. Who's in charge of you?" As he followed the youth inside, Han Shuo discovered that there weren't any special boundaries or mechanisms within the entire manor. This actually surprised Han Shuo quite a bit. As he looked around even more carefully, he casually replied, "I just joined a few days ago. An old man named Candide is directly in charge of me." "Well, what? Are you sure? Lord Candide is directly in charge of you just joined?" The youth was obviously shocked and asked Han Shuo softly. Nodding, Han Shuo asked in confusion, "That's right. Is there a problem?" "There's no problem. However, Lord Candide is one of the 3 heavyweights of our dark mantle. Within the entire empire, Lord Candide can directly mobilize the military forces of every city. He can also directly kill ordinary nobles and officers without consulting His Majesty. You're just a newcomer. Why would you directly listen to Lord Candide's orders?" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said, "How would I know? In any case, he was the one who brought me in. I came here this time to look for him. Oh right. I've observed for a bit, and discovered that this secret stronghold doesn't seem to have any defenses. What's going on?" "Hehe, you're a newcomer, all right. Come with me, I'll show you around." The skinny man had the tone of an old man as he led Han Shuo inside with a smile. Chapter 96. After shuttling through the manor for a while, Han Shuo learned that the skinny man's name was Chester, and he was a bandit. Han Shuo also learned a bit about the Dark Mantle from Chester. Members of the Dark Mantle were divided into 3 levels according to their contributions to the organization. Dark Star, Dark Moon, and Dark Sunday stars filled the night sky, symbolizing that Dark Star members were spread throughout every corner of the empire. Dark Moon members were 1 level higher, but they still couldn't see the light and could only live in dark corners. However, the higher-ranking members of the Dark Sun could appear dazzlingly in the eyes of the public during the day like the sun. The 3 levels of Sun, Moon, and Dark Star were further divided into 5 levels according to their contributions to the empire. For example, Han Shuo was now a Dark Star envoy. There was a miniature star behind his iron medallion, representing that Han Shuo was a Dark Star envoy, the lowest level of a Dark Star envoy. As one's contributions to the empire increased, this iron medallion would slowly accumulate to 2, 3, 4, and 5 stars. After breaking through to 5 stars, one would be promoted to a Dark Moon envoy. Then, according to the advancement method of a Dark Star envoy, they would advance from Dark Moon envoy to Dark Moon envoy, and so on until the higher-ranking Dark Sun envoys were subdivided in this manner. As long as one could advance to a higher level, not only would their monthly salary increase, but they would also be able to enjoy more privileges of the Dark Mantle. At the highest level, Candide, they would directly take orders from His Majesty the King. They were practically second only to 1 and above tens of thousands. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank were all at their fingertips. "We're here, this is the place." After traversing a long distance, Chester finally brought Han Shuo to a stop in front of a house in the center. Han Shuo had released 3 original demons to patrol along the way, and discovered that there was no one else in the manor apart from himself and Chester. There weren't even any defensive measures set up in the entire spacious manor. This made Han Shuo quite puzzled. This room didn't seem spacious and Han Shuo didn't find anything special after looking around. He asked Chester with a surprised expression, "What's different about this?" "Haha, of course it's different. Actually, as you can see, the entire manor doesn't have any defensive measures at all. This manor is just a cover. The real Dark Mantle is obviously not here," Chester explained with a smile. Then he somehow flipped the ground, and a crack suddenly appeared on the flat ground, revealing a bright passage. "So, there is another mechanism. Where does this lead to?" Han Shuo could not help but ask when he saw the passageway appear before him. "Let's go. I'll bring you to the real Dark Mantle base," Chester said with a smile, then jumped down the bright passage and called Han Shuo to come down with him. When Han Shuo also landed, he felt that the ground he was standing on was very soft. He was surrounded by solid walls, and powerful magical fluctuations suddenly came from the passage. Along with a soft sound, the solid wall around them split open to reveal a large door. A very bright passage appeared in front of the two. It was like a maze. Some of the passages in front of them were entangled with each other, and there were already strong magical waves coming from the surrounding walls. There were also many unknown crossbows that seemed to be ready to be fired, their sharp edges pointing at every corner of the passage. Why do I feel like this is a cave? Han Shuo looked around and couldn't help but ask. Chester walked out from inside and motioned for Han Shuo to follow him. He explained, "Your feeling is correct. This is Mt. Ordas behind the Imperial Palace. Unauthorized persons are strictly prohibited from entering this towering mountain. Our dark mantle base is within the belly of the mountain. This is where the true security is tight, and there are even Imperial legions stationed around. Our dark mantle, as His Majesty's Hand of Darkness, gathers all kinds of talents of the Empire here, and also stores many of the Empire's confidential documents. There have been no accidents for many years, and the security here is not inferior to the Imperial Palace." Han Shuo could feel that the security here was tight, and some of the magical fluctuations in the surroundings obviously contained a strong sense of danger. In such a place, Han Shuo didn't dare release the lowest level of the little demon, original demon. Therefore, he could only rely on his sensitive five senses to sense the various dangers hidden in the surroundings. He followed behind Chester and passed through a few passageways. He also encountered a few other dark mantle people along the way. Han Shuo could feel the breathing and heartbeats of some stone chambers along the way, and knew that there were people inside. "Lord Candide, as one of the 3 heavyweights of our dark mantle, I don't have the qualifications to personally bring you to see him. However, I will help you pass on a message. I think that if Lord Candide really brought you in, I think he will receive you." Chester looked at Han Shuo with a bit of envy, as if Han Shuo was extremely lucky to be directly under Candide's charge. "I've heard you mention the 3 heavyweights of the dark mantle a few times. Apart from Candide, who are the other 2? Han Shuo asked Han Shuo as they walked. "There's also Lord Ames and Lord Cecilia. Lord Cecilia is in charge of various affairs of the dark mantle outside of the Empire. It's said that she's also a charming woman. Hehe, it's a pity that a small character like me can't see her. Lord Ames and Lord Candide are both in the Empire, but Lord Ames is mainly in charge of monitoring and investigating the various nobles and high-ranking officials of the Empire. He's a man who lives completely in the public eye in our dark mantle. As long as we find out that these high-ranking officials have done anything detrimental to the Empire, we can directly arrest them and report to His Majesty the King. Some low-ranking noble officers can even be directly executed without alerting His Majesty. Therefore, for some of the nobles of the Empire, Lord Ames is their nightmare. Candide is in charge of some other affairs within the Empire, including the excavation and execution of all kinds of enemy spies, obtaining some benefits for the Empire, and eradicating all hidden dangers to the Empire." Chester introduced the 3 heavyweights of the dark mantle in detail to Han Shuo as they walked. As Chester continued to describe, the 2 stopped in front of an iron door. After arriving here, Chester signaled for Han Shuo to stop. Then Chester spoke through a small hole in the iron door. "There's a dark star called Brian who requests an audience with Lord Candide. He says that he's directly under Lord Candide's charge." "Wait a moment, I'll ask Lord Candide." A cold, emotionless voice came from the small hole inside. After about 2 minutes, the iron door suddenly opened. There were magical fluctuations on a round table in the middle. The voice continued, "Brian, come in and stand on the round table. Chester, wait outside the door. When Brian comes out in a moment, bring him out the way he came." "All right," Chester responded and then explained in a low voice, "When we first came here, we used a short-distance transportation matrix. There are a few similar ones in the belly of the mountain. He'll take you to the place you should go." Nodding, Han Shuo expressed his understanding, and got up to walk to the round table with the wondrous magical pattern. A short-distance transportation matrix wasn't difficult to set up. As long as one was an adept mage or above space mage and had sufficient magical materials, they could set it up. But a long-distance transportation matrix, especially one like the one Han Shuo used to travel to the Cemetery of Death in the dark forest that spanned 1,000 miles, wasn't something that an ordinary mage could set up. Not only did it require the cultivation of an archmage or above, but it also required an enormous amount of magical materials. Without the support of a great power, it was impossible to realize a transportation matrix that spanned 1,000 miles. Once again sighing with emotion at the wonders of the cemetery of death, Han Shuo stood directly on the magical round table. Then, under the effects of the magic matrix, Han Shuo appeared in a spacious stone room. This stone room was decorated very brightly and comfortably, appearing even more luxurious than the buzzed merchant guild. Exquisite magical drawings were carved on the surrounding walls and several paintings of the countryside were hung on the walls. The chandelier above sparkled with a gentle and beautiful light, brightly illuminating the entire stone room. Candide was sitting on a table in front of the stone room, holding a book in his hand and frowning as he flipped through it. When Han Shuo looked around and then looked at Han Shuo, Candide finally put down the book in his hand and looked at Han Shuo with a sinister face. He opened his mouth and asked darkly, "What is it? Have you discovered anything?" Nodding, Han Shuo roughly explained to Candide what he'd discovered in the last couple of days. This included the meeting between Duke and Camilla, the conversation regarding the Eye of Darkness, and finally the meeting between Clark, the son of the chief of the Griffin Legion, and Duke. Han Shuo also told Candide everything. As Han Shuo spoke, Candide's already sinister and ugly face became even more sinister. After Han Shuo had finished speaking, Candide remained silent, his eyebrows tightly furrowed as if he was thinking about something. After a while, just as Han Shuo was getting a bit impatient, Candide revealed a smile and said to Han Shuo, "Brian, you've done very well, so well that I'm surprised. It looks like you were born for this line of work. With your strength, you were actually able to obtain such valuable information in such a short amount of time. It's truly unexpected. Duke is a wind archmage, even Camilla is an adept dark mage, and Clark is an earth rider. I can only describe you as a miraculous performance to be able to obtain so much information without them noticing." "You flatter me," Han Shuo said modestly. "You don't need to be humble. You've handled this matter perfectly. Although I'm very curious as to how you did it, since you're one of my people now, I won't interfere and ask you. Kiki, you don't need to worry about the rest, I'll send people to take care of this." Candide looked at Han Shuo as if he were looking at a monster and praised him. Han Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been most worried that Candide would doubt his story. After all, with his strength, it should have been impossible for him to obtain so much information without being noticed by these people. What gratified Han Shuo was that Candide didn't doubt the veracity of this matter at all. He didn't even ask how Han Shuo had obtained this information. This made Han Shuo feel quite surprised as well. You don't need to be surprised. For our Dark Mantle, we only care about the final result of a mission. We don't ask about the process in between. Every member has their own way of doing things. After we assign a mission, it doesn't matter what methods a member uses as long as the result is achieved. Therefore, you don't need to worry about anything. We won't affect your life when there's no mission. You can enjoy everything you have. Candide seemed to see through Han Shuo's thoughts, and very patiently explained to Han Shuo, "All right, then there shouldn't be anything for me to do now, right?" Han Shuo was very much in favor of the Dark Mantle's principled way of doing things and responded with a smile. "Give me the metal plate that symbolizes your identity. I'll record this very important information in your metal plate and the files of the organization. I have the obligation to add 2 stars for you. Some members don't even receive a single star for reporting 10 pieces of information, but the contribution of your information is enough to add 2 stars. Candide looked at Han Shuo with a smile. Candide then took Han Shuo's metal plate and moved it a bit. When the metal plate fell back into Han Shuo's hands, there were actually 2 small stars behind it. This also symbolized that Han Shuo had directly jumped 2 ranks and entered the ranks of the 3 Dark Star envoys. If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. Han Shuo was also a bit happy to see that one mission had allowed him to become a 3 Dark Star like Chester, and said with a smile. Nodding, Candide said, "All right, you can leave now. However, you must report to the organization once every month. During this time, if you have any information that is beneficial or harmful to the Empire, you can directly report to us. The accuracy of the information will be calculated, and your contributions will be recorded in the organization's files." Many Dark Star envoys are scattered throughout the Empire and advance through this method. Even if there's no information, you still have to report to the organization. On one hand, the organization will know your situation, and on the other hand, the organization will see if there are any suitable missions for you. Of course, you still have the right to choose some missions, and you also have the right to refuse others. Candide said. Without saying anything else, Han Shuo nodded to express his understanding and planned to leave. However, when he reached the door, Candide suddenly called out as if he had something he couldn't say. Wait a moment, Brian. Pausing, Han Shuo turned around to look at Candide and asked in confusion, Is there something else, Mr. Candide? You have to properly handle your relationship with Lawrence. This may have a great impact on you in the future. Lawrence's identity is much more complicated than you think. I can only tell you this much. You should pay attention to it. Candide seemed to be in a very difficult position and stopped after saying this. I heard that he's the son of the finance minister. Is this what you want to tell me? Han Shuo had heard a few things about Lawrence from Lisa, so he asked Candide. Candide first nodded and then shook his head. Under Han Shuo's puzzled gaze, Candide opened his mouth again and said, Many people know that Lawrence is the son of the finance minister of the empire. However, apart from this, Lawrence also has another identity. This identity has too many implications, and you don't have the right to know this at your current level. It's not good for me to say too much either. I just want to remind you to be careful so that you don't fall into a maelstrom that you shouldn't be drawn into. Candide waved his hand to indicate for Han Shuo to leave after saying these words. Han Shuo's heart was filled with doubt, but he didn't ask much now that he knew a few of the Dark Mantle's rules. He nodded to indicate that he would be careful and left Candide's room. How was it? Did you gain anything? Chester looked at Han Shuo with great interest as they walked back the way they came. It's nothing much, just that Candide added 2 stars to it. I'm now the same as you, a 3rd star envoy, heh. Seeing that Chester was so interested, Han Shuo didn't feel that there was anything to hide and smiled at Chester. Chester was incomparably surprised and envious when he heard these words. After the pleasant surprise, Chester shook his head and sighed, saying, You have Lord Candide's protection. This kind of advancement speed is indeed terrifying. I've been in the Dark Mantle for 3 years and reported over 20 pieces of information before becoming a 3rd star envoy. You've only been in the organization for less than a week and you've already become a 3rd star envoy. Comparisons really are odious. The treatment of having someone at the top is indeed different. Han Shuo shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much in response to Chester's exclamation. Although Han Shuo had obtained the information through his own strength, there really was no way to explain this kind of thing, so he might as well not say much. If there's a mission that requires 2 people to complete next time, can you take me with you? Just think of it as giving me a hand? Chester first sighed, then scratched his head in embarrassment as he asked Han Shuo, finding it a bit difficult to speak. Sure. Han Shuo agreed readily. Thank you very much. I'll remember you and do my best to cooperate with you. Chester was overjoyed and his attitude towards Han Shuo became even more enthusiastic. He continuously told Han Shuo about the Dark Mantle situation along the way, and sent Han Shuo back to the quiet manor in the northern district. Chapter 97. On the day he returned to the academy, Han Shuo discovered that Camilla had suddenly left the academy in a hurry that night. Han Shuo didn't see Camilla again for the next 2 days. After making some inquiries, Han Shuo heard that something had happened to Camilla's family, and that she likely wouldn't be returning to the academy for a while. This was only news on the surface. From what Han Shuo saw, he likely wouldn't be able to see her again in the future. Since she was a spy from an enemy nation, according to the Dark Mantle's style, they certainly wouldn't leave her safely in the Empire. Duke and Eric held a secret discussion as soon as Camilla disappeared. They didn't dare to continue staying in the academy, and used the end of the exchange as an excuse to immediately leave the academy and return to the Kasi Empire. Clark, who had originally planned to pay a visit to the necromancy major to greet Fanny, also left the academy at almost the same time. As a member of the Dark Mantle, although Han Shuo didn't know exactly what had happened, he was certain that the Dark Mantle had taken control of everything. Otherwise, it would be impossible for all 3 of them to have such strange reactions and disappear in such a short amount of time. Han Shuo spent the next few days in a very relaxed and contented manner. He continuously researched magical knowledge, and would immediately ask Fanny about anything he didn't understand. He was always able to obtain the correct answer from Fanny. However, because he had trained his magical yuan to the molded spirit stage, Han Shuo would often unconsciously blurt out some presumptuous words that were buried in his heart in the process of interacting with Fanny. Every time this happened, Fanny would rebuke Han Shuo. But Han Shuo would always think of other ways to remedy the situation once he realized it. If he couldn't remedy it, he would just continue to play dumb and fool her. One day when Han Shuo woke up in the morning, he suddenly discovered that the weather had turned cold. Han Shuo thought for a bit and felt that Phoebe should have already prepared the dwarves' winter rations. Therefore he left the academy and headed to the Buzzed Merchant Guild, casually purchasing some materials for refining the Earth Elite Zombie from Phoebe. After arriving at the Buzzed Merchant Guild, Han Shuo discovered that the guards had been changed again. This time when Han Shuo reported his name, the guards immediately let Han Shuo in with great respect. Not long after, a radiant Fabian sprinted over from afar. He called out cheerfully from afar, "Hey Brian, long time no see. How have you been?" "Oh, it's great that you're all right, Fabian. I thought that you'd already." Fabian's appearance surprised Han Shuo as well. Han Shuo had originally thought that Fabian had already been killed by the earthquake spell when the Shadow Ghost expert had come over last time. "I hid under the bed when the house collapsed last time. Candace came and found me afterwards and saved me from the collapsed house. That's how I managed to escape this calamity." Fabian had a look of joy on his face that he'd narrowly escaped disaster as he explained happily to Han Shuo. Nodding, Han Shuo looked over Fabian and said, "You look very well now. It looks like your good luck has arrived." "Haha, of course not. But ever since Grover died, the Shadow Ghost hasn't appeared again. Now that Miss Phoebe has officially taken over the guild, my days with her have been much better." Although Fabian said that he hadn't, the joyous expression on his face spoke volumes of the joy and pride in his heart. Most of the scenery within the Buzzed Merchant Guild hadn't changed, but the guards within had all been changed. As he walked inside, Han Shuo suddenly stopped midway and looked at the fake mountain to his left. Han Shuo remembered that the last time he and Phoebe had been here, they'd had no choice but to enter the crack in the fake mountain to avoid Ella's pursuit. When he looked at this place again today, he discovered that it had obviously been redecorated. There were suddenly many more pots of flowers in the surroundings, and a rocking chair and table had been placed next to the crack in the fake mountain. It seemed to be used to admire the beautiful scenery around it. Why has this place changed? I don't remember it being like this before." Han Shuo looked around in surprise and then turned his head to ask Fabian. "Hehe, you're very attentive. This place has been redecorated according to Miss Phoebe's wishes. Miss Phoebe doesn't allow anyone else to enter this place, and she'll come here alone to bask in the sun, sip tea, and admire the flowers when she's free. However, I don't think that the scenery here is the most beautiful place in the Buzzed Merchant Guild, but for some reason Miss Phoebe just likes to come here." Fabian had a face full of confusion as he opened his mouth to explain to Han Shuo. Looking at the crack that the two of them had spent together last time, Han Shuo's heart swayed as he recalled the ambiguous circumstances of the two of them. He thought to himself that Phoebe couldn't be remembering their awkward encounter last time, could she? When his thoughts traveled here, Han Shuo shook his head incredulously and repeatedly thought that it wasn't quite possible. Phoebe was an extremely proud and arrogant person, and her looks were stunning. Add to that the fact that she now held great power within the Buzzed Merchant Guild. She shouldn't be concerned with a mere student of the Babylon Academy of Magic. Fabian had already brought Han Shuo to the main hall as these thoughts ran through his mind. Fabian then called for the maids to bring tea and refreshments, and then went to invite Phoebe to come see Han Shuo. After a while, Phoebe walked into the hall wearing a clean and simple white training robe with faint traces of sweat on her forehead. She seemed to be a bit thirsty as she picked up an empty cup in front of Han Shuo and filled it with tea. Her beautiful eyes focused on Han Shuo after a few sips. "You're here for the grain?" Nodding, Han Shuo smiled, "Of course. If it wasn't for the grain, why would I come to the Buzzed Merchant Guild?" Pursing her lips prettily, Phoebe rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and said unhappily, "Can't you come see a friend like me?" Laughing involuntarily, Han Shuo said amusedly, We haven't seen each other for only a few days, not to mention that you've just taken over the merchant guild. You must be very busy. Even if I wanted to come see you, I'm afraid you wouldn't have the time. If you haven't thought about it, then you haven't. Don't make excuses. Phoebe's elegant and slender neck lifted, seeming to be a bit angry at Han Shuo. She then thought for a moment and said, "The grain you need is the size of 2 rooms. Your space ring should be of the lowest quality, and there must be other things in your space ring as well. You shouldn't be able to hold so many things. That's not a problem, I can come over a few times to move it. Haha, don't worry, I won't find it troublesome." Han Shuo had long since prepared to move it many times and smiled faintly at Phoebe. Pausing, Han Shuo took out a piece of paper filled with all kinds of materials and handed it to Phoebe, saying, "I need to buy some other materials. Can you see if you can help me buy them?" Looking at Han Shuo with a bit of astonishment, seemingly unable to understand why Han Shuo had been buying special items recently, Phoebe took the piece of paper Han Shuo handed over and murmured, "Ice soil, hot soil, wet soil, blood soil, and something snow, something leaves, something fruit. What are you writing about? I don't understand a lot of it." Knowing that Phoebe might be puzzled, Han Shuo smiled and explained, "Ice soil is the soil of extremely cold places. Hot soil is the soil of extremely hot places. It's usually found in places with lava. Wet soil is the soil that's damp all year round and doesn't see the sun. Blood soil is the soil that's dyed red by the blood of soldiers who died in battle after 2 armies had fought. There's also the ice snow where the ice soil is produced, the lava in the hot soil, the strange black grass that grows in the wet soil, and some tumor-like fruits that grow in the blood soil." Under Han Shuo's explanation, Phoebe's expression became more and more puzzled. After Han Shuo described some of the things, Phoebe was able to recognize the names of these things. Although the names were different from the ones recorded by Chu Kanglin, they should be the same things based on their shapes and special characteristics. There were also some items that even Phoebe hadn't heard of before. However, under Han Shuo's detailed description, Phoebe said that she'd have to ask someone else to know. By the time Han Shuo finished listing the 13 materials he needed to accelerate the growth of the Earth Elite Zombie, Phoebe's head was already spinning from Han Shuo's string of assorted materials. If this person wasn't Han Shuo, Phoebe likely wouldn't have been able to endure it long ago. In the end, Phoebe said a bit angrily, "What are you planning to do with all these random things? If you're not willing to tell me, then I won't help you." Han Shuo looked helplessly at Phoebe and saw that Phoebe was huffing and puffing with anger. He chanted a magic incantation, and the little skull holding the bone dagger appeared in front of Han Shuo. Under Han Shuo's command, the little skull's body nimbly shuttled through the hall until the bone dagger left his hand and flew straight at Phoebe. Phoebe was startled and her long sword blossomed with fighting aura, clashing with the little skull's bone dagger. When the bone dagger spun back into little skull's hand, Han Shuo opened his mouth to say, "Do you think this little skull is a bit different from the one summoned by ordinary necromancers?" "It's not different, it's simply inconceivable. I've seen the skeletal warrior summoned by necromancers before, but this little skull of yours is like heaven and earth compared to them. I even feel that this skeletal warrior of yours only has the appearance of a skeleton, but it's as if there's a demon hidden within his body. Even I feel a bit scared." Phoebe's expression was grave as she looked at the little skull holding the bone dagger with lingering fear. "He used to be an ordinary skeletal warrior, even weaker than the average skeleton warrior, and would only help me throw out garbage bags. But you know that he's different now. After my secret refinement, although he's still a skeletal warrior, he's slowly growing. You've already experienced his power just now. I can only tell you that the materials I need are to refine a zombie as magical as him." Han Shuo stared at Phoebe with sparkling eyes as he slowly opened his mouth to speak. No one else in this world could master the method of magical refinement other than him. Han Shuo wasn't afraid of Phoebe knowing. Not to mention that Phoebe had already seen the magic of the little skull. In addition, Han Shuo truly trusted Phoebe, so he simply mentioned it. "Incredible, this is truly incredible. This method of yours will surely revolutionize the magic of necromancers. How did you do it, Brian? You're too amazing." Phoebe's gaze when she looked at Han Shuo even held a trace of adoration as she exclaimed softly in excitement. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said, "How I did it is my exclusive secret method. Phoebe, we're friends, so I can tell you these things. But you should know that if others know of this, It may bring me some trouble. So I hope you can keep this secret for me. You've never told anyone else apart from me? Phoebe was startled at first, and then suddenly looked at Han Shuo with a strange gaze. Nodding, Han Shuo said with certainty, "Absolutely not." A faint blush suddenly appeared on her beautiful cheeks as Phoebe happily promised Han Shuo, "All right, even if someone threatens me with their life, I won't tell anyone our secret, don't worry." "Thank you, Phoebe. I will remember your kindness. I hope you can help me purchase these special items. I know that only large merchant groups like yours can travel across cities and travel to various parts of the empire to obtain these items." Han Shuo was a bit moved as he spoke sincerely to Phoebe. "No problem, I'll do my best. I think these items will require quite a bit of gold, so you need to prepare enough coins." "Haha, I won't do it for free." Phoebe winked at Han Shuo with a bit of a mischievous smile and teased Han Shuo. In the beginning, Han Shuo had felt that Phoebe had a cold and arrogant personality, and that it was difficult to get along with others. However, as time progressed and the two experienced some things together, he discovered that the cold and arrogant face Phoebe displayed to outsiders. Once she truly opened her heart to someone, she would become quite easy to talk to and wouldn't display any lofty attitude. This made Han Shuo truly acknowledge Phoebe in his heart, and no longer treated Phoebe as a simple business partner. After spending another hour, Han Shuo explained in detail to Phoebe how the special materials were formed and where they came from, and waited until Phoebe had written them all down with a pen. Han Shuo and Phoebe filled a space ring with the Buzzed Merchant Guild's warehouse with the food he needed, then bid farewell to Phoebe and returned to the Cemetery of Death. Chapter 98. After returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo didn't linger for long and headed back to the dwarves' village. Han Shuo finally arrived at the dwarves' village when the sky was about to turn dark. Bennett and the dwarves were still quite cordial. As soon as Han Shuo arrived, some of the dwarves took out the few delicacies available for Han Shuo to taste. Fruit wine brewed using secret methods had long since filled the cup in front of Han Shuo. "You haven't been here for quite a few days, Han Shuo. How have you been?" Bennett looked at Han Shuo and said, "Thank you for your concern. I've been very well. I've come this time to bring you the food I promised you." Han Shuo took out bags of food from his space ring as he spoke. There was some wheat, milk, bread, and even some marinated meat. "Oh, my miraculous friend, our entire village will be grateful for your kindness." Bennett saw that so much food had suddenly appeared on the ground as Han Shuo's space ring flashed continuously. This made Bennett, who'd already felt that his days hadn't been too good recently, become inexplicably excited, and he immediately cried out lightly. Not far away, some dwarven women and children also put down their work and suddenly gathered here, cheering and hugging each other to celebrate with tears in their eyes. Seeing that the dwarves were so excited by the food, Han Shuo knew that their days hadn't been too good. Every winter was probably a form of torture for them, but because of Han Shuo's appearance this time, the dwarves didn't need to worry about their livelihood anymore. Chief Calvin was walking over from the forge with some other young, brawny dwarves. He was a bit surprised to see the excited cheers on this side, and only expressed his gratitude to Han Shuo in a very solemn manner when he saw the food piled up on the ground. "Elder, this is only the first batch of food. My space ring can only store so much at a time. I think as long as I make a few more trips, I should be able to bring all the food you need. Don't worry, Elder. I will send the next batch of food as soon as possible. I think you won't have to worry about food this winter." Han Shuo replied humbly and explained to Calvin with a smile. At this moment, a noise came from outside the village. Then, the dwarves who were standing guard outside the village came over with a few elves. These elves were wearing clothes decorated with exquisite patterns, and they wore headbands woven from flowers and branches. They either held bows and arrows or magic staffs in their hands. Both men and women were equally handsome and beautiful. "Dear dwarven friends, we have brought beautiful gems, enough to exchange for the weapons you have forged. We will use those weapons to help you drive away the greedy ogres. Are you willing to sell those weapons to us?" The first young elf spoke politely. He had a green bow on his back, and there was a faint magic fluctuation coming from the bow. It seemed to be a magic weapon, which made Han Shuo very curious. "I'm sorry, Bennett. I think I've made myself clear enough. We will never give you the weapons we have forged. We are not interested no matter how much you pay us." Calvin shook his head and rejected the young elf Bennett bluntly. Bennett was quite vexed when he said this and said anxiously, "Why? I know that there are only 100 or so dwarves in your village, but you have forged more than 100 weapons recently. You can't use them at all. Weapons mixed with black iron or can be forged by you dwarves. If we elves add magic to them, they will become even more powerful magical weapons. Why can't you use them and aren't willing to trade them to us? Is it because our price isn't high enough? Because we have forged these weapons for our best friend Han. We have also brought some fruit wine for him. So I'm very sorry, Bennett. I don't think we can trade these weapons to you just because of the gems." Calvin expressed his apologies resolutely to Bennett and then turned his head to call out to Bennett, "Bennett, take them with you and bring us the weapons we have forged. Let Han take them all today." "Understood, village chief." Bennett responded heartily and then led a few young dwarves towards the forge in high spirits. None of the dwarves paid any attention to the elf's temptations of the gems. "May I ask, is he the Han you speak of? Humans are the most despicable and evil race in the dark forest. You're unwilling to cooperate with the emissary of nature, and instead choose to trust a human. Elder Calvin, you can't do this." Bennett immediately complained with boundless grievance when he saw Calvin point at Han Shuo and have Bennett and the others give all the weapons they had forged to Han Shuo. "Han is different from other humans. We trust him and we help each other. So I'm very sorry, Bennett. I don't think we can trade these weapons to you." Calvin was unmoved by Bennett's complaints and said stubbornly. When he'd left the dwarf village last time, Han Shuo hadn't thought of using rations to trade for the dwarves' weapons. It was just that the dwarves had insisted on this in order to accept Han Shuo's rations. Who would have thought that some elves would set their sights on this batch of dwarven weapons mixed with black iron or after a short while? However, what surprised Han Shuo was that these dwarves seemed to have repeatedly refused Bennett's pleas for a trade and had firmly kept the weapons for him. "Elder, you can actually make your own decisions regarding these weapons. I'm giving you these rations not because I want your weapons." Han Shuo thought for a moment and then explained sincerely to Calvin. Nodding, Calvin smiled faintly. "You don't need to explain, Han. We know your good intentions, but we can't accept your things for no reason. The teachings of our dwarves tell us that no matter what it is, we need to work hard to exchange for it. If we accept your things directly, it will go against our ancestral teachings and bring a bad atmosphere to the village. So I think you should understand what I mean." Bennett had brought some dwarves with him and carried over a dozen weapons while Han Shuo and Calvin were talking. There were swords, spears, heavy hammers, double-edged axes, and all sorts of other weapons. These weapons were all brand new and shining. The heavy hammers and double-edged axes gave off a feeling of sturdiness and weight, while the blades of some swords and spears appeared cold and sharp. The eyes of Bennett and the others all shone with excitement when they saw these weapons appear. However, Han Shuo sighed with apparent resignation amidst their excitement and opened his mouth. "Since the elder has said so, then I can only reluctantly accept them." Under the greedy gazes of Bennett and the other elves, the dozen or so weapons mixed with black iron ore and forged by famed dwarven smiths landed one by one into Han Shuo's space ring. "Human friend, I wonder if you can trade these dwarven forged weapons with us? We've been preparing for a great battle recently, and are preparing to strike a blow at the arrogance of the forest troll. If we have these weapons and the magic of our elven elders imbue them with us, they'll become magical weapons of astonishing power. The strength of some of our experts will greatly increase then. We're willing to trade gems with you, what do you think?" A flash of disappointment flashed through Bennett's eyes when he saw Han Shuo put away the weapons one by one. He thought for a moment and suddenly felt that it would be easier to trade with Han Shuo. He immediately spoke excitedly to Han Shuo. "Humans are a despicable and evil race. How would you noble elves be willing to trade with such a despicable and evil race?" Han Shuo smiled oddly as he looked at Bennett, using the same words he'd just said to block him. "In order to make the even more greedy and shameless forest troll pay the price, we noble elves are willing to make some concessions and allow you, a human, to trade with us." What surprised Han Shuo was that Bennett didn't seem to hear the strong sarcasm in Han Shuo's words at all. Instead, he self-righteously displayed his magnanimity. "I'm sorry, I have no interest in making any trade with you noble elves." Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He finally recognized the arrogance of the elves and couldn't help but shake his head in refusal. Han Shuo suddenly heard the sound of all kinds of branches snapping in the distance as soon as he'd finished speaking. It seemed that many people were approaching. Without waiting for Bennett to speak, Han Shuo furrowed his brow and asked, "Did you bring another group of elves this time?" "No, just us." "What's going on?" Bennett asked in surprise. His thoughts moved and the 3 original demons suddenly scuttled out, disappearing outside the village in 3 different directions. After a while, Han Shuo saw a dense swarm of 500 to 600 forest troll making their way in this direction with the aid of the original demon's vision. The forest troll leader that Han Shuo had met before was now fawningly narrating something to another forest troll, with an even more valiant build. It seemed that this forest troll's status was even more distinguished. This made Han Shuo understand that there was likely going to be great trouble this time. Chapter 99. Look at the power of my magical arrows. Bennett looked disdainfully at Han Shuo and suddenly drew back the bow in his hand. Faint magical pulses emanated from the bow in his hand, and the arrow suddenly burst into flames in midair after it had been shot. It landed in the middle of the forest troll and exploded with intense sparks. 10 or so forest troll were hit by the sparks and set ablaze. 3 of them didn't have time to extinguish the flames and were directly swallowed up by the spreading tongues of fire. At this moment, the 2 dwarves responsible for keeping watch outside finally walked in with faces full of panic. They started yelling loudly before they even reached the village chief. "Not good, not good. Many forest troll are already heading our way. They're everywhere in the thicket." Bennett immediately left in a hurry under Calvin's orders and kept yelling from some of the small houses in the back, telling all the villagers to pick up their rations and weapons and temporarily ignore everything else. After paying the price of a few more forest troll warriors' lives, the concealment at the entrance of the village was finally cleaned up by the forest troll. The forest troll raised their weapons and charged over with large strides. However, because the range of the crossbow bolts was longer, the forest troll's judgment obviously wasn't accurate enough. The long spears fell in rows in front of the group of people, and didn't cause any harm to Han Shuo and the others. While Han Shuo and the dwarves were on guard, a loud shout from the forest troll traveled in from nearby. The forest troll immediately cheered and yelled loudly as they rapidly approached. Through the observations of the original demons, Han Shuo knew that one of the forest troll had already discovered the intersection that the dwarves were concealing. Following Han Shuo's orders, the dwarves, who had the determination to die, retreated from the entrance of the village one by one. The crossbows in their hands continued to fire continuously. In the dense pack of forest trolls' advance, these crossbow bolts didn't have to determine the direction, and they would all hit their targets. The few forest troll that had just entered the area and hadn't had time to push aside the bushes in time were sent flying by the huge impact of the crossbow bolts. One of the forest troll that Han Shuo shot was shot through the chest by the crossbow bolt and nailed into a tree that was as thick as 2 people's waists. Han Shuo was shocked. He didn't expect the arrow to be so powerful. He couldn't help but look at Bennett in surprise. Bennett also showed timidity at this moment, and nodded in agreement with Han Shuo's words. "Yes, I think we should retreat first and wait until I return to the tribe to notify our people. When our people arrive, we'll make these damned scoundrels pay a painful price." Bennett stuck out her tongue and made a face at the female elf's rebuke, then said to Han Shuo confidently, "Did you see just now? The magic arrows that have been enchanted by our elders are so powerful when shot with a magic bow. The weapons forged by the dwarves, if modified by us, can immediately become amazingly powerful magic weapons. This can bring great trouble to the forest troll. You should trade those weapons with us." Han Shuo's body was strong and resilient, so it was quite easy for him to pick up these heavy crossbows. Although the dwarves weren't tall, they were equally strong. These crossbows also appeared quite effortless when they landed in their hands. The forest troll are also the natural enemies of us elves. I'll show them my power this time. Bennett didn't show any signs of fear, but rather spoke with some enthusiasm. Necromancy is the most loathsome of magic. You, a human, are actually an evil necromancer. Bennett seemed to be a bit disgusted when he saw the skeletal warriors and zombie warriors appear and complained. There were only 50 to 60 people in the dwarven village who could participate in the battle. Even with the addition of Han Shuo and the elves, their strength couldn't compare to the forest troll at all. This made Han Shuo understand that the danger this time would be very difficult to overcome. 500 to 600 forest troll are on their way here. It looks like your village has already been exposed. Han Shuo sighed lowly and slowly spoke the truth. Chief Calvin, I know your village is in the valley. Do you have any other way to leave the valley? No matter how suitable this valley is for you to live in, I think we should withdraw from here as soon as possible. 500 to 600 forest troll is very difficult for us to deal with, Han Shuo advised. However, contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, the little skull with the bone dagger had just appeared at the entrance of the village and hadn't had time to throw out the bone dagger. The forest troll at the very front all revealed excited expressions. They put down the weapons in their hands and raised their hands high in worship towards the little skull, calling out continuously, Dadera, Dadera, Dadera. The dozen or so dwarves around them seemed a bit dejected after hearing what Han Shuo and Bennett had said. They all put down their weapons and one of them said, the chief said that we should listen to Han. If Han tells us to retreat, we'll retreat. The first batch of forest troll that had come were a lot more cautious this time after paying the price of a few gruesome deaths. They first approached with forest troll warriors, and then the priests added magic to their bodies. These forest troll bodies had become more agile and strong, and they immediately began to excitedly uproot the weeds at the entrance. Elder Calvin, has this village already been discovered by the forest troll? Han Shuo's face was grave as he turned to look at Calvin and asked solemnly. Bennett, you shouldn't have wasted such precious magic arrows for these damned forest troll. You know how precious these magic arrows are. A female elf on the side was a bit angry when she saw Bennett show off and scolded Bennett. Han Shuo was flabbergasted and froze on the spot. He didn't know why the forest troll were so devoutly worshipping the little skull. Calvin's brow furrowed tightly and he appeared quite worried. He thought for a while and then spoke to Bennett. Go gather all the villagers and have them pack their things and leave from the valley behind. We'll stay behind and see if we can bring some punishment to these villains. Based on the coverage of the original demon's vision, Han Shuo discovered that there were 500 to 600 ogres this time. The forest troll warriors, hunters and priests were all advancing in an orderly fashion, and their coordination was extremely reasonable. This meant that this wave of forest troll must have come from a large faction. 500 to 600 forest troll paired with enough troll hunters and priests was a force that couldn't be ignored. We should take the time to set up a few simple traps. We'll definitely be discovered at the entrance to the village, but this place isn't very spacious. We can make use of this opportunity to create some trouble for them. Han Shuo said calmly when the dark creatures appeared. What do we do? What do we do? Bennett waved the metal hammer in his hand and looked at the dwarven women and children not far behind him. He spoke with an expression of extreme worry and helplessness. Kill. Han Shuo roared lowly and didn't wait for the forest troll to enter the village entrance. The crossbow in his hand had already shot out, and some of the dwarves on the side also fired their crossbow bolts and whistled out. Bennett, who had been a bit hesitant before, no longer had any doubts about Han Shuo's words at this moment. The group of elves led by Bennett didn't show any signs of panic as they pulled out their weapons and wiped them. Bennett held a bow in his hand, looking like he was ready to fight at any moment. Han Shuo smiled faintly when he heard Bennett's words. Since that's the case, then retreat or we'll be in big trouble. There are too many forest troll. I think we should retreat. Han Shuo looked at the forest troll that filled the village entrance and understood that the difference between the two sides was too great. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. If things continued like this, the shrubbery and tree leaves covering the village entrance wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Han Shuo's expression didn't show any signs of panic after arriving here. He chanted an incantation and a few skeletal warriors appeared in front of him, including 2 strong zombie warriors. Dwarves weren't a race that was cowardly and fearful of danger, but they had no choice but to be responsible for the women and children in their village. When danger arrived, the first thing they thought of was how to protect their children and women. Some of the traps set up at the village entrance began to show their destructive power at this moment. The forest troll at the very front all fell into deep holes with sharp wooden branches stuck in them, crying out in pain. The entrance to the village was finally about to be breached with the continuous casualties of the forest troll. Han, why are you suddenly asking this question? There have been a few forest troll around here a few days ago, but even we don't know if they've discovered something. Calvin started and then opened his mouth to answer. Seeing that the dwarves had already retreated and that the elves were tactfully standing in the back, Han Shua thought for a moment and summoned Little Skull. He wanted Little Skull to use the 7-bone spurs on his back to bring about one last wave of blood and cause some trouble for the forest troll. Several skeletal warriors and zombies immediately began to dig traps under Han Shua's orders. The zombie warriors were strong and were responsible for moving some stones from afar to block the road. There were already some traps set up by the dwarves here, and Han Shua only added a few more measures. The dwarves all moved to help Han Shua set up the traps. At this moment, the crossbow bolts in the hands of Han Shua, and the dwarves continuously shot through the underbrush. However, when Han Shua and the others' crossbow bolts appeared, the rows of long spears of the troll hunters arced through the air and fell towards where Han Shua and the group of dwarves were hiding. At this moment, Bennett had already briefed the dwarves behind him on what to pay attention to. Han Shua's original demon spied on the forest troll and discovered that they were actually heading towards the village entrance. He couldn't help but look back at the dwarves around him and say to them, "I think we should first block off the narrow road into the village at this time, and then buy time for the children and women to leave." Bennett still didn't quite believe Han Shua's words, but the group of dwarves led by Calvin were quite frantic when they heard that 500 or 600 forest troll were on their way here, and were at a loss for what to do. Han Shua was completely unmoved by Bennett's complaints and only cared about setting up the traps. When Han Shua sensed that it was about time, he took out a few crossbows from his space ring and distributed them to the dwarves next to him. He also had the dwarves retreat and separate themselves in the lush underbrush. By now, Han Shua could basically be certain that these forest troll had come for the dwarves this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have all appeared here so coincidentally. Under the yells of the particularly valiant forest troll, more than 500 forest troll rummaged through the nearby underbrush, searching for the entrance to the dwarven village. Indeed, the new forest troll leader gave the order in the forest troll language, and 100 or so forest trolls brandished their weapons as they charged over in a grandiose fashion. The troll warriors took the lead, followed by the troll hunters and priests. They carefully and slowly attempted to push aside the surrounding undergrowth that was concealing them first. It looked like even now, this elf still hadn't forgotten his responsibility, and was still trying to move Han Shua with his childish and laughable words. Unfortunately, apart from glancing at him in the beginning, Han Shua didn't look at him again. He only calmly gave orders to some of the dwarves around him. The dwarves were experts at forging weapons, but complicated crossbows didn't require superb forging skills. Instead, they required precise design concepts and ideas. The crossbow had a long range and great power, and was an outstanding invention of the humans in recent years. The downside was that it was too heavy, and the firing frequency wasn't fast enough. After each arrow was fired, it had to wait for a short period of time to reload. How could it be as fast as a bow and arrow? As soon as these words were spoken, Han Shua nodded at Calvin and walked in the direction of the village entrance. Bennett hesitated for a moment, then signaled to a few elves and followed behind Han Shua, hurrying in the direction of the village entrance. Chapter 100. Dat era, dat era. Along with the forest troll's shouts, some of the forest troll further away also kowtowed devoutly and shouted loudly, What's going on?" Not only Han Shua, but the dwarves and elves around them were also surprised by the sudden change. One of the dwarves suddenly asked in surprise. At this moment, Bennett seemed to have suddenly remembered something, and suddenly exclaimed, "That skeletal warrior with wings seems to be similar to the demon that the forest troll worshipped. That demon is naturally evil and likes to plunder everything. I heard from the elders in the tribe that the demon that the forest troll worshipped is called Dat era." Not far away, an old forest troll priest who seemed to be on his deathbed at any moment crawled quickly toward Little Skull on his knees. What surprised Han Shua was that he was crawling quite fast, and in a short while he was in front of Little Skull. This old forest troll priest spoke to Little Skull in the forest troll language. Little Skull stood there blankly with the bone knife in his hand, scratching his smooth skull with his empty left hand, as if he didn't know what was going on. He turned around and looked at Han Shuo with empty eyes, as if waiting for Han Shuo to give him an order. Hearing Bennett's words, Han Shuo roughly understood that something strange had happened. These forest troll must have regarded Little Skull as the demon that they worshipped. The old priest's communication seemed to be about to take Little Skull somewhere. All the forest troll behind him were kneeling on the ground and motionless. No one mentioned anything about invading the dwarven village again. Han, what's going on? What should we do? A dwarf looked at Han Shuo and asked blankly. Han Shuo was thinking furiously when he heard the dwarf's question. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo wasn't sure what would happen next. He said to them, I'll think of a way to delay these forest troll. You guys leave this valley immediately and find a safe place with Chief Bennett and the others. I think I'll be able to find you guys again. Then will you be in danger? The dwarf was a bit worried about Han Shuo and asked a bit unwillingly. Don't worry, I have a way. Bennett, I think you guys should leave as well. This skeletal warrior of mine is a bit odd, but I don't think he's the demon that the forest troll worships. I can't predict how the situation will develop in the future. It's safer if you leave with them. Han Shuo looked at the dwarves and the elves and slowly persuaded them. Let's go. It's very dangerous here. I think we should notify the elders first. Bennett thought for a moment and nodded before retreating with the other elves. Under Han Shuo's urging, the dwarves were also a bit reluctant and slowly retreated into the valley. An original demon that had been observing the forest troll all along suddenly split off and left with the dwarves. This allowed Han Shuo to clearly see where the dwarves were about to retreat to. After a while, there was no one else apart from Han Shuo and Little Skull at the entrance to the village. Han Shuo's original demon kept an eye on the movements of the dwarves and found that they were crossing an icy river and leaving through a crevice in the slanting valley. Does anyone know how to speak the common tongue of the continent? Han Shuo walked out from behind and asked in the human tongue after arriving beside Little Skull. The old priest who had been kneeling in front of Little Skull and speaking in the language of the forest troll suddenly looked up at Han Shuo and said in the human tongue, You're with the great goddess Dadera. Why are you a cunning human? Are you sure that he's your Dadera? Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head as he asked oddly. The face of this old forest troll priest was a wretched green, and the skin all over his body was as dry as old tree bark that had weathered many years of wind and rain. He revealed an expression of extreme disdain at this moment and said, Of course I wouldn't be wrong. This must be the clone of the great goddess Dadera in the mortal world. As the old priest spoke, he took out an ancient scroll from a leather pouch with great care. The ancient scroll slowly unfurled as his withered and yellow hands flipped it. Apart from a few forest troll characters that were difficult to distinguish like tadpoles, there was a drawing of an enormous skeleton with wings on its back. The skeleton was the color of pure white jade, and the wings on its back were bare and without feathers. It was indeed 80 to 90% similar to the bone spurs on the back of Little Skull's head. Under the feet of this large white skeleton was a bare mountain peak. The mountain peak was piled with all sorts of gold, silver and jewels, including some that seemed to be very precious. However, one of the white skeleton's eyes was empty, and the other was covered by a black eye patch. It looked like the one-eyed costume of a pirate that was used to pillage and pillage. This is the appearance of our great goddess Dadera. We won't be wrong. He's the clone of the great goddess Dadera in the mortal world. He will guide us to plunder even more gold, silver and jewels, countless jewels and endless rations. The great goddess Dadera will guide our tribe and rob the cunning human nation. The old forest troll priest's tone was inexplicably excited as he shouted loudly. Apart from the fact that Little Skull was a little smaller and not pure white, its appearance was very similar to that of Dadera in the scroll. It was no wonder that these greedy forest troll thought that Little Skull was the clone of the plundering demon Dadera in the mortal world. Although Han Shuo was surprised by this unimaginable situation, Han Shuo thought about it carefully. Suddenly an idea came to him. With a smirk on his face, he gave an order to Little Skull. Little Skull, who had been standing there blankly with the machete in his hand, suddenly waved the machete in his hand, and made a gesture with his empty left hand, signaling for everyone to stand up. Oh, Dadera has heard our call. The old forest troll priest immediately danced with excitement. He waved his skinny chicken claw-like hands, and said something in a solemn and deep forest troll voice. The forest troll, who had been kneeling and worshipping everyone, cheered loudly. They stood up from the ground, untied the pockets on their bodies, and shook them vigorously. Little Skull waited until all the forest troll had stood up, then pointed at Han Shuo with his empty left hand according to Han Shuo's order. Then, under the puzzled gaze of the forest troll, he pointed at himself with his empty left hand. He wants me to communicate with you as his emissary. Han Shuo straightened his back and said arrogantly to the old priest. As soon as Han Shuo finished speaking and gave his order, Little Skull nodded in a timely manner, as if confirming Han Shuo's words. Why did you let this cunning human be your emissary? The old forest troll priest obviously couldn't accept this fact, and immediately asked in confusion. As soon as the old forest troll priest finished speaking, Little Skull extended his machete and placed it against the old priest's neck. Little Skull stood on his heels, trying his best to make himself look taller. He stared at the old priest with his two empty eye sockets, and the sound of his teeth crunching came from his mouth. The old forest troll priest was so frightened that his body immediately went limp. He kowtowed again with a crash, raising both hands high up in the air as he cried out, "I won't dare question your decisions anymore. Please don't take away everything we have." Some of the forest troll in the vicinity watched as the most virtuous old priest in the tribe was blatantly threatened by Little Skull, but none of them dared to move. They only stood there with lowered heads and spoke in the language of the forest troll. Get up, get up. Your Madame Dadera has forgiven you. I think you can acknowledge me as your emissary now?" Han Shuo snickered internally, but his face was serious as he spoke to the old priest. Hanging his head, the old priest had an expression of unwillingness on his face as he nodded. "Please, Madame Dadera and the emissary, come to our tribe. We have some things that we need to present to Madame Dadera." "Didn't you come this time to plunder the dwarves?" Han Shuo started slightly and asked. "No, I immediately arranged for my tribesmen to search for your traces after I heard your appearance last time. Those annoying dwarves are only a village of 100 people. It's not worth it for us to mobilize so many of our elites. We've heard that your lordship has appeared nearby, so we've mobilized so many of our tribesmen this time just to escort your lordship back to the sacred grounds." The old forest troll priest shook his head and explained to Han Shuo. "Sacred grounds? What sacred grounds?" Han Shuo asked in surprise. "Our tribe has specially built a palace for your lordship, and there are ancient items passed down from generation to generation inside. It's said that they originally belonged to Madame Dadera, and we'll offer them all to your lordship this time." The old priest looked at Han Shuo with some disgust, but he didn't dare go against Little Skull's orders and explained impatiently. Very good, very good. Let's depart now." Han Shuo was overjoyed when he heard these words and immediately gave a long laugh, urging the forest troll to hurry up and depart. The old priest didn't say much and waved his hand. The fiercest forest troll leader in the distance walked humbly towards the old priest. The leader immediately gave the order after a series of mumbling instructions. The 500 to 600 forest troll didn't continue to concern themselves with the matters of the dwarves and marched into the depths of the dark forest in a grandiose manner. An ornate palanquin made of black jade was embedded with some bright gems and covered in soft feathers. For tall and strong forest troll warriors carried the Little Skull within as they walked into the depths of the dark forest. It looked like these forest troll had long since been prepared. The Little Skull lay comfortably in the palanquin and looked around. As an emissary, Han Shuo couldn't enjoy this kind of treatment and could only travel on foot like the others. They encountered a lot of magic beasts along the way, but normal magic beasts didn't dare to get close to 500 or 600 forest trolls. Even some of the third or second tier magic beasts chose to give up on hunting in the face of such a large group of people. Instead, they stayed far away from this group of villainous scoundrels. On the outskirts of the dark forest, the innately greedy forest troll were notorious and feared by outsiders. Whether it was the rare races living on the outskirts of the dark forest or the adventurers and merchants who'd come into the dark forest, they would all be plundered if they were encountered by these forest troll. Apart from some of the more powerful beings in the depths of the dark forest, these notorious scoundrels on the outskirts of the dark forest were indeed hated and feared by everyone. As the archenemies of the forest troll, the elves had fought against the forest troll many times and had never been able to obtain absolute victory. No one could stop their natural inclination to plunder. As they gradually approached the depths of the dark forest, even the forest troll, who'd been so arrogant just a moment ago, began to be a bit cautious as they slowly moved deeper into the dark forest, as if deathly afraid of making a big commotion. "Why are you all so timid the deeper we go?" Han Shuo detected the oddity of the forest troll, and couldn't help but ask the old priest next to him. The old priest looked left and right and explained, "We've already entered the middle layer of the dark forest. There are many higher-level magical creatures here, as well as some special races. The humans that appear here aren't to be trifled with either. We don't want to provoke them, otherwise there'll be trouble." A wave of rumbling sounds traveled from not too far away as a frighteningly tall white stone giant, 6 to 7 meters tall, carried a large tree on its shoulders and walked further and further into the forest. A low hum sounded in the sky as an enormous black shadow passed by. When the shadow landed on the ground, it reflected two long, slender necks. "That thing that looks like it's covered in lime is the mountain giant. It has a gentle personality and doesn't like fighting, but it'll be a disaster if you provoke it. The one that flew by just now is the lowest level twin-headed dragon. They can't actually be considered dragons, they're only a level 2 magical creature, but they can spit out poison and aren't easy to deal with." The old priest explained on Han Shua's behalf when he saw the surprise on Han Shua's face. Nodding, Han Shua said with deep emotion, "I finally understand now why you only dare to be arrogant in the outskirts of the dark forest." Chapter 101. Following behind the old forest troll priest, the group carefully made their way into the depths of the dark forest. After about half a day, the forest troll passed through a broken mountain rock and finally stopped beside a river. There was a river behind it, and it was surrounded by some simple wooden houses. There were also some simple traps set up, and there were tall, strange trees standing tall. After arriving here, one of the original demons that had been keeping an eye on the dwarves had no choice but to withdraw because they were too far away. Instead, it circled the area and started patrolling. With the help of the 3 original demons' wide field of vision, Han Shuo discovered that the area was extremely large. After a rough calculation, there were about a few hundred houses. It looked like this should be the forest troll's old lair. Many green-skinned forest troll, whether children or women, all held weapons in their hands as they were trained by a strong troll warrior. From the elf's description just now, Han Shuo understood that these forest trolls' nature was to pillage. They didn't have the thought of self-sufficiency in their lives at all. Whether it was food, drink, or use, they took it for granted that they should be robbed. Believing in the demon of pillaging that era, they also treated children and women as training targets, just so that they would have more strength when they pillaged. When the old priest arrived, he loudly called out something in the troll language. All the forest troll in the tribe, whether children, elderly, or women, tore off the pockets on their bodies and shook them in excitement, yelling "Dad era, Dad era." After a while of this, the old priest finally continued to communicate with Han Shuo in the human language. "Let's go. I'll take the great goddess Dad era and the emissary to the sacred grounds. Hurry up. Great goddess Dad era can't wait any longer." Han Shuo nodded with a dark expression. The forest troll were still carrying Little Skull. Han Shuo continued to walk on foot. A few wooden rafts were pushed over by some forest troll warriors from afar. Under the old priest's signal, Han Shuo and Little Skull walked towards the wooden rafts. Then, a few forest troll warriors paddled them into the river behind. The raft moved slowly, and after about half an hour, it reached a patch of damp land. After Han Shuo followed the old priest to the shore, he realized that the trees here were extremely tall, and the bushes were so lush that they could drown a person. Even some weeds were growing energetically. All the plants and trees in all directions seemed to be growing very well on this piece of land. There was a strange aura in the air. Pushing aside the lush bushes, the old priest led the way with a few troll warriors leading the way. Han Shuo followed behind the old priest as they walked deeper into the area. The deeper they walked, the more strange Han Shuo felt. It was as if he had heard of this place somewhere before. With these doubts in his heart, he finally stopped in front of a tall house that seemed to have been dragged up by a towering tree. There were 5 or 6 towering trees with lush branches and leaves tangled together in front of him. The large house in the center seemed to be built on the tangled branches, standing in midair. Some of the plants around it grew very well, And there were also some strange plants and flowers that bore strange fruits. After staring blankly at his surroundings for a while, Han Shua's heart trembled. He suddenly cried out in surprise, "A place of extreme wood. Haha! This is a place of extreme wood. No wonder all the plants grow so perfectly, so this is what it is." A naturally formed place of extreme wood had much more wood energy than other places. All the plants and trees that grew in a place of extreme wood would be much more lush than in other places. Although the forest troll worshipped the demon Dadera, legend had it that they were a race that had evolved from trees. It was natural for them to be close to wood energy. The air here is fresher than anywhere else. Our ancestors searched for many years before discovering this place. Therefore, the palace of the Holy Land was built here, and the stone statue of the great god Datera is enshrined inside. Every year, there are offerings offered to the great god Datera, hoping that the great god will bless us with success every time we plunder. The old priest piously kowtowed toward the large house that was suspended in midair and said softly. After thinking for a bit, the old priest seemed to feel that something wasn't quite right. He immediately kowtowed to the little skull again, and mumbled something to the troll warriors carrying the little skull. The troll warriors put down the palanquin and indicated for the little skull to alight. At this moment, Han Shua's heart was completely occupied with the wood elite zombies' whereabouts. He was so excited that he forgot to continue giving orders to the little skull. The old priest pleaded for a while and discovered that the little skull was still sitting motionless in the palanquin. His eyebrows furrowed tightly and he knelt in front of Han Shua emissary. "Why hasn't the great goddess Dadera come down from the palanquin? Did we do something wrong?" The old priest's words immediately roused Han Shua. Han Shua turned his head to take a look and discovered that the little skull was lying there lazily, as if he'd fallen asleep. After an order was given, the little skull's calves straightened and he abruptly stood up. He held a bone dagger in his hand and looked around with his shiny skull. "Dadera was thinking just now and didn't hear your call. Let's go, we're going up now." Han Shua snickered inwardly, but his face was serious as he spoke to the old priest. Nodding his head submissively, the old priest didn't dare ask any more questions. He walked to the back of one of the towering trees and pulled on a soft ladder woven from tree branches, climbing up. Han Shua followed behind the old priest and similarly pulled on the soft ladder to climb up. Before Han Shua could give orders to the little skull walked out of the palanquin and moved a distance away. Then, to everyone's surprise, the little skull's two calves abruptly straightened and the 7 bone spurs on his back flapped chaotically. He actually shot up into the sky and landed in front of the floating house in front of Han Shua and the old priest. Standing in front of the big house, the little skull's body swayed for a moment before he slowly steadied himself. He then shook his head and directly opened the door to enter the house. The sound of things being turned over could be heard from inside. "Ditter-ditter." The old priest had a face full of excitement as he started to yell again. Finally, the old priest and Han Shua climbed up the stairs in front of the big house. The other forest troll were standing outside and waiting. No one else was allowed to come up. Han Shua followed the excited old priest into the house, and immediately saw a huge stone skeleton statue in the middle. This stone skeleton statue was exactly the same as the one Han Shua saw on the old priest's ancient scroll. The only difference was that this giant skeleton with an eye patch was holding a weapon that looked like the Grim Reaper's scythe in its right hand and a huge sack in its left hand. The sack was bulging as if it was filled with loot. The inside of the house was bright. The wooden walls were inlaid with various colored gems, and gold jewelry could be seen everywhere on the floor. The current Han Shua was not someone who didn't know what was good or bad. The gems on the wooden walls were all shining brightly. They were definitely priceless items. There was a jade table with some cups and bowls that were either made of fine jade or gold. Han Shua was dazzled by the sight. The huge stone skeleton statue was in the middle of the house. The little skull was holding a bone knife in one hand and touching his smooth skull with the other. He kept walking around the huge stone skeleton statue. From time to time, he would touch the featherless wings on the back of the huge stone skeleton statue. Then he would touch the 7 bone spurs on his back. He seemed to be very confused as to why this huge stone skeleton statue looked so similar to him. However, compared to the stone statue, the little skull was almost half the size. A little skull standing next to a huge skeleton looked a little strange. After Han Shuo and the old priest came in, they saw the puzzled little skull walking around the stone statue of the demon Dadera. Han Shuo observed the little skull, and suddenly found that the little skull's movements were very human-like. This surprised Han Shuo so much that he didn't give any orders to the little skull. Instead, he stared at the little skull, trying to figure out what he wanted to do. Just as Han Shuo was surprised, Han Shuo saw the little skull suddenly stop in front of the stone statue of the demon Dadera. The empty eye socket stared at the mask on the left eye of the demon Dadera. Then, he reached out and touched his own left eye, as if wondering why he didn't have an eye patch. Suddenly, the little skull jumped and grabbed the eye patch of the demon Dadera and pulled it off. By the time the little skull fell, the eye patch was already in his hand. Without the eye patch, there was a purple gem-like eyeball in the left eye of the stone statue of the demon Dadera. The originally lifeless stone statue of the demon Dadera seemed to have a little more life force after the eye patch was pulled off. It gave Han Shuo the illusion that the statue was looking at him. At this moment, the purple eyeball seemed to move a little. Then, a soft purple light emitted faintly. It was as if the demon Dadera had suddenly come back to life. Oh, the great Dadera goddess has opened the purple demon eye. The great Dadera goddess has shown herself. The old priest was ecstatic. Suddenly, he buried his head deep into the ground and exclaimed in excitement. Suddenly, the little skull, who was still in a daze, moved a small table in front of the statue of the demon Dadera. The little skull leaped onto the table and reached for the left eye of the statue of the demon Dadera. As Han Shuo's scalp went numb, the little skull forcefully dug out the purple eye of the statue of the demon Dadera. After holding it up high for a look, he shoved it into his own left eye socket. Seeing this, Han Shuo did not know what to do. Before Han Shuo could figure out what to do, he suddenly felt a splitting headache in his head. When he looked at the little skull, he suddenly realized that the little skull had somehow shoved the purple eye into his own left eye socket. However, after the purple eye entered his left eye socket, the little skull also seemed to be in great pain. His body first trembled and swayed. Then he clutched his head and rolled on the ground in pain. As the host, Han Shuo and the little skull were connected telepathically. He also felt the heart-wrenching pain. A huge, strange energy was being emitted from the purple eye of the little skull's left eye. Han Shuo could clearly feel that the purple eye was invading his and the little skull's bodies, as if it wanted to take control of their bodies. Messenger of the great Dadera goddess, what's wrong with you? The old forest troll priest, who had buried his head in excitement, immediately exclaimed when he saw that something was wrong with Han Shuo and the little skull. Get out, you get out first. The great Dadera goddess has some things to do. Enduring the heart-wrenching pain, Han Shuo suddenly growled. The old forest troll priest was startled and walked out of the house in a panic with a face full of doubt. He stayed outside to observe the situation in the Holy Land. As soon as the old priest left, Han Shuo immediately hugged his head in pain and rolled on the ground with the little skull. Han Shuo's heart was filled with inexplicable fear. If this purple eye really belonged to the demon Dadera, then this strange invading energy must also have come from Dadera. The demon was an evil god, and this power was not something that could be resisted by humans. This made Han Shuo not know how to deal with it for a while. This huge power was emitted from the purple eye in the little skull's left eye socket. Han Shuo first gave the order for the little skull to remove the purple eye. However, he didn't know how the purple eye was stuffed in. He was trying his best to pull out the purple eye, but he still couldn't remove it. As the man in the little skull kept rolling around in the eye socket, their bodies convulsing in pain, another magical power suddenly came from the eye patch that the little skull had been holding on to. Because of the extreme pain in his head, Han Shuo's senses actually increased by a lot. He suddenly noticed something was wrong, and the little skull, who was desperate, ordered the little skull to put on the eye patch. It was very magical. After the little skull put on the eye patch in a hurry, the mysterious power that was trying to take over their bodies suddenly disappeared without a trace. Han Shuo, who was sweating all over, also gradually returned to normal. The eye patch was very suitable for the statue of the demon Dadera, but it was obviously a lot bigger when worn by the little skull. The eye patch almost covered the entire left eye and face, and it looked a little funny. No matter what, don't take off the eye patch. Han Shuo, who had calmed his mind, didn't care about these strange things for now, and first gave this order to the little skull. Chapter 102. The purple demon eye seemed to contain the evil power of the demon dad era. The eye patch also seemed to have the ability to seal this power, which made Han Shuo feel quite odd. His gaze continuously roamed over the little skull's comical eye patch, trying to discover something. However, Han Shuo quickly realized that his efforts were in vain. With the purple demon eye covered by the eye patch, Han Shuo could no longer sense anything out of the ordinary. Apart from the jewels and beautiful jade scattered all over the house, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. When Han Shuo felt that there was no danger, he finally got up and walked to the door, summoning the old forest troll priest in. When the old priest entered, his gaze instantly focused on the statue of Dad Era that was missing the purple demon eye. He asked in astonishment, "Wow, what's going on? Why is the purple demon eye left behind by the great Dad Era gone?" Pointing at the little skull, Han Shuo smiled and explained, "That eye has already been retrieved by the great Dad Era who came to the human realm. Did you not see the eye patch over his left eye?" The old priest finally reacted after Han Shuo's reminder. He looked at the little skull in surprise and immediately knelt down to shout, "Congratulations, the great Dad Era. The purple demon eye was guarded by my tribe according to your last wishes. Today the purple demon eye has returned to your hands. My tribe has not let you down. Apart from the purple demon eye, is there anything else you wish to offer to the great Dad Era?" Han Shuo thought for a moment and stared at the old priest. The old priest started, furrowed his brow and thought carefully for a moment. He shook his head and said, "The purple demon eye was guarded by my tribe in accordance with the great god's last wishes. Apart from this, all the treasures in the house are also offered to the great god Dad Era." "Very good, very good." Han Shuo nodded and said to the old priest, "Then you go out first. Wait for the great Dad Era to come out and guide you." After the respectful old priest backed away from the large house, Han Shuo began to plunder everything in the house without a trace of politeness. The gold, jewels, and beautiful jade scattered on the ground disappeared into Han Shuo's space ring piece by piece. Han Shuo estimated that the wealth inside was probably worth tens of thousands of gold coins. It was all contributed by the forest troll to the demon Dad Era after robbing others. There were some heavier things that Han Shuo did not touch for the time being. There were also some gemstones embedded in the wooden house. Han Shuo did not immediately pry them out. Han Shuo first picked up some of the jewels, gold, and jade scattered on the ground, and then after a moment of estimation, he stopped when he felt that it was about time. Apart from a few large antique items and the gemstones embedded in the house, many of the valuable jewels, gold, and jade in the house had all fallen into Han Shuo's space ring. However, Han Shuo's space ring had a limit to its capacity. Add to that the fact that there were a few other things stored inside, and so Han Shuo only took a third of the things in the house. However, even this third of the items was probably worth tens of thousands of gold coins. It looked like the forest troll's many years of robbing had indeed been fruitful. Since the little skull had become the great Dad Era of the forest troll, Han Shuo began to rack his brains again. With the little skull's identity, Han Shuo could drive these forest troll to do some things. Han Shuo wasn't worried about the items in the house. It should be safe to leave them here. Sooner or later, he would have to return here to refine the wood elite zombie. Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry. Within the dark forest, the forest troll was a race that everyone loathed and despised. Now that he had the little skull, Han Shuo could use the forest troll's power to command them. The only thing that made Han Shuo hesitate was, what could he do with these forest troll? Han Shuo suddenly felt a headache coming on. These forest troll were greedy by nature and liked to rob others. This was something that couldn't be changed no matter what. Han Shuo didn't know how to command them. If it wasn't for the fact that they served the little skull as the demon Dad Era, Han Shuo wouldn't have minded killing them and taking away all their belongings. But now that he had the little skull, Han Shuo could command them. It would be too much of a pity to kill them. After thinking about it for a while, Han Shuo felt that their nature to rob couldn't be changed. The only thing he could change was the targets of their plunder. If he changed their targets to some equally infamous goblins and ogres, or some enemy caravans, then a bad thing could become a good thing. After thinking this through, Han Shuo left the house with the little skull. With the help of the 3 original demons spying, Han Shuo had already figured out the location guarded by the forest troll. After coming down from the house, Han Shuo opened his mouth to instruct, Madame Dadera has just descended here and is still unfamiliar with the current state of the world. Madame Dadera needs to first familiarize herself with the dark forest, and then point you in the direction of the future. Don't continue robbing the dwarves during this process. Madame Dadera needs them to live well. The old forest troll priest had many questions in his heart, but he didn't dare question Han Shua's words. He only bowed his head and asked respectfully, "Do you need us to send out warriors to help Madame Dadera familiarize herself with the environment here?" "No need. Great Goddess Dadera and I will visit your tribe in a few days. You can just stay there and wait." Han Shua didn't board the forest troll's raft after he'd finished speaking. He left with the little skull after a few words. Han Shua didn't immediately return to the cemetery of death after leaving the area, but took Little Skull with him to familiarize himself with the environment of the area. Since he wanted to gather the 5 elemental zombies, Han Shua naturally wouldn't be willing to let go of such a natural place of extreme wood. Apart from the forest troll standing guard near the wooden house, there was nothing else in the surrounding areas apart from astonishingly lush plants and trees. Han Shua finally calmed his mind after releasing the 3 original demons to patrol the entire area, planning on returning to the cemetery of death on the outskirts. Han Shua had carefully inspected the environment along the way through the original demons, and the path back had long since been imprinted in his mind. Han Shua didn't directly enter the river to return, instead making his way back unhurriedly along the riverbank. Halfway through, Han Shua felt a bit hungry. He looked at the strange fish in the clear river and had a thought. The demon's lair edge whizzed out and fell into the river according to Han Shua's will. It pierced through 2 large fish and landed back in Han Shua's hands. Little Skull left with the bone dagger under Han Shua's command, returning with a pile of wood in his hands after a while, nimbly propping up the frame. With Han Shua's flint, the 2 large fish had already been propped up by Han Shua. He casually took out spices from his space ring and sprinkled them on the roasted fish. An alluring fragrance slowly spread out. A black shadow flew over from the distant sky. A strong wind blew past, causing Han Shua's clothes to flutter. An unpleasant stench assailed his nostrils, causing a feeling of disgust to rise in Han Shua's heart. When he raised his head and glared angrily, the black shadow went from low to high and rose into the sky again, becoming a small black dot. "Damn stinky bird, so disgusting." Han Shua cursed and flipped the 2 almost cooked fish. At this moment, the black shadow flew down from the distance with a whistling sound and landed not far from Han Shua's head, suddenly rising into the sky again. However, Han Shua, who was now on guard, saw the appearance of the black shadow this time. It was a harpy with the body of an eagle, but the face of an ugly woman. The harpy and the deepwater venom python were both level 3 magical creatures. She had the face of a human but couldn't make a human sound. Her body carried a foul stench all year round, and she liked to eat human corpses. As long as the harpy had her eyes on you, she would continuously probe you until she found the right opportunity to suddenly fly over your head, and use the stench on her body to make you dizzy. Then she would use her sharp claws to tear apart your skull and eat it. Within the dark forest, because the harpy had the ability to fly quickly, it would be a great headache to be targeted by her. When Han Shua discovered that he'd been targeted by the harpy, he couldn't help but look coldly at the harpy sitting cross-legged in the sky and snorted lightly, "You're courting death." Maintaining his posture of roasting fish, Han Shua turned a deaf ear to the harpy's incessant probing in the sky. Little Skull next to him gripped the bone dagger and appeared a bit restless, seeming to want to fly into the sky and take down this annoying harpy. However, he didn't make any rash moves under Han Shua's reassurance. At this moment, a few figures slowly appeared in the distance. These people looked like they belonged to a young adventurer team. There were mages, archers, and warriors in the team. There were 6 of them in total. They looked at the harpy sitting cross-legged above their heads and cursed lowly at how annoying the harpy was. Han Shua had been concentrating on dealing with the harpy when he heard their curses. He suddenly realized that the harpy's original target seemed to have been them, but had suddenly changed targets when she saw that he was alone and tried to eat him first. One of the swordsmen discovered Han Shua when he smelled the aroma of roasted fish and pointed at Han Shua to his companions. The group of 6 young adventurers, both male and female, hurried towards Han Shua.